Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Harry Potter used Slytherin's legacy to destroy the Dark Lord. Here is short summary. When faith in Dumbledore's plan fades, Harry turns to the one legacy everyone fears, Slytherin's. Armed with forbidden magic and unlikely allies, he'll fight Voldemort not as the chosen one, but as something far more dangerous. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry got up, disgusted. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you, Malfoy. But believe me when I say this. The Dark Lord, as you call him, will not win. I will defeat him, and as many of his followers as I can. If you are there when the time comes and we cross paths on the battlefield, I won't hesitate. Malfoy let out a harsh laugh. You'll defeat the Dark Lord. You seem awfully sure of yourself. How exactly are you hoping to accomplish such a feat? Harry scowled. I don't know yet. I just know I will. Right. Because some batty old witch made a prophecy and you think it's about you. Harry froze. What? Oh, yes. I know all about this prophecy. My father told me what he was doing at the ministry last year, waiting for you to turn up there and take it for them. And then, just like they planned, along you came and did just that. Harry snarled in anger. Well, their plan failed spectacularly, didn't it? Half of them were captured by the Order, including your father, and they didn't even succeed in getting the prophecy. As I recall, I'm not the only person who lost someone that night, but at least I got my father back. Malfoy smirked in victory as Harry's face paled. With an incoherent roar, Harry threw himself at the Slytherin, knocking him to the ground and smashing his fist into the stunned boy's face. Blindly punching, Harry released all his anger and fury on the boy beneath him. Within moments, Malfoy began to fight back, struggling to throw Harry off and deflect the blows from Harry's fists. Harry found himself flipped on his back as Malfoy began to repay the favor. Yelling in fury as blow after blow landed on his face and torso, Harry bucked, making Malfoy lose his balance. They continued rolling around the floor and hitting each other for a few minutes until they both lost the will to continue fighting. Harry was exhausted from the exertion of brawling, as well as mentally tired from arguing earlier. Both breathing heavily, they leaned back against the lounge, nursing their respective wounds. You pack one hell of a punch for such a scrawny guy, groaned Malfoy after a few long minutes of silence. Harry massaged swollen knuckles with his other swollen hand. I am not scrawny. Muggle dueling is positively Neanderthal. It's so primitive, and utterly ridiculous. Harry shrugged weakly. Effective, though. Malfoy sighed. This is ridiculous. Harry frowned and rolled his head to look at him. What is this? Malfoy gestured half-heartedly with his hands in front of him. As fighting again about you-know-who and joining the Death Eaters and all that rot. It is kind of an important issue. We can't just pretend it doesn't exist, replied Harry a little hotly. Look, all I'm saying is we agreed not to talk about it and we keep ending up arguing about it. I know what you think and you know what I want, so let's just forget about it and not talk about it anymore. I don't think either of us is going to change our minds anytime soon. I just don't understand how you can be so I don't know like you are. I can't understand why you believe the things you do. Well, if you want to spend all our time fighting, go ahead and bring it up again. I, on the other hand, would rather spend my time doing productive things, and I thought you brought me down here for company, not to argue with when you felt the need to let off steam. Harry sighed defeatedly. Look, I just need to think for a while, all right. Malfoy huffed. Whatever. Walk away. Then, Harry ignored Malfoy and got to his feet. He took the stairs up out of the library and once in the tunnel past the basilisk chamber, he used the pendant to apparate into a passageway near the infirmary. After being tended to by Madame Pomfrey, who had tisked and tutted over his injuries, Harry was walking to Gryffindor Tower when he heard his name called behind him. Potter. Harry turned in surprise. Ron. Ron was storming towards him, an ugly look on his freckled face. Where were you this weekend? The redhead asked, sneering at Harry's battered appearance and not seeming to care. Around. Why? Replied Harry, his voice turning cold at the other boy's tone. Why? Because you missed practice again. Harry bit his lip. He had completely forgotten about Quidditch the last few weeks. Look, I'm sorry, alright. Ron cut him off. No. It isn't alright. I'm the one holding this team together when it should be you. I'm calling the plays, I'm organizing the training. You're the captain of this team, and if you want to keep it that way, you'd better start turning up to practice and doing your job. I will. I've just been preoccupied. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to miss practice. Yeah, well, be preoccupied on your own time, not the team's. With that, Ron turned and strode away. It wasn't nice to be on the receiving end of Ron's temper. Harry had to admit Ron was right, though. This month's match was between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and he couldn't keep skipping practices. Harry had an occlumency lesson with Snape after dinner on Wednesday. He had slept well the night before, with no visions, so he was confident that he would perform quite well today. Between Snape's lesson, practice with Malfoy, and clearing his mind every night, he could see the improvement quite clearly. Knocking on the door, he heard Snape call, "Enter." He attempted to go in, only to find that the door was locked. Professor," he called. "Could you open the door, please, sir?" "Do it yourself, Potter. You've demonstrated that you're capable." Frowning slightly, Harry hissed open and pushed on the door. Immediately, and to his great surprise, Harry was thrown back against the opposite wall of the dungeon corridor and the door slammed shut loudly, a bright blue light flashing around the edge of the door. Harry groaned and got to his feet. What the hell was that? "That, Mr. Potter," came Snape's voice from the now open door, "was my new wards, designed specifically to keep you out." "Quite effective, wouldn't you say?" Harry scowled. "You could have warned me." Snape smirked. "Where would be the fun in that? Come in." They began with 10 minutes of clearing the mind. Near the end, Harry slowly began creating the impenetrable darkness in his mind, remembering the familiarity and sense of comfort his cupboard had provided. Clearing his mind and erecting his barriers gave him a very detached feeling, yet a greater awareness of his mind and body. Harry could see how Snape was always so stoic, rarely letting others see his emotions. Now, Snape began, as Harry slowly opened his eyes and focused on his professor. "We will begin as usual. I believe you have become reasonably accomplished at protecting your memories, at least for the first few attempts on your mind. Tonight I will not be quite so aggressive, and instead of focusing on hiding your memories, I want you to concentrate more on actually expelling me from your mind." Harry had indeed become quite good at keeping both Malfoy and Snape from his memories, but had only succeeded in banishing Malfoy's presence altogether. "Legilimens," intoned Snape. Harry could immediately tell the difference from previous weeks. Snape merely let himself fall endlessly through the darkness, not attempting to access Harry's thoughts, just falling and waiting for Harry to throw him out. Harry sensed Snape's presence, but the darkness prevented Harry from actually seeing him. Focusing on the foreign being, he wondered how he was actually supposed to do this. Snape had never really explained the actual process. He must have let his barriers drop a little, because Snape sensed his confusion and pulled out. "A pathetic attempt, Potter." Harry scowled. "Maybe I'd have better luck if you actually gave me some instruction instead of expecting me to just do it." "Manners, Potter." Snape leaned backwards against his desk. "There are several ways in which you may banish a legilimens from your mind. The first is to use some sort of spell in your mind, perhaps imagine you are dueling them. Of course, this will only work provided you are a better duelist and you win. Even then, there is the possibility that the legilimens will be strong enough to remain in your mind." Snape adjusted his position before continuing. "Another method is Tom imagine that the legilimens is simply not there. Try to create the feeling in your mind that he is gone. Your mind is empty of all but your thoughts. If your will is strong enough, it will become so." Snape sneered slightly at this suggestion, as though he didn't really believe Harry could be so strong-willed. Yet another option is to imagine physically of otherwise pushing the legilimens from some physical space. Perhaps you magically banish them, not in a duel, but with a simple blasting hex or banishing charm. Similarly, killing the person in your mind will erase their presence. Harry nearly smiled at the thought of murdering the potions professor and getting away with it because he wasn't really dead. Snape seemed to sense this and his sneer became more pronounced. Again. Legilimens. Harry picked the second option Snape had mentioned and tried to imagine how it would feel without Snape there, if his mind was empty of all but the darkness. This went on for about 30 minutes with no success from Harry before Snape finally withdrew. That will be enough for tonight. You did not tire so easily tonight, observed Snape. I've slept well lately. I see if you experience effects such as the ones you did the other week, you will come and see me. Yes, sir. Harry was surprised at that, but he supposed that Snape was the one who created most of the infirmary's potions, but the post-cruciatus potion wasn't really one typically found there. I want you at all times of the day to be concentrating on keeping your barriers up. A good legilimens will attack when you least suspect it, when your mind is elsewhere, or focused on something. If your barriers are not erected when you are in such a state, the legilimens will enter your mind, browse your thoughts and remove himself, perhaps without your noticing. If you do notice, it may be too late to guard your thoughts. But it takes so much effort. I can't think properly if I'm only concentrating on the barriers. Hence the need for practice, Mr. Potter. I do not expect you to be able to do it immediately. I simply want for you to erect your barriers every time you are reminded to do so. Eventually, it will become second nature to do so. Harry nodded at the logic. Yes, sir. Good. Your next lesson will be on Saturday night at the usual time. Do not be late. Yes, sir. Harry left the dungeon, erecting his barrier of darkness as he made his way through the halls to Gryffindor Tower. He spent the rest of the evening working with Pandora on their herbology essay. It wasn't due until the next Monday, but he wanted to get it over with. At midnight, he heaved a yawn and got up to go to bed. Standing and stretching, he looked down at Pandora. Night, Pandora. Night, Harry. I'll see you tomorrow. She gave a bright smile, not appearing tired at all despite the late hour. Giving a tired smile, he turned and slumped up the stairs to the dorms, where he fell into bed fully dressed. On Thursday afternoon, Harry dutifully attended Quidditch practice, relishing the feeling of flying again. It wasn't the best practice he had ever attended. Ron was practically ignoring him unless he gave him a direct instruction, and Ginny had of course sided with Ron, personally offended at what Harry had said about her family. Garrison Elwood was openly hostile. He was a Muggleborn and insulted that a fellow Gryffindor had talked to a supposed friend in the manner Harry had. The rest of the team seemed to be silently supporting Ron, following the boys' lead of talking to Harry only when he spoke to them. Sighing sadly, he chose to ignore them and focus on the joy of flying, searching out the tiny golden snitch as the rest of the team practiced their respective plays. As he was leaving breakfast on Friday, Harry overheard a short and whispered conversation between Snape and Dumbledore. Halting and standing silently around the corner, he strained to hear. I have something to discuss, Albus. Perhaps following dinner tonight. Of course. My office will be acceptable to you. Snape must have nodded, because Dumbledore spoke again. Very well. Until then, enjoy your day, Severus. Harry jerked back as Snape suddenly swept around the corner, a sneer on his face. He scowled when he saw Harry. Eavesdropping, Potter? He asked in a dangerous voice. No, sir. Just on my way to get my things for defense. Snape narrowed his eyes, clearly suspicious. Do not be late. He swept off, his robes billowing behind him. Defense was the first time Harry had actually spoken to Malfoy all week, despite being partnered in potions. In that class, they could get away with ignoring each other, but in this class to do that would mean they would probably lose. Harry was still put out by his argument with the Slytherin, and was pretty sure the other boy felt the same way. Despite that, they managed to do well, maintaining their record as the only team not yet defeated. Skipping dinner that night and escaping from Pandora, who was still the only person talking to him, Harry went straight to the chamber and up to the waterfall painting. He stepped quickly through the cold water, still not used to the icy water drenching him. Inside the waterfall, he sidled to the left, but paused. He had always gone to the left side, never the right. To what part of the castle would the right side take him? Moving back the other way, he stepped for the first time through the right cave wall, finding himself in a painting he had never seen before. It was a foggy setting inside the painting, and Harry could see dark shapes lurking in the fog. The canvas showed him nothing. Looking out, he saw only pitch black. Shivering, he hurried through the fog, coming to the magical barrier quite quickly. He went through about 10 paintings until he came to one he could see out of. He was definitely still in the dungeons, if the damp, dark, stone walls were any indication. It was nearly impossible to see into the corridor. Stepping into the next painting gave him a shock. The painting was dark, and Harry found himself immersed in icy cold water. The shock caused him to inhale water and he struggled not to cough and breathe in more. Swimming frantically, he hoped the surface was not far away. His chest was getting tight and he was feeling dizzy, the need to cough overwhelming when he felt not air, but the magical barrier that separated paintings. A second later, his head erupted through a patch of grassy soil. He spat out a mouthful of water, coughing violently as he pulled his feet out of water and onto solid ground. Looking into the hole he had just come out of, he saw that it was barely 15 centimeters deep, and there certainly wasn't any water down there. Still spluttering, he got to his feet only to trip over something as he took a step forward. Looking back, he started and jumped to his feet. A tiny witch sat in the grass, her long brightly striped socks sticking out from beneath her grass-green robes. She wore bright red high-heeled shoes. Overall, the outfit clashed horribly. What caught Harry's eye, however, was the bright blue hair which was plaited down both sides of her face, shorter strands of hair wisping around her face. Hello, said Harry. The witch smiled widely and jumped up, grabbing his hand. I'm Wendy. What's your name? She gabbled excitedly. Ah, Harry. Harry, she squealed. What a wonderful name. I simply adore it. Beginning to think that this might be a witch to stay away from, Harry worked his hand free and stepped back. Well, it was nice to meet you, but I really have to go now. The witch looked dismayed. Won't you stay for tea? She gestured to a small white tea table with 3 chairs around it, and Harry couldn't help but notice that there seemed to be a teddy bear sitting in one chair and a stuffed sack with a coconut head in the other. You're all wet. You could sit in the sun with me and dry off. She grabbed his hand again and dragged him over to the table, pushing him into the only empty chair. Grabbing a pretty little teapot, she held it over a china cup, and Harry nearly expected that nothing would come out. To his surprise, something did, but it wasn't tea. Wendy. What is this? Why, it's red cordial, of course. My favorite. She replied, unceremoniously pushing the sack coconut head to the ground and assuming its seat. Harry smothered a laugh as she poured 2 more cups of cordial. Not wanting to be impolite, he took a sip of the sweet beverage. It had been years since he had tasted cordial, and he wondered how the muggle drink had been painted into this painting. Perhaps the artist had been a muggle. Teddy loves it too, but I'm afraid it makes him a bit of a chatterbox. She giggled spiritedly and Harry couldn't help but smile. After finishing 3 cups of cordial, Harry thought it time to move on. Do you know of a way for me to get around easier? It's just that with some of those landscapes it takes me ages to get anywhere. The witch giggled. You're new, aren't you, dear? She patted his arm almost sympathetically. Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it. All you have to know is what painting you want to get to, have a firm picture fixed in your mind. She giggled and tapped a finger to the side of her head. So, say I want to get to the highest tower, I have to actually walk there first. She nodded emphatically. Exactly, you got it. Although, if someone else takes you, then you don't have to memorize lots of different paintings. After a few more minutes of chatter, he thanked Wendy and left the painting, deciding to explore a bit more before heading to Dumbledore's office. As he stepped through into the next painting, he vaguely noticed that Teddy's china cup of cordial was nearly empty. Making his way through a dozen more paintings, Harry grinned when he suddenly found himself in a familiar room. It was the Slytherin common room. He knew he had been in the corridor opposite the dungeon room before, and he had never wondered how to get across it. He supposed if he continued heading this way, he would eventually meet up with paintings he had been in before. Continuing on, he passed through what must have been several Slytherin dorms before coming into a different room. The room was shaped like a quarter circle, and light shone through what Harry supposed must be a window, for he couldn't see it. Harry supposed that on the other side of the wall was the staircase leading down the tower, as there was a plain wooden door at the far side. A bed sat along the straight wall and a desk that followed the curve of the tower sat opposite it. A door with a painting hanging on it sat on another door opposite him. The room was distinctly Slytherin, which puzzled Harry slightly. The bedspread was emerald green trimmed with silver and a Slytherin tie hung over a chair. The plush carpet of the room was a green so dark it was almost black, and a green Quidditch scarf hung on a hook next to a poster of the Chudley Cannons. Harry smirked, wondering what Ron would say if he knew he had something in common with a Slytherin. The reason he was confused was that it couldn't possibly be Snape's room, as Harry had been there. It was clearly a student's room, given the decoration and homework lying on the desk. Yet Harry hadn't thought students were allowed to room alone, and he had already passed through the Slytherin dorms. Wanting to see the room from another point of view, Harry stepped into the next painting. It was as he had thought, and he had come into the one on the opposite door. Across from him just next to the first painting was a big window, opened wide, and below the painting was a small fireplace, currently extinguished. The window provided a magnificent view of Hogwarts grounds, including the Quidditch pitch. Harry turned to look at the painting he was in. It was an elegant room, and Harry supposed it was a portrait, but the occupant was currently elsewhere. Harry walked over and sat in a plush armchair. It was extremely comfortable, and Harry soon found himself dozing. He was raised from the doze at the sound of a door closing, and he sat up in the chair, looking through the canvas into the room. Harry's jaw dropped open. It was Malfoy. He watched silently as Malfoy deposited his bag onto the bed, then turned to the desk, promptly tripping over the corner of his trunk. "Shite!" hissed Malfoy, ripping off his boot and inspecting his foot. Harry attempted to stifle his laugh, but failed, and Malfoy's head shot up at the sound. Harry dove from the armchair, getting as low as he could, but he was too late. "Potter!" roared Malfoy. "Get up where I can see you now, I know that was you." Malfoy sounded livid, and Harry cringed as he poked his head over the frame, a timid but, he hoped, infuriating grin on his face. "Hey, Malfoy. Nice place you've got here." Harry waved his hand lazily in the general direction of the room. Malfoy practically growled. "And what the hell are you doing here?" "I was exploring." Malfoy sneered. "I can't believe you're back in there. Go explore somewhere other than my personal space. Why do you get a room all to yourself anyway?" "Because I'm head boy, Potter. Now get the hell out of my bedroom." Harry held up his hand mockingly. "Hey, no need to get huffy. I didn't even know it was your room until you came in. Yeah, well, now that you've satisfied your curiosity, feel free to leave." "On my way." "Good. Don't come back. I don't like being spied on." "I wasn't spying," retorted Harry as he stalked from the painting, fixing the image of the landscape in Dumbledore's office in his mind. This time when he walked through the barrier, he didn't appear in the next painting, but in his desired destination. Well, that was much easier than walking through 1,000 paintings to get here, he thought to himself. He peered out the frame, but the office was empty. Chewing thoughtfully on his bottom lip, he decided to sit and wait. He pushed his sleeve up to look at his watch and saw that it was just after dinner. That meant that hopefully, Dumbledore would be meeting with Snape very shortly. He didn't have to wait very long before Dumbledore entered the office, followed by Snape and then McGonagall. Once they were all seated, Dumbledore, after offering both professors a limo, spoke. "I believe you had something you wished to discuss, Severus." "Yes. The Dark Lord grows ever more suspicious that there is a traitor in his circle. I fear for the integrity of certain plans he has informed me of. I believe he is giving groups of Death Eaters select information in an effort to find the spy." "Severus, you must be careful." "I am aware of that, Minerva," snapped Snape. The potions master pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. "Forgive me, Minerva. My busy schedule is taking its toll on my temper." Harry would have snorted, if he wasn't at a risk of being heard. "Severus, what news have you for me?" Snape leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I have arranged a meeting with an associate of mine. I believe he will provide us with an adequate alternative." "That is excellent news," replied Dumbledore, but his voice was grave. "Will there be a need to find a substitute for your classes at all?" "No. I shall be meeting with the target this Sunday night, in Hogsmeade. Aberforth will look forward to your visit." Snape smiled grimly. Alas, He shall not see me. I believe it would be wise to assume a disguise. Given the nature of the meeting, I do not want to risk being seen by another of his followers who may run back to him with tales of treacherous conspirators. Dumbledore nodded agreement. Very well. You will of course let me know how your plan progresses. Snape nodded assent. Of course. McGonagall placed a sympathetic hand on Snape's shoulder as she stood. Well, I must be going. Essays to mark. Snape stood as well. As do I. I shall escort you. Both professors bade goodbye to the headmaster, who made his way up to what Harry assumed was the entrance to his private chambers. Disappointed with the shortness of the meeting, but not so much so with the content, Harry made his way to Gryffindor Tower, a plan formulating in his mind. Snape was meeting someone in Hogsmeade this Sunday, and Harry was going to be there. Lifting up the trapdoor a few centimeters, he peeked out to make sure the cellar was empty. Satisfied that no one was there, he clambered out of the tunnel and into the basement that was dusty and filled with boxes of unpacked sweets. Throwing his cloak over himself, he walked over to the stairs and up into the main shop. There were a few people in there, but not too many that he wasn't able to move freely around. He dropped a few nuts and sickles on the counter and took a few lollipops and jelly beans from a jar. Waiting until another customer left, he swiftly exited after them and walked into the middle of the wide street. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows on the people walking up and down the street, but there was no shadow following Harry. He made his way to the end of Hogsmeade's main street where the Hog's Head was located. He slipped into the quiet pub where a few patrons were sitting alone, sipping alcohol from dirty glasses. Wondering how he would spot Snape if he was wearing a disguise, Harry settled down on an empty stool where he had a good view of the door. He was satisfied that either Snape or whoever he was meeting was not here yet, as there were no pears in the dingy pub. Wishing he had something to sip on, he waited impatiently for someone to enter through the door, which was rattling with the wind outside. He was surprised, however, when a door opened at the side of the bar and a man stepped through, his eyes alert as they took in the room. He was completely unfamiliar to Harry, but he watched the man as he walked closer. Stopping a meter from Harry, the man ordered a fire whiskey, his voice low and gravelly. He had brown hair flecked with gray and was wearing loose-fitting, navy robes, and a light cloak. The barkeeper supplied him with a drink and Harry eyed the man critically as he took a small sip. Harry felt a thrill of recognition at what happened next. The man spun, his cloak flaring out around him, and his robes billowed as he strode confidently over to a table in the corner of the pub and took a chair across from a cowled figure who sat hunched at a wooden table. Harry was sure that the first man must be Snape, and he slid off his stool, moving slowly closer to table. He had to move slowly as the floorboards were old and more than once he winced as one creaked loudly beneath his feet as he impatiently made his way closer. He was halfway there when he noticed something odd. The other patrons in the bar were no longer drinking. Several were standing and drifting closer to where Snape sat with his back to the room. Harry felt dread as he recognized one of them. He didn't know his name, and couldn't recall where he had seen the man, but he knew it was not at school. Harry glanced desperately back at Snape, who was conversing in low tones with the cowled figure, and as Harry watched, the second man slid his hand into his robe. Harry pulled out his wand, grasping it tightly as he realized this was some kind of trap, and Snape was about to be caught. Gritting his teeth, he was about to make a move when the cowled man suddenly slumped forward onto the table. At the same time, Snape stood, diving to the side and twisting to shoot off a curse at one of the men behind him. Harry had no idea how Snape had known something was up, but the odds weren't in his favor and Harry couldn't just stand there. Aiming at one of the men, who he assumed must be Death Eaters, he cast a Stupefy. The men were not expecting an attack from the side and the man dropped with no trouble. Quickly dodging a spell sent in his general direction, he darted to the other side of the room, realizing too late that the dusty floor revealed the footprints he left. Seeing that Snape, he desperately hoped it was Snape, was practically through the door he had entered through, Harry decided to take the chance that he would make it, and dove towards the entrance door. As he did so, one of the nearest men had darted forward, snatching frantically at the air in a bid to grab the invisible person. He missed, but his boot stepped heavily on the corner of the cloak and it was dragged off of Harry as he went through the door. He grabbed at it, But the Death Eaters now had a clear target and he only just managed to avoid their curses as he ran from the pub. He was 15 meters away when the door burst open behind him and he heard a loud shout. Potter! It's Potter! Don't let him get away! Harry turned and bolted. He would duel if he had to, but at the moment he thought it would be a better idea to try and get away without a fight. After all, if he got involved in a duel, people were bound to notice and he would be in serious trouble for leaving the castle so soon after Dumbledore told him quite clearly not to. He could hear footsteps pounding behind him, and knew he couldn't outrun them forever. Nor could he hope to hide in the wide street. Zigzagging a little in the hope that any curses they sent would miss him, he saw a few others detach themselves from where they were leaning against the walls of buildings ahead of him. Seeing a side street, he turned abruptly and darted down it. It was short, and came out in a small street. Not bothering to consciously pick a direction, he put on a spurt of speed and turned left. He turned down the next side street he saw, hoping that he could lose the men chasing him. His breathing was becoming labored, and he tripped on a rusted bucket that was lying on its side in the dirt. He was sent sprawling, and he felt a sharp sting in his knees and palms, the impact jarring his wrists. Jumping up, he glanced back and saw a smaller number of Death Eaters just turning into his alley. They must have split up to go different ways. He began sprinting again, having lost ground. Spells hit the ground around him, and one finally found its mark. A sharp sting in the middle of his back made him gasp in pain. Another alleyway appeared and he ducked down it, looking back and flinging off a curse. Not waiting to see if it hit anyone, he kept going and his heart sunk as he realized the alleyway was a dead end. He stopped near the end when he heard the Death Eaters turn into the alley, and the thought flashed through his mind that he couldn't believe how rash and foolish this escapade had been. It had gone horribly wrong, and he was now trapped in a dead-end alleyway with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Death Eaters closing in on him. Give up, Potter. There's no way you can win this. From the hulking figure and deep, raspy voice Harry recognized McNair. He backed away slowly trying to formulate a plan of escape. Harry held his wand straight out in front of him, pointed at McNair. His eyes darted between the other 5 Death Eaters and back to McNair. He needed to keep track of them all, but wasn't willing to give McNair, who seemed to be the ringleader, the chance to curse him. Taking another step back, he saw the black-cloaked figures closing in as his heel hit the brick wall of the alley. He made a decision. If he was going to go down, he would go down fighting. Making a silent count to 3, he flung himself to the ground, rolling sideways as he cast a spell at McNair. Stupefy. The second he moved, 5 curses were sent his way. His roll had taken him away from the spells and they hit the wall behind him. Unfortunately, McNair had also avoided the Harry's spell. Rolling to his feet he shot off another Stupefy, and this one found its mark. One Death Eater fell to the ground but as he swung around to cast the spell again, a bright shot of light hit him square in the chest. He was flung backwards and his wand was ripped from his hand, sailing through the air into McNair's waiting hand. Harry scuttled backwards, but was stopped by a foot in his back. He made to stand up, but that same foot stamped down on his hand, grinding it painfully into the ground. A sharp stone dug into the tender flesh of his palm as the heavy boot twisted down, and he gave an angry yell of pain. A hand grasped a handful of his hair and jerked his head up. Harry grit his teeth as McNair stepped closer until his nose was inches from Harry's own. Not good enough, Potter. Looks like we got the better of you this time. Harry cringed as the man's foul breath wafted over his face. Feel good to beat someone a third your age with 6-to-1 odds. Good for you, spat Harry savagely. The hand on his head tightened its hold and McNair curled a hand around Harry's neck, squeezing so that Harry struggled for breath. McNair pushed his wand to Harry's forehead. Brave Potter. Very brave, he hissed as he drew back and leveled his wand at Harry's head. But we'll see if you're still so bold when you're facing the wrath of the Dark Lord Stupefy. Brave Potter. Very brave, he hissed as he drew back and leveled his wand at Harry's head. But we'll see if you're still so bold when you're facing the wrath of the Dark Lord Stupefy. Harry held his breath as McNair spoke the spell, but before he finished the word, a burst of red light hit another Death Eater from the side, who fell into McNair, knocking him down and causing the spell to go awry. The hand on Harry's head let go as yells came from the congregated Death Eaters. Harry scrambled from the ground and was immediately restrained by two Death Eaters. Looking desperately up the alleyway, he could see no one, but another burst of red light suddenly emitted from thin air, halfway down the alley. At McNair's orders, the Death Eaters began flinging spells at random locations down the alleyway, hoping to hit whoever was attacking them. One of the Death Eaters holding Harry dropped, and he used the advantage to spin and knee the one on his other side in a particularly painful spot. The man howled and dropped to his knees, and Harry yanked a wand from his hand. "You traitorous bastard!" Harry spun at the call, hearing another thud as another man dropped. A hand grasped his robes and he turned back, stupefying the one whose wand he had taken. There were now only two Death Eaters left standing, both flinging spells at a dark figure. No longer invisible, Snape was dodging and blocking curses and sending his own, dueling masterfully. Harry picked a target and stupefied one of the remaining Death Eaters, just as Snape took out the other. Harry hurried to McNair and fumbled around in the man's robes, finding his wand in a deep pocket. He stood up, and came face to face with the livid face of Professor Snape. The potion's master was breathing heavily, his nostrils flared and a look of rage in his eyes. "Potter," he growled, his voice deadly. "You have no idea how angry I am. This," he gestured at the fallen Death Eaters, "is exactly the reason you are not supposed to leave the castle." Harry cast about for some excuse. Believe me, Potter, you will explain this, but here is neither the time nor the place, and I do not think you could possibly have a remotely suitable excuse for your actions." On the ground, one of the Death Eaters that Harry had stunned stirred. "Go, Potter. Go now. I shall deal with this." Snape held out Harry's invisibility cloak. Taking one last look at the unconscious Death Eaters, Harry took the proffered cloak and threw it around himself as Snape cast a Patronus. The silvery spell erupted from Snape's wand and disappeared down the alleyway. Following the direction it had taken, he made his way quickly to Honeydukes and through the tunnel to Hogwarts. He knew he was in trouble, and for one of the first times this year felt that he really deserved it. He had been an idiot to try and spy on Snape, and an even bigger idiot to get involved in the fight. Thinking back, he realized Snape may have been led into a trap, but he had been in control of the situation. The look of rage on Snape's face had actually scared him, and he feared to think what the repercussions for his actions this time would be. He made it to the base of the statue of the one-eyed witch and crawled up into the corridor. He wasn't entirely sure where he should go. Snape had merely told him to go. Deciding not to enrage the potion's master further, he hurried to the man's office. Remembering the new wards, he settled for hanging in the corridor, pulling his cloak around him in the chilly air. After 40 minutes of waiting and wondering, Harry finally turned to see Snape bearing down on him, his face absolutely livid. The look hardened further when Snape caught sight of Harry. "Potter," growled Snape, speeding up. Grasping Harry tightly by the back of his cloak, Snape flung open his office door with unnecessary force and propelled Harry through. He stumbled slightly, but caught himself, only to be pushed forcefully into a seat by the irate potion's master. "Sit and do not speak," hissed Snape. Striding to the fireplace, Snape grabbed a pinch of flow powder and threw it into the grate. A second later, the fire turned green and Snape stuck his head in, conversing for a few moments before pulling his head out. Snape sat stiffly in his chair. "The headmaster is on his way. When he gets here you will explain yourself. Until then I do not want to hear you even breathe." Snape pulled a pile of homework assignments towards him and began marking, and Harry was sure the sharp jabs of his quill were putting holes in the parchment. After only a minute, however, Snape gave a growl and threw the quill down, pushing the work back to where it had been earlier. They sat in silence, the air thick with tension, and Snape kept shooting glares at Harry. 10 minutes later Dumbledore arrived, a severe look on his usually cheerful face. Snape stood. "Albus, this boy," here he pointed at Harry, "is absolutely insufferable. Not only did he endanger himself, but he endangered me, as well. I will not have my life put in jeopardy because he cannot follow rules which are set forth for his protection." At some point, Snape had turned to face Harry, and was now leaning inches from Harry's face, even though Harry was leaning back in his chair as far as he could. Snape's voice was strangled. He was trying not to yell but barely succeeding. Not only did you leave the school, as you were specifically ordered not to, you saw fit to engage in activities involving those we are specifically trying to keep you from. No. Snape cut him off. You will speak when I tell you to and not before. Snape paused for breath. Your longing to satisfy your curiosity of things which are not your business is likely what got you into this situation, and it will get you killed if you don't start listening to those more knowledgeable than yourself. I would listen if people told me anything, replied Harry, his voice raised. But all people ever tell me is to be a good boy and not worry. Snape slammed a hand down on the wooden desk. Shut up. He was breathing heavily now, and Harry could see a tick going in his face. Dumbledore took over. Perhaps you might tell us how you came to be in the Hog's Head today. How did you know Professor Snape would be there? Harry had come up with a viable excuse earlier. I didn't know Snape would be there. I didn't even know it was him. And yet you jumped to defend me when that fight broke out. Well, you seemed to be the underdog and I recognized one of those Death Eaters. I was completely in control of the situation. I would have been back at Hogwarts in no time, had I not needed to go after you. Dumbledore cleared his throat and the argument stopped. Harry, you were given the chance to abide by the rules set forth. These rules are no different to any other student. This was your last chance. I'm afraid what you did today was extremely serious, and you will be punished accordingly. Professor Snape will decide the punishment, as he was the one whose life you endangered today. I think 100 points from his house ought to make him rethink his actions, and of course a week of detentions. Snape looked at Harry. Though if you ask me, Mr. Potter, you deserve far more than that. I quite agree, Severus. Detentions and points don't seem to be having much of an effect on Harry's behavior. Dumbledore fixed Harry with a stern stare. I would like you please to hand over your invisibility cloak, Harry. Harry blinked blankly, clutching the cloak to him. There was no way in hell Dumbledore was getting his most treasured possession. To Harry's surprise, Snape pulled Dumbledore to the side, and though Snape lowered his voice considerably, Harry could still hear what he said. Headmaster, are you sure that is the best course of action? I admit it would curtail his little adventures, but it is useful should he get into any trouble. Dumbledore replied, not bothering to lower his voice. That may be so, Severus, but he should not be in any danger if he remains in the castle. Experience would say otherwise, Albus. Harry couldn't help but heartedly agree with Snape. You know as well as I that there are extra precautions in place this year. There is no chance Harry will be harmed within the castle's walls. Snape pursed his lips but said nothing, and Dumbledore turned to Harry, extending his hand. Your cloak, please, Harry. Harry looked desperately at Snape, but the man merely raised a condescending brow. No, you can't take my cloak. He can and he will, Mr. Potter. Now hand it over. No. Harry stood abruptly, the chair banging to the floor behind him. You already took my book and my map. This is all I have left that was my dad's. I'm not letting you take it. Dumbledore looked at Harry sadly. I will not keep it forever, just until I am satisfied that your behavior has returned to normal. Harry took a step back from Dumbledore's outstretched hand. I said no. Potter, stop being ridiculous, snapped Snape, withdrawing his wand. Harry narrowed his eyes at the potion's master. He didn't think Snape would curse him, although he was extremely angry at the moment. Dumbledore took a step closer and tried to take the cloak, but Harry yanked it away. Doing the only thing he could think of, Harry turned and slammed open the door, running into the corridor. He heard Snape yelling behind him, but didn't stop. He fumbled in his robes as he ran, and as soon as he had rounded a corner he used the pendant to take him to the chamber. He stormed angrily over to lounge and flung himself down, holding the invisibility cloak tightly. He felt tears sting the back of his eyes as he thought about how he would feel if Dumbledore took the cloak. It was one of his only links to his parents, and he wasn't going to be parted from it willingly. Saul stuck her head out at Harry where she was curled on the dead branch. What is wrong, Harry? Sal's. Harry turned to face the snake, who had grown considerably since he had found him in the garden at Privet Drive. He was now nearly a meter long, and much of his coloring had faded, though there was still a little around the head. and he was mostly green and silver with some black markings. I don't know what to do. People keep treating me like a child, and I'm not. They tried to take my daddy's cloak away from me. Tried. ISS still have it. I pretty much ran away. Harry gave a low chuckle. I don't think they were expecting it. Very sneaky Harry. Harry gave another chuckle. Sneaky wasn't really the word he would have used, but if Sauls liked it, he didn't mind. Harry slept in the chamber that night, but went to the Great Hall for breakfast on Monday morning. He was starving and ate 2 full plates of food before he was cut short by the bell for class. First up was defense, and Harry was silently dreading facing Snape. He walked there with Pandora. So Harry, I didn't see you much this weekend. I was hoping we could hang out a bit. Sorry Pandora, I had a lot of things to do. Maybe tonight we could just talk or something instead of doing homework. Pandora grinned. Sounds good to me. Harry was tense all through defense, but Snape ignored him and lectured the entire lesson about Inferi. They were starting a unit on dark creatures, and would be learning about things like Inferi, werewolves, vampires and Bacnarocs. He was sitting across from Pandora in charms as she wriggled her nose, trying to get the spell right. The action was quite cute, but it made Harry frown. There was something about it. Pandora looked up to catch Harry staring at her. Sorry Harry, I should give you a go. Harry stood up to have a go. I really should know this spell, I've done it before. I just can't seem to get the hang of it. She gave a little giggle and waved her wand again, incanting, Sprillius. It was supposed to make the flower in the pot in front of them perk up a bit, but theirs was still drooped over. Harry concentrated on the plant. He had had a few goes before, but the flower had only twitched. Now, he looked at the spell a different way. He knew cheering charms, and this was sort of the same thing, only for plants. He knew that plants were less complex than people, so he should find this quite easy, given that he was competent with cheering charms. He brandished his wand and focused on the correct wand movement, a swish and point movement. Sprillius. Immediately, the flower began to turn its face upwards into the sun that was shining through the window. He smiled at his achievement. Oh, good job Mr. Potter, cried Flitwick's shrill voice. Pandora gave him a friendly punch to the shoulder, and Harry was glad that Sauls was curled around the other one. Yeah, nice one Harry. That didn't take you long. That night, Harry attended his first detention after the Hogsmeade incident. Snape set him to writing lines, and proceeded to ignore him for the next 3 hours. By the time Snape released him with a sneer and a wave at the door, Harry's hand was cramped and sore. For the first time, he actually wasn't angry at Snape, but felt a little guilty instead. Snape seemed to have taken Harry's actions personally, and Harry couldn't help but feel that what he had done had been incredibly stupid. A sudden disturbing thought occurred to him. I should apologize to Snape. He frowned at the thought, and then laughed, shaking his head. He didn't know where that had come from. However, as he made his way up to Gryffindor Tower, he couldn't dismiss the idea from his mind. The next day after potions, Harry caught Malfoy as the Slytherin was leaving the classroom. They had finished a little early and the corridor was empty as classes were still in. Malfoy gave him a bored look. What do you want, Potter? Just to talk. Well, I do hope you aren't going to run away again if I say something you don't like, and we both know there's a high chance of that happening. Harry heaved a sigh. Look, I've thought about what you said. I hate arguing about that stuff, and if I can't change your mind, then it's your loss. He held up his hand to stall Malfoy when the boy glared and started to speak. Also, I told my friends that they should be accepting of me, and now I've been being a complete hypocrite because I haven't been accepting of you. I may not agree with your beliefs and ideals, but I should respect them, no matter how wrong I think they are, especially since I was the one who initiated this thing between us. Malfoy stared thoughtfully at Harry, his eyebrow raised, and Harry could tell he was surprised. I had no idea you could speak so intelligently, Potter. Apology accepted. I wasn't apologizing, he retorted indignantly, and Malfoy smirked. It sounded awfully like one to me. Harry crossed his arms and glared at the Slytherin. Harry was joined for lunch by Pandora, who had also finished early, and they chatted amiably until the bell went signaling the end of classes. They walked through the grounds to Greenhouse 3 for herbology, where they worked in partners on the Snargaluff pods provided by Professor Sprout. At the end of the lesson, as Pandora was taking their bowl of pods up to Professor Sprout, Malfoy sidled up to Harry. "So now that you're over your little huff, can we go back down to the chamber tonight?" Harry scowled at Malfoy, but muttered, "Fine, I'll meet you after dinner." At that point, Pandora got back, scowling at Malfoy, who gave a winning smile and strolled back to his own workbench. "I don't know why you put up with that prat, Harry. I feel sorry for you having to partner with him in defense and potions. If it were me, I'd have hexed him by now." Harry gave Pandora a small smile. "Believe me, the thought has crossed my mind." That night after dinner, Harry stood from the table and said goodbye to Pandora. "Oh wait, I'm done." She took a few quick bites of her pasta and stood. "I'll come with you. See you later, guys." She waved goodbye to several other students and stepped over the bench. Pandora, you don't have to come, I was just going back to the tower." She slapped him lightly on the arm. "Don't be silly, I want to come. I need to get started on my charms essay." Harry sighed and tried to come up with a good excuse to ditch Pandora. He'd been coming up with a lot of them lately, sometimes he had to practically hide from her. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy her company. When it was just the two of them, she seemed to quieten down a bit, but she wanted to hang out all the time. "Mr. Potter, where do you think you are going?" Harry turned at the sound of Snape's voice. "I believe you have a detention to attend." Harry had completely forgotten about detention. "I would suggest you be in my office on 5 minutes. Fear not, Miss Knocksmith, you'll have your friend back in not time, he should be done by 9. Snape swept away, leaving Harry scowling at Snape's insinuation. "Sorry about that, he's a git." Pandora laughed. "Oh, I don't worry about him. I'll see you later." She waved cheerfully and skipped off towards Ron and Hermione, who had just exited the Great Hall. Hermione gave him a sad look, but Ron didn't even spare him a glance. It had been some time since they had started fighting, and he was surprised Hermione hadn't attempted to talk to him. Trudging down to Snape's office, he encountered Malfoy. "I see you got rid of Knocksmith fairly quickly tonight." Harry scowled. "It wasn't my doing. It was Snape, reminding of my detention, that did it." "What?" whined Malfoy. "You didn't tell me you had a detention." "Because I forgot," said Harry slowly. He remembered that he might have someone from the Order following him, though it was unlikely if he was going straight from dinner to Snape's office. To be safe, he lowered his voice. "Look, Snape told Pandora it should be done by 9, so come along by then and I'll meet you outside the bathroom. I suppose, but first I need you to come down here. I might need you to hold Pandora up a bit while I slip away. She could be planning on coming down and meeting me, and then I'll never get away from her." Malfoy smirked. "Really got yourself a hanger-on, don't you?" Harry grimaced a bit. "She isn't that bad. Whatever. I'll see you later." "Yeah." Harry reached Snape's office door and knocked. Entering at Snape's command, he spent another night writing lines. When Snape let him go, Harry left the office and looked up and down the corridor. Pandora was nowhere in sight, and he hoped Malfoy had held her up so he didn't run into her. He got to the entrance hall without difficulty, but once there he heard Pandora's voice and suppressed a laugh as he ducked into a side corridor. "If you don't let me go, Malfoy, I swear I'll hex you to hell and back." "Come now, my dear Pandora. We were having such fun," said Malfoy in an exaggerated cheerful voice, his tone going up and down comically. "Og." Pandora gave a frustrated little scream. "Leave me alone. Shall I escort you back to Gryffindor Tower? It is the gentlemanly thing to do. How many times do I have to say it? I'm going to the dungeons." "Why didn't you say so?" replied Malfoy, clapping his hands excitedly. "I'm going there myself." "Not with me you're not. Arg. You've made me late." Harry snickered as Pandora's shadow ran past the corridor he was in, and he heard Malfoy call, "Farewell, darling." "Owl me." Finally allowing himself to laugh, he stepped out and ascended the steps to where Malfoy was waiting. "You really can be the most frustratingly annoying person when you put your mind to it," Harry managed to choke out between his chuckles. "I do try." They made their way down to the chamber. Want to have another go at practicing the animagus transformation tonight? Alright. I've had a few goes this past week, but haven't noticed any changes. Have you? To be quite honest, I haven't attempted it since the first time, replied Harry sheepishly. Malfoy rolled his eyes and threw his hands up. What did I tell you? Potter, you have to be dedicated. That doesn't mean have a go every few weeks. Harry clucked his tongue. I know that, Malfoy. I've just been busy. So have I, and I have more classes than you, but you don't see me making excuses, do you? Harry muttered something unintelligible. Malfoy suddenly turned to him. Which reminds me, if what you've been busy doing is wandering the castle through the paintings, stop it. Harry smirked. Don't smirk at me. I was extremely unimpressed to come into my personal space and find you in there. Well, I didn't know whose room it was, did I? That doesn't matter. You shouldn't snoop. I wasn't snooping. Close enough, if you ask me. Whatever. So you said you get your own room 'cause you're a prefect. None of the Gryffindor prefects get their own. At least, Ron and Hermione don't. I don't know. Maybe they turned the offer down because they prefer sharing. Malfoy snorted at the concept. Or maybe Gryffindor Tower is smaller than the Slytherin area. I suppose. I mean, we only have the tower. You've got the dungeons and obviously the tower. Well, there aren't many of us in the tower, as it's only quite small. Just the 5th, 6th and 7th year prefects. By this time, they were seated on the emerald couch, and Salazar had slithered down to crawl onto Malfoy's leg. This human is warm, Harry. And he smells nice. Harry laughed. He likes you, you know. Malfoy looked up. The snake. Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, the snake. And his name is Salazar, as I've told you 100 times before. Malfoy made a face in reply. Harry continued. He thinks you're warm and you smell nice. Harry noticed a dull flush on the Slytherin's neck as he scowled, but he patted the snake softly. Harry, dose the warm one like me. Let me ASSSSK. I'm SS sure he dose, Sal's. That's creepy, you know, hearing that sound from a human. So I've been told. Sauls wants to know if you like him. Malfoy chuckled. Tell him of course I do. If he wasn't your pet, I'd keep him for myself. Malfoy picked the snake up and put Sauls around his neck. Sal's. Good news SS. He says of course, and if you weren't mine, he'd keep you for himself. Salazar let out a hiss of pleasure and wrapped himself tighter around Malfoy's neck. A few minutes later found Harry sitting once again near the window, clearing his mind and trying to imagine his body morphing. Unfortunately, the exercise produced the same results as the previous week and he roused himself nearly 2 hours later to find Malfoy gone and Sauls back on her dead branch. When he got back to his dormitory that night, he noticed that Ron's bed was empty. Wondering vaguely where he was but forcing himself not to care, he changed silently into his pajamas and crawled into bed. The next morning when he woke, he noticed that Ron's bed was still empty. It was quite early still, and Ron was not generally an early riser. Frowning, he dressed quickly and went down to the common room. It was empty, and he left straight away for the Great Hall. There were few people in there, most of them teachers. He shot a scowl in Dumbledore's direction when he saw the old wizard getting up and walking towards him. Harry, if I could have a word. Of course, sir, he replied, sparing the headmaster the briefest of glances. Dumbledore seated himself next to Harry and fixed him with a penetrating stare. It has come to my attention that you put a particularly nasty hex on the trunk in your dormitory. I thought it prudent to inform you that the spell has injured one of your fellow classmates. I would advise you not to use such spells where others could be harmed by them. Harry gave a wry smile. So that was where Ron was. In the hospital wing, covered in boils. Well, headmaster. It came to my attention that my personal belongings were being stolen from said trunk, and I decided it was well advised to guard against any further thefts. Dumbledore sighed. I will have to ask you to remove the curse. I am also still waiting for you to turn in your cloak to me. Perhaps after dinner tonight you might like to stop by my office. I know you will do the right thing, Harry. Dumbledore stood and walked back to the head table. Harry silently ranted at the man. He couldn't believe Dumbledore would actually think he was going to bring the cloak to him. Idiot, muttered Harry. Harry spent up until lunchtime working on homework with Pandora, as she had a free day too. After lunch, he didn't feel at all like spending his time cooped up inside, as the day was lovely outside. Pandora, want to go flying? You could use one of the school brooms if you don't have your own. No way. I'll fly when I have to, but brooms and me really do not go, believe me. Oh, well, I'm going to go out for a while, so I'll see you back in the common room later on. Actually, I feel like some fresh air myself. I won't fly, but I think I'll bring a book out to the pitch. All right then. They went up to the dorms where Harry grabbed his dragonfire and Pandora picked up a text on dangerous plants that was recommended reading for herbology. Harry spent a blissful afternoon flying, not going back to the castle until dinner, after which he went to his next detention. When he got back to the common room that night, he talked to Hermione for the first time in weeks. He noticed people in the room inconspicuously watching them, and fixed a cold scowl on his face. Harry, we need to talk. No, I don't think we do, actually. Hermione sighed and Harry noticed that her eyes were glistening. What you did to Ron was horrible, Harry. Ah, so this wasn't even an attempt to repair the friendship, it was about Ron. I didn't do anything to him, Hermione. You know what I mean. You put that awful curse on your trunk. Well, if Ron didn't see fit to go through my belongings, we wouldn't have a problem in the first place, would we? That's not the point, Harry. You hurt him. I didn't hurt him. If he wants to snoop about and try and steal the one of the only things I have from my father for Dumbledore, then he can hack the consequences. I think it would be best if you remembered that, too. With that, Harry turned away and stalked up to his dormitory. Harry was casually reading through the Daily Prophet on Monday morning when a familiar name caught his eye. Ministry employees McNair, Snell still missing. No luck has been had in the search for East London resident Walden McNair, who has been missing for over a week now. McNair, a ministry employee, was reported missing on last Tuesday morning by his wife. The head of the Office for the Control of Magical Creatures for 12 years, McNair was last seen leaving his office on Sunday afternoon in the company of a fellow worker, Orson Snell, who is also missing. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is making inquiries into reports of a scuffle in a back alley of Hogsmeade, where residents reported sounds of a fight between unidentified persons. The disappearances comes at a time when the safety of all in the magical community is increasingly at risk, and authorities fear that the missing men may just become more names on the growing list of missing and dead. The OR heading up the cases for missing persons, Lawrence Sabadi, has promised that the department is doing its best to recover lost persons, and urges anybody with information to contact them. His breath caught in his throat as he finished the article, his eyes staring blankly at the tiny black words as his mind raced. McNair was missing since last Sunday, the day Harry had been chased in Hogsmeade. The day Snape had said he would deal with it. Harry tore his eyes away from the newspaper, a horrible feeling growing in his gut. His eyes found Snape, sitting at the head table between Professor Flitwick and Madame Pomfrey. He was sipping from a gold goblet, a fork in his other hand as his obsidian eyes rapidly scanning his own paper. What exactly had Snape meant when he'd said, "I shall deal with this"? Harry looked back at the paper, staring unseeingly at the close-packed black letters. He didn't think it was a coincidence that McNair had disappeared immediately following what had happened in Hogsmeade, but he wasn't sure if he could believe that Snape had had something to do with McNair disappearing. And what about Snell? Was he a Death Eater too? Trying hard to banish the thought of McNair lying dead in a ditch, his eyes flickered unwittingly back to Snape. Harry started when he found those black eyes boring into him, and he quickly turned back to the paper. After a moment, he sneaked another glance at Snape. The potions master was still observing him, and this time raised an elegant eyebrow a fraction of an inch when he caught Harry looking. The expression on Snape's face did not ease Harry's suspicions. Harry flushed slightly and looked away, suddenly not feeling much like eating. He pushed his plate away and stood, taking the paper with him as he left the hall. Harry was exceedingly glad that he didn't have potions that day, but he had an occlumency lesson after dinner and was not looking forward to facing Snape. He had a feeling the man knew exactly what he was thinking, even without using legilimency. At 8 o'clock Harry reluctantly trudged down to the dungeons, taking as long as he possible could to get there. He wound up being a few minutes late, and Snape was far from pleased. Late, Potter. 20 points, I think. Harry thought this was a bit harsh and mumbled something unintelligible in reply, receiving a condescending scowl from Snape. It seemed the man was in a particularly foul mood this evening. Pointedly avoiding looking at his teacher, Harry took his usual seat. He knew he was avoiding the inevitable. As soon as he looked at Snape, the man would see Harry's turmoiled thoughts. We shall begin with you once again attempting to throw me from your mind. Sheer willpower does not seem to have worked thus far, so I believe we will try another of the approaches which I explained to you in order for you to know what it feels like to throw me from your mind. Once you have perfected that method, we will return to using willpower alone. Yes, sir. I want you to imagine me in your mind and imagine that you are there also. You will imagine you are holding your wand and you will cast any spell on me you wish that you believe will expel me. Harry hesitantly dragged his eyes away from a particularly disgusting specimen jar and looked at Snape. The black-haired man leaned forward and clasped his hands on the desk, fixing Harry with a piercing stare. Legilimens. He immediately felt the alien presence in his mind, gently probing for Harry's thoughts. Remembering what Snape had said, he pictured Snape standing in his mind. Unfortunately, this required light and some sort of floor, changing and weakening Harry's usual barrier, and Snape began to work faster at accessing Harry's thoughts. Harry focused on the image of himself standing opposite Snape, wand in hand. Choosing a spell, he raised his wand and pointed it at Snape's sneering face. Years ago, Harry immediately noticed Snape's absence from his mind. A banishing charm. Appropriate, I suppose. Harry grinned at the achievement, though it dimmed when Snape sneered. Don't be so confident, Potter. I offered no resistance. It is easy to remove someone who is not fighting back. Next time, I will fight back. Harry deflated as he prepared for another assault on his memories. Without a word, Snape was once again in Harry's mind, and Harry focused on the image of them facing each other. This time, however, Snape was not just standing there. Rather, he was moving around Harry, searching with one eye and keeping the other on Harry. Harry assumed a dueling stance and cast the banishing spell again, but it was expertly blocked by Snape with a non-verbal shield. Stupefy! Yelled Harry. Snape conjured a protega and the spell shot back at Harry, requiring him to create another shield. In the time it took Harry to do so, Snape darted away into the darkness that surrounded their little circle of light, and Harry took off after him. Snape was leaving a trail of light that faded quickly, and Harry followed it, soon catching the potion's master. He fired a spell at Snape's back but it missed, and Snape spun when he saw the jet of light shoot past him. Harry dodged a curse and returned his own, and he and Snape were soon engaged in a full-on duel. Dimly it registered that not only was Snape fighting him, but he was also trying to access memories at the same time. He had no idea how Snape could concentrate on the two tasks at once. At first, they seemed fairly evenly matched in the duel, but Harry just couldn't seem to beat Snape, and the longer they dueled the weaker Harry began to feel. His reflexes were slower and his spells misfired more and more frequently. His shields became weaker until finally a Petrificus Totalis from Snape shattered one, hitting Harry squarely in the chest.
His body became stiff as a board and he fell backwards, though he didn't feel himself hit anything. What worried him more was that almost immediately, his barrier had fallen and Snape was riffling through his thoughts and memories. Harry watched as he flew around the Quidditch pitch as he ran through a dirty alley in Hogsmeade. Footsteps pounding behind him. McNair was leveling his wand at Harry. Snape was handing Harry his cloak, telling Harry he would deal with this. Harry was standing for a second in Snape's office again before his knees collapsed from under him and hit the hard stone floor. Pathetic. Harry could hear the sneer in Snape's voice. Get up, Potter. Harry climbed to his feet, breathing heavily. I trust now you see the danger in leaving your thoughts open. Had that been another browsing your memories, perhaps one of the Dark Lord's servants, my life would be forfeit, hissed Snape venomously, and Harry lowered his eyes, feeling suddenly guilty. You still have very far to go, Potter, before I am satisfied that I am safe, and until then I will not deign to worry about teaching you to stop these visions of yours. Do you understand?" Harry swallowed and answered, his voice soft and shaking a bit, "Yes, sir." He was now feeling extremely down, especially at the ease with which Snape had gotten into his memories. True, he hadn't been concentrating on his barrier, but he needed to be able to do both that and expel Snape at the same time. Otherwise, a Legilimens would gradually weaken his barrier, eventually gaining access to his memories because Harry couldn't throw them out. He also couldn't understand how his dueling skills had been so bad. He knew Snape was good, but he'd been beaten far too easily. Snape seemed to realize what he was thinking, or maybe he used Legilimency without Harry knowing, because his next comments addressed Harry's concerns. Dueling in the mind is not the same as dueling physically. True, natural talent is needed, but it goes only a short way. It is more about mental endurance and strength, the same as occlumency is. That is why I was able to disarm you so effectively, because my mental faculties are somewhat superior to yours. Snape sniffed disdainfully before taking a seat. As it seems this has exhausted you, so we will try once more and then you may go. This time sit. Harry did as he was told, and once again Snape wordlessly entered his mind. Harry's attempt to banish Snape from his mind proved to be as unsuccessful as the last, only he was subdued much more quickly, and Snape was yet again riffling through Harry's memories. This time Harry watched as he read the paper in the hall that morning, and he desperately tried to resurrect his barriers. He might not be able to throw Snape out, but he could still, hopefully, stop Snape from seeing that Harry had seen the article. Unfortunately, Harry was too tired, and his efforts had minimal effect. He watched as his eyes darted back and forth between the newspaper and the Snape at the head table. Watching from this perspective, he could see that he looked very obvious, and Snape had caught onto it earlier than Harry had realized. Snape was observing Harry now and then, several minutes before Harry had caught his eyes. Huffing in resignation, he waited for Snape to be done. Snape sensed that he had given up and withdrew from Harry's head, leaving Harry with the usual headache that followed occlumency lessons. Pitiful. I expect an improvement when next I see you. You may go. Harry looked up at Snape and blinked stupidly. That's all? He had been expecting Snape to say something, to defend himself at the least. Perhaps Harry had misread the situation entirely. Perhaps Snape had nothing to do with McNair's disappearance? Yes, that's all. Get out now, Potter. I do not desire to suffer your presence any longer than is necessary. Snape waved a hand towards the door, not looking up from where he had begun looking over some document. For some reason, Harry could not leave. For some reason, he needed to know what had happened after he had left the alleyway that day. But nothing, snarled Snape, glaring up at Harry. Sir, I will not tolerate your insolence, you impertinent brat, spat Snape, a look of barely suppressed rage in his eyes. I told you to leave, and I expect you to do so immediately. Just tell me. Snape jumped to his feet, his face livid, and Harry knew that Snape knew exactly what he wanted. Go to the headmaster's office immediately. Snape slammed a fist down on his desk, the other hand pointing a long white finger towards the door. Harry stood as well, trying to project a bold front. I just have to know, was it you? Snape didn't answer. Instead, he strode around the desk in the blink of an eye and grabbed Harry by the neck of his robes, propelling him to the door. He threw it open and shoved Harry into the corridor. Headmaster's office, now. Before Harry could even turn around, the door had slammed behind him and he was alone in the dark corridor. Running a hand through his hair in frustration, he gave an aggravated sigh and left the dungeons, heading to Dumbledore's office. As he stood on the winding staircase that took him up to the circular office, he rubbed tiredly at his eyes, trying to relieve his pounding headache as he pondered what he was supposed to say. He was saved from trying to explain why he was there when he knocked and entered to find Dumbledore in a discussion with Snape, whose head sat in the fireplace. At the sight of Harry, Snape sneered. I trust you'll deal with this to my satisfaction, Albus. Dumbledore inclined his head to Snape and the man's head disappeared from the flames. Harry, take a seat. Dumbledore indicated to a chair in front of the big desk and Harry did as he was told. He opened his mouth to explain himself, but Dumbledore held up a hand to silence him. The headmaster took his own seat behind the desk and fixed Harry with a piercing stare. "Professor Snape informs me that you have realized the full repercussion of your actions." Harry opened and closed his mouth several times, trying to find something to say in response to that. "So Snape did do something." "Professor Snape, Harry, and if you mean he dealt with the situation you found yourself in last weekend, then yes, he did do something." "Did he kill them?" Harry asked bluntly. Dumbledore eyed him appraisingly. "Professor Snape is required to do many things which, under normal circumstances, he would rather not. Unfortunately, this was one of them." "But he didn't have to kill them. Why couldn't he just obliviate them or something, or have the Aurors arrest them?" Dumbledore sighed wearily. "Harry, it is not so simple as that. We both know Azkaban is hardly the fortress it once was, and had their memories been erased, that does not mean they would not still be accessible using the right kind of magic. We could not risk revealing Professor Snape's position as a spy, and so the necessary steps were taken to avoid that." "Necessary steps?" repeated Harry slowly. "Yes, and I'm sure you can now understand why Professor Snape is so angry with you right now. He has every right to be." "I couldn't have known what was going to happen," he defended. "There was no reason why you should have, Harry. You disobeyed school rules and put yourself in a position of danger. Your actions forced Professor Snape to commit murder, Harry." Harry felt himself grow cold, shame building in the pit of his stomach. He knew there was nothing he could say to defend himself. Dumbledore was right. He dropped his head, waiting for Dumbledore to speak again. "I would suggest you think seriously about your actions and how they affect others, Harry. Professor Snape is extremely angry right now, and he is not the only one who could have been hurt due to your lack of thought. He wishes me to punish you quite severely, but as you have already been punished for Hogsmeade, I think I can only take 20 points and give you detention for your disrespect towards Professor Snape this evening." "Yes, sir," he whispered. "Also, I have noticed that you still manage to disappear by yourself for hours on end. We have discussed this. You know I do not like it. I hope it will stop." Harry couldn't say he didn't disappear by himself, so he just answered in the affirmative and was dismissed by Dumbledore. As he trudged back to Gryffindor Tower, he reflected on what he had done. He felt more guilty than ever about what he had done, and stupid for trying to get Snape to admit it. He also couldn't help dwelling on how many people had told him to think before he acted, and how not doing so caused people to get hurt. He squared his shoulders. If he was going to think before acting, he needed to know all the details, and the only way he was going to do that was to continue spying on the Order. It might be wrong to do so. What if he was caught? But he was the one who had to defeat Voldemort, and he wasn't going to be able to without taking the necessary steps, as Dumbledore had put it. In his opinion, the necessary steps included being as prepared as he could for anything, and that included really trying to learn the magic of the enemy, and knowing the plans of both his enemies and friends.
The next day, Harry saw Snape in potions. Snape was his usual malevolent self, but for once he didn't direct his ire at Harry. He still took disproportionate amounts of points from Gryffindor, but not once did he comment on Harry's appearance, potion, homework, or any of the other things he usually would have. Instead, he ignored Harry completely, not even glancing up when he handed in a sample of the potion they had brewed that day.
This behavior was extremely off-putting, because he didn't know if he should be expecting Snape to lash out suddenly, and he didn't like the idea of being lulled into a false sense of security. Harry was confused at the beginning of the lesson, then he was relaxed but wary, then slightly nervous, and by the end of the lesson, he was feeling troubled. It wasn't that he particularly minded Snape ignoring him. In fact, he had always wished for it. Now, however, Snape's complete indifference made Harry realize that he had seriously offended the man, and it only served to remind him of his mistakes. Harry was leaning against the wall outside the Transfiguration classroom listening to Pandora chatter when a picture down the hall caught his eye. He had forgotten lately his attempts to find other paintings that he could go through. The picture that held his attention was a large one, about 2 meters high and sitting a half a meter off of the ground. Wanting to get a better look, he detached himself from the wall and walked towards it, motioning for Pandora to follow. The painting itself depicted a spidery witch standing in a stone room, poised to cast a spell. But that was not what interested Harry. What intrigued him was the frame of the painting. From afar it had looked like any other wooden frame, but up close he could see that the frame was carved to look like intertwined snakes, all around the painting. What is it, Harry? Oh, just looking at this painting here. Interesting, don't you think? Pandora shrugged noncommittally. I suppose. Just then, McGonagall came around the corner and the class began to file into the classroom. Deciding he would have to come back later, he let Pandora drag him away. Harry and Pandora were leaving lunch when he heard his name called. Harry. Harry turned, grinning broadly at the familiar voice, Professor Lupin. The man chuckled. I thought I told you to all me Remus. Moony, even. I'm not your professor anymore. Sorry, Remus. I guess it's kind of hard to get over the habit. Harry remembered Pandora. Remus. This is Pandora, she's new this year. Lupin favored Pandora with a friendly smile as the girl held her hand out, blushing slightly. Harry rolled his eyes, and was surprised when Lupin took her hand, dotting it lightly. A pleasure to meet you, Pandora. Pandora giggled and stepped away again. Harry shook his head slightly, rolling his eyes again. Lupin turned back to Harry, putting an arm around his shoulder and pulling him away from Pandora a bit. So, how have you been? Good, mostly. Class is going well? Better than ever. Even potions is going well. Remus' eyes sparkled. I'll bet Severus isn't happy about that. He does seem to find it difficult to actually admit I deserve to be in the class, Harry replied, grinning. What are you doing here, anyway? I was in Hogsmeade and thought I'd drop by to see you. It's been far too long since I saw you last. Don't worry about it. I know you're busy with order stuff. I'm glad to see you when I can. And you. How are you doing with Quidditch? Still a Starseeker, I hear. Harry grinned at the praise and laughed. Who told you that? Severus actually, in his own roundabout way. Harry must have looked shocked, because Lupin rushed to reassure him. I mostly gathered that you were doing well through various insults about the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and the like. Harry rolled his eyes. That sounds about right. Well, don't tell him I told you. Lupin winked. So where have you been lately? You haven't said much in your letters. Here and there. I spent a fair amount of time in France, trying to convince a werewolf colony there to join us, or at the very least remain neutral. How'd it go? Quite well. I'm confident they have no intention of joining you know who, but whether or not they will pledge their allegiance to us is another matter altogether. I suppose there's nothing wrong with neutralism. No, not at all. Will you be staying for dinner? No, I can't stay long at all, actually. I have an appointment in London in half an hour. Oh, okay. Well, maybe next time you can stay. Hopefully, Harry, there is something I was hoping to discuss with you before I left. What? Asked Harry curiously. Remus appeared uncomfortable. Dumbledore mentioned that you've been a little distant with your friends lately. Anything you want to talk about? Harry stopped and clenched his jaw. So that was the real reason Lupin was here. And now we come to the actual reason you came to talk to me. He spat, quickly getting angry at the deception. You know it would have been nice if you'd come to see me because you wanted to, not because Dumbledore asked you to. Harry, of course I wanted to see you, you should never think otherwise. Then why haven't you ever come before? Why wait until Dumbledore asks you to? Remus sighed, not denying it. Harry, you've said yourself I am very busy. Sometimes it's hard for me to get away. The fact that Dumbledore asked me to talk to you doesn't change the fact that I wanted to see you anyway. Harry sneered. Well, make sure you find another reason to come see me real soon. With that he turned and stormed off, leaving a dejected Lupin standing in the entrance hall. Harry spent herbology stewing in his thoughts, and refused to tell Pandora what had happened when she asked. He was unsure if he had reacted in an overly harsh manner towards Remus, thinking maybe he was angrier at Dumbledore's use of his friends to get to him than at Lupin himself. Dumbledore's machinations were really starting to annoy Harry.
On Wednesday, Harry woke early. The sun was just peeking over the edge of the horizon, but he couldn't sleep again. He dressed quietly and made his way out of the portrait hole. As Harry walked down the empty corridor, the only sound he could hear was his feet hitting the stone. He frowned. Was it?
Stopping abruptly, he heard a footfall behind him, and spun around. There was no one there.
He supposed it must be the Auror Owens, or maybe Tonks that was following him, perhaps wearing an invisibility cloak. He spun around again, and this time his eyes focused for a split second on a spot of air 20 meters down the hall. There was nothing there now, but he was sure for a tiny instant when he had spun that the air had shimmered. Not an invisibility cloak then. Perhaps a disillusionment charm. Disillusionment charms didn't make you invisible exactly, they made you look like whatever was behind or around you, so when you moved, the spell changed, sometimes causing a ripple in the air. Satisfied that he was right, he sped up a bit while he took out his invisibility cloak and put it on. At the same time, he took out the pendant, and as soon as he knew he was invisible, he apparated to the corridor outside the kitchens. Deciding he would need to be more careful when he went to the chamber, especially with Malfoy, he entered the kitchen for some breakfast.
After breakfast, Harry went down to the chamber and took out a quill and parchment. He had 2 apologies to write.
The first was for Remus. Though Harry wished Remus had come to see him without bringing up something on Dumbledore's orders, he realized he had been a bit harsh in the way he had reacted. He wasn't going to apologize for saying what he did, just the way he said it. Dear Remus, I want to apologize for the way I reacted on Tuesday. I was more angry at Dumbledore than you, and I overreacted. I hope next time you come to see me it will be because you wanted to and not for any other reason. I'll look forward to seeing you again. Harry, satisfied that it was all right and got his message across, he rolled it up and secured it with a piece of string, leaving it on the table to take up to the Ollery. The next letter was considerably more difficult to write. The longer he had thought about it, the guiltier he had felt and the more he had felt the need to apologize to Snape. It wasn't something he particularly wanted to do, but it was something he needed to do, if only for his own peace of mind.
Dear Snape. Harry crossed that out. It was far too friendly, and sounded stupid. He doubted Snape would appreciate such an inane platitude as, dear, anyway.
Professor Snape. A half an hour later, he still hadn't come up with anything he thought Snape would find suitable. He wanted it to be as good as he could get it. He knew Snape would appreciate it being articulate, the grammar correct, with no spelling errors or extraneous statements.
It was harder than he thought to make the apology sound formal without making it seem too brief and fake. The one thing he wanted most was for it to sound genuine. He decided to give it a rest and come back to it later, choosing instead to work on his ancient runes homework.
The next day, Harry was forcibly reminded of the apology when in potions, Harry was again completely ignored by Snape. Beside him, Malfoy raised a questioning eyebrow after the third time Snape passed by their cauldron and didn't so much as glance at Harry, though he did tell Malfoy that the potion they were creating was going well.
Harry returned Malfoy's silent question with a shrug, reminding himself to finish the apology soon.
On Friday night Harry arrived at the astronomy tower to find he was the last in the class to arrive. It was a partially cloudy night, not really the best for stargazing, but the teacher had not cancelled the class. The Hufflepuffs were giggling over on their side of the tower, and beside them the Ravenclaws were talking amicably. Harry carried his telescope over next to Malfoy and began to set it up. He unrolled his star chart and placed it on a conjured desk beside Malfoy's chart. I wish those bloody Hufflepuffs would shut it, muttered Malfoy once Harry had finished setting up.
Harry had to agree. Their incessant giggling was already starting to annoy him, and he'd only been there a few minutes.
The professor set them to mapping a particular quadrant of the sky, and they did their best to work around the clouds. Harry found it annoying that he would bend down to mark a star out, and when he looked back into the telescope, all he was met by was a gray fog.
Towards the end of the lesson, the clouds all but covered the sky and Harry gave up. The next time he bent to write, instead of marking out a star, he scrawled a quick note to Malfoy.
Chamber. He pushed it over towards Malfoy a bit so that the Slytherin would know it was for him. Malfoy cast him a sideways glance and raised an eyebrow, but made no move to read the note until he bent down to make a mark on his star sheet. Harry read the note when Malfoy pushed it back. Okay. He wrote a quick instruction and nudged it towards Malfoy. Go alone and I'll meet you there. When the professor told them to pack up, Harry cast a quick incendio on the small bit of parchment and packed up his things slowly so that Malfoy left a few minutes before him. The staircase leading down from the astronomy tower was a tight winding one, and Harry felt beneath his robes for the pendant as he left the tower. He hadn't noticed if anyone was following, but both Owens and Tonks were ministry-trained Aurors, so that might not happen even if they were. He took the first few steps slowly, but when he got right near the bottom he went as fast as he could.
When he was certain anyone who might have been following him couldn't see him, he apparated straight into the girls' bathroom.
It was empty, and Harry briefly considered that Malfoy would wonder how he got there. Shrugging it aside, he walked over to the door and opened it to find Malfoy leaning against the opposite wall and checking his watch. Malfoy looked up at the sound of the door opening and a frown formed on his face. "Where'd you come from?" Harry shrugged. "I've just been waiting in here. You coming or what?"
Malfoy eyed him suspiciously and stepped into the room. "I left before you."
"I guess the way I came was just faster." Malfoy looked at him in silence for a few moments before continuing. "Why did you wait behind?"
Harry turned away to open the sink. "I'm being followed." Malfoy scoffed as he followed Harry down into the tunnel. Followed? By who? Not sure, exactly, but they're ministry Aurors.
"Why are ministry Aurors following you around?" "Dumbledore's orders. He claims it's because he wants to keep me safe, but it's making it difficult to get down here when I want." "How do you know this?" Harry gave Malfoy a sidelong look. "I overheard a conversation or two." Malfoy smirked. "Eavesdropping, Potter, or spying?" Harry returned the smirk. "A little of both." Malfoy became serious. "Are you sure they didn't follow you? Because it wouldn't be good for us to be seen together."
That's certainly true. That's why I told you to just meet me here.
Down in the library they decided to work on their animagus transformations. Neither of them had had any luck yet, and after an hour more of imagining what it would feel like to transform, Harry was feeling a bit frustrated. Apparently Malfoy was as well, because after a while he got up, grabbing fistfuls of hair and growling in frustration.
Harry watched in amusement as the Slytherin threw cushions around the room. "Problem, Malfoy?"
Malfoy flung himself onto the lounge and crossed his arms huffily. "It isn't working. We've been at this for weeks now, and there hasn't been one change, not one."
You're the one that said it would take time and dedication, and really, a few weeks isn't that long for something like this.
Malfoy ran a hand through his hair, that was for once not slicked with gel, in exasperation. I know. It's just that I thought there'd be something by now. I mean, I have a picture in my head of a dragon, and nothing is happening."
Maybe you aren't a dragon at all. The book did say that if you were visualizing the wrong animal then nothing would happen. But I have to be a dragon, stressed Malfoy. There's nothing else I can see myself as. Harry grinned wickedly. Maybe no, don't worry. Malfoy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What, Potter? Well, I was just thinking of another animal that might suit you. A certain little furry white rodent. Malfoy jumped up, grabbing a cushion off the lounge and hurling it across the room at Harry's head. I'm not a ferret. Harry burst out laughing at Malfoy's indignant expression as the Slytherin sat glaring at Harry and muttering under his breath.
Calming himself down, Harry tried to appease Malfoy. "Look, if you really think you're a dragon, maybe you are. But maybe you should just try doing it the way the book said, instead of visualizing the whole animal at once. The way you're doing it is probably too much for the first change to take place."
I suppose, grumbled Malfoy. Harry stood and yawned. Well, I'm off to bed.
"But it's only 11. Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw game tomorrow, remember?"
Oh, yeah. You don't mind going back through the tunnels, do you? No, replied Malfoy, standing up and grabbing his bag. Harry left his bag where it was and deposited Saul's on a heat rock he had put on the coffee table before going into the room of requirement. He imagined a huge, comfortable bed, and one appeared before him. You sleep here? Came Malfoy's voice from the doorway.
Harry turned and shrugged. "Sometimes. This bed is way more comfortable than the one in the tower, and unlike you, I'm not a prefect, so I never got the option of having my own room."
Well, if you hadn't spent your first 5 years breaking rules, you might have had a chance. I'll have you know that any time I was breaking rules, Ron and Hermione were right there with me, and they're Gryffindor prefects, so I don't think you can use that as an argument. Malfoy gave a small chuckle. Perhaps not.
On Saturday, Harry woke early and went down to the Great Hall, broom in hand. He was slightly worried about their match with Ravenclaw today. Ravenclaw had been playing very well lately, and as much as Harry hated to admit it, his team hadn't been. Practices had been awful, mostly because no one seemed to want to work with him. They would do what he said for the most part, but the disharmony in the team wasn't working well for them. After eating a quick breakfast, he grabbed a few more pieces of toast and left the hall, making his way down to the Quidditch pitch. Standing in the middle of the field, he studied the playing conditions. It was windy, which would affect play, and the sun was bright, which meant the chasers would have to be careful not to pass into the sun. On the other hand, it might make the golden snitch easier to spot. He relayed his observations to the rest of the team when they met in the changing rooms, but decided to forego the usual encouragement speech, as no one seemed to be paying that much attention to him. Trying not to get angry about it, he checked over his broom, straightening out a few twigs.
He hadn't given his broom a tune-up or even a polish since he'd brought it, and decided he would do so after the game.
Harry shook hands with the Ravenclaw captain and the teams took to the air. Harry relished the feel of wind on his face and did a few quick laps of the pitch. Down below, Madam Hooch released the Bludgers, Quaffle, and lastly the Golden Snitch, which disappeared immediately. Gryffindor scored first, and it visibly bolstered the team's spirits. They scored again 5 minutes later, the Gryffindor stands roaring in response.
Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Cho tracking him, and he put on a burst of speed.
He personally couldn't see the point in tailing the other team's seeker. No doubt it was a benefit to keep an eye on them in case they spotted the snitch first, but if you were tailing them, you were, by definition, behind them. If Harry spotted the snitch, Cho really had no chance at all, because she would never catch Harry's broom. This philosophy proved true not 5 minutes later when Harry spotted the snitch halfway down the pitch and several meters overhead. Before he had time to think about it, he had shot off, streaking down the pitch. The wind whistled in his ears as he drew closer to the tiny golden ball, and he was about 30 meters away when a chaser from the Ravenclaw team intentionally placed himself in Harry's way. Harry was forced to swerve to avoid a collision, and in that time, the snitch disappeared. Loud boos could be heard from the Gryffindor stands. Luckily, Cho failed to keep up the chase either, and given that Harry had nearly beat her to the snitch, changed tactics and started circling the pitch on her own.
After that, Ravenclaw efficiently topped Gryffindor's winning score with 3 of their own, to loud encouragement from the Ravenclaw stands. It was 15 minutes later when each team had scored another goal when Harry again caught sight of the snitch. It was being billowed about in the rough winds, changing speed and direction abruptly.
Harry took off after it, and it whizzed away, its speed accelerated by the wind. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Ravenclaw seeker closing in from his side as noise went up from the stands. The snitch turned left and Harry shot after it, now heading directly for Cho. There was a lull in the wind, allowing Harry to gain ground on the snitch. He slowly drew closer to the snitch, and Cho. If one of them didn't pull up, there was going to be a nasty collision, but Harry refused to give in. Suddenly, the snitch turned sharply upwards, and both Harry and Cho followed it, having been seconds from crashing into each other.
They battled to get ahead of each other, their outstretched arms jostling one another.
Harry's broom was faster than Cho's, and he pulled ahead a little. A sudden gust of wind blew against the snitch, and it blew backwards a bit. Harry jerked his arm quickly to the right and felt the thrill of victory as his fingers closed around the tiny golden snitch, its white wings whipping in the wind. The Gryffindor stands roared in triumph, and for the first time in a while, Harry remembered what it was like to have friends and to be liked. He closed his eyes, savoring the feeling while it lasted, for as soon as he opened his eyes he saw the rest of the team converging on the ground, congratulating each other on the win. No one looked twice at him. Swallowing tightly, he did a slow lap of the field as the crowd started to dissipate and his team left for the changing rooms. Then, he descended to the ground where Madam Hooch was packing up the balls. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter. A fine catch, as always." She gave him a warm smile as she took the snitch from him.
"Thanks, Madam Hooch." The teacher clasped the lid of the metal box shut and levitated it ahead of her as she left to store it in the broom shed.
Looking around at the now empty stands, Harry took to the sky again, going higher and higher until the Quidditch pitch was the size of a basketball below him. He sat there for a while gazing at the castle, when he noticed a figure on a broom climbing towards him. As the flyer got closer, he recognized the pearly white hair and pale skin.
Malfoy. What are you doing up here? Let's say I missed our usual broom rides from the Christmas holidays.
Harry snorted. Right. They sat in silence for a few moments, Malfoy doing several loops on his custom-made broom.
You know, this is the second time your team has played atrociously. Harry scowled at the smug Slytherin. I really don't need you to point that out to me, Malfoy. It's lucky they have a decent seeker, otherwise you'd probably be at the bottom of the ladder. That sounds suspiciously like a compliment. Just an observation. HMPH. Anyway, we didn't play that badly. We were only 10 points behind when I caught the snitch. Still, you can't deny that you Gryffindors have dropped a level.
Look, Malfoy, if you just came up here to have a go, you can bugger off, because I don't want to hear it. We won and that's all that matter. Malfoy held up his hands in a mock defensive gesture. Okay. Don't get upset. I'm only up here because our team has practice in a minute.
Harry looked to the ground and saw several other green-robed figures climbing onto their brooms.
Well, I'm going in for lunch then. Bye. Harry avoided the common room, not really feeling up to going to the party to celebrate their victory over Ravenclaw. Instead, he took his broom down to the chamber and went out into the little courtyard. Getting on, he jumped off the edge of the courtyard into the canyon, letting himself and the broom go in freefall. About 30 meters above the water he pulled up, and sped off up the roaring river, spray from the white water misting over him. Even now that the weather was warming up, the water was still quite cool, and he thought the water could be meltwater from the snow in the mountains. When he was out of sight of the castle, he came to a halt and sat on his broom for a while, clearing his mind and forgetting everything. The next day, Harry decided to go down to the chamber and finish his assignments. As next week was the last week before the Easter break, there were a number of assignments due, and the school's library was full of students researching and writing, trying desperately to complete their work. He was surprised to find Malfoy pacing back and forth in front of Ningmyrtle's bathroom. The Slytherin saw him when he turned to pace back the other way. About time, Potter. I've been waiting for ages. He complained, dragging out the last word. Oh, I'm sorry, Malfoy, he retorted sarcastically but good-naturedly. I didn't realize we had agreed to meet.
Malfoy rolled his eyes. We didn't, idiot. But I want to go down there. There's an excellent book by Bruce the Barbarian that I want to use for my defense essay.
And you thought you'd just wait here in case I happened to come by this way? Asked Harry, walking into the bathroom. Malfoy picked up his bag from the corridor floor and came in after him, while he opened the sink. I guessed you would be coming down here today, given that the library is full. I certainly don't make it a habit to wait in lonely corridors for pesky Gryffindors if I don't think that any are going to happen by. Right, well, after you. Harry bowed graciously, and Malfoy rolled his eyes before stepping into the gaping black hole. Lighting his wand, Harry followed and heard the stone slide back into place behind them. They spent the morning doing their respective assignments, making use of the myriad of books that the chamber library held. After a brief exit from the chamber when Harry left to get them both some lunch, he managed to finally finish most of his work, and decided to do the rest the following week. He walked around the room a few times, working the kinks out of his neck and waiting for Malfoy to finish up whatever he was doing. When he had, Harry made a suggestion. Want to practice some occlumency? It's been about a week and I want to keep on top of it. Malfoy yawned, stretching. All right, come and sit down then. Severus says I'm improving according to his expectations, and since his expectations are usually higher than most, I'm guessing that's a good thing. Harry took a seat in their usual practice spot, the lounge. They sat cross-legged, facing each other and both took a moment to clear their minds. After a few minutes, Malfoy took his wand and pointed it at Harry, muttering the incantation. At once, Harry felt Malfoy's presence in his mind, falling rapidly through the impenetrable darkness. He had banished Malfoy from his mind once, out of willpower, but had not yet succeeded in doing so with Snape. That was why practicing with Malfoy was good. As Malfoy improved, so did he, and they both continued to pose a challenge without either being much better than the other. After a while of Harry trying fruitlessly to expel Malfoy, and Malfoy struggling but not getting any closer to Harry's memories, Harry decided to try the way he had last practiced with Snape. The way they were going, he was only feeling more and more mentally drained. Keeping the space around them dark, he imagined he was facing Malfoy. Malfoy immediately took off into the dark, but Harry shot a curse at him and he was forced to turn and duel instead. Malfoy already knew occlumency, so his was mentally stronger than Harry, but not by much. This made dueling Malfoy much easier than dueling Snape in his mind. It was quite similar to dueling in real life. After a while, Malfoy gained the upper hand and shot a binding curse at Harry.
His wand fell to the ground as Malfoy ran off into the darkness, which really wasn't so dark anymore. Realizing that he was losing control, he struggled to get out of the bindings, but they were too tight and didn't budge at all.
Growling in frustration, he stopped struggling and forced himself to think. This was his mind. He should be able to control it. At the moment, he wanted to be out of these ropes. Focusing on the ropes falling away, he found, to his great surprise, that they did so after a second. Whooping with his small victory, he focused on resurrecting his barriers again, and the darkness once again fell upon his mind. Over the afternoon, Malfoy got to his memories a few times and Harry managed to throw the Slytherin from his mind an equal number of times. All in all, he was happy, knowing that he was definitely getting better. In the last hour that they had before dinner, they sat quietly in their own spaces and worked on their animagus transformations, but neither of them had any luck. Harry thought it had been silly to even try, since after the occlumency he had another headache, and he suspected that Malfoy probably did as well. Harry stretched and yawned, waking to dim morning light shining through the dormitory window. He'd had a good sleep last night and was feeling very refreshed. This was the last week before the Easter holidays, and he was looking forward to the break from classes. Like at Christmas, most of the students were going home, a fact which Harry was equally glad about. It meant he would be able to disappear to the chamber for as long as he wanted, and there would be no one to notice him missing. Once dressed, he held out his arm for Salazar, who had slithered on to his pillow while he had been packing his books and quills into his bag. Once Sal's was curled around his arm beneath his robes, he quietly left the dorm and went down to the common room. As he was feeling particularly jovial, he decided to wait for Pandora to go down to breakfast. He was actually starting to enjoy her company, despite a persistent state of cheer and tendency to want to be together all the time. Although, he mused, that could just be because she was the only person who was really talking to him. He didn't have long to wait before Pandora emerged from the sixth-year girls' dormitory, pulling her school robes on over a cardigan and pants. Hey Harry. Hey Pandora. Ready to go to breakfast? Just let me grab my bag. She cast her eyes around the common room as she came down the stairs, looking for her bag. Not paying attention to where she was going, she missed a step and tumbled down the last few. Harry leapt up from where he was leaning on the arm of a lounge. Are you all right? He asked, concerned. Pandora giggled, embarrassed, as Harry helped her up. Sorry, Harry, I really am so clumsy sometimes.
He could definitely agree with that. She certainly wasn't the most elegant of people.
Once Pandora had recovered her bag and work things, which were scattered in a 3-meter-wide circle around the table she had been working at the night before, they left the common room and made their way to the Great Hall.
It was already quite full and they took seats about halfway down the table. Have you finished the defense essay yet? Asked Harry. Snape had assigned them a 3-foot essay on defensive tactics that they had been using in their practicals.
Almost. Nah. I've still got a fair bit to go, actually. We still have a week left to finish it, though. Speaking of Snape, the potions master had just walked into the hall and taken a seat next to Tom McGonagall. With a pang of guilt, Harry remembered the apology he was supposed to be writing. He had sent Remus off last week with Hedwig, but hadn't even finished writing Snape's yet. Making a mental note to sit down and work on it later, he finished his breakfast and then left with Pandora for defense. That night, Harry leaned a book against his knees and unfolded a piece of parchment on it. The wrinkled parchment was covered in sentences that had started off quite neatly and gotten steadily messier the further he had gotten. It was his draft apology to Snape, and currently about half of what he had written was crossed out.
Thinking perhaps it would be better to just start with a fresh sheet, he smoothed the piece out to use as a reference and laid another bit of parchment over the top.
Chewing on the end of his quill, he struggled to find the right words to use. It was no easier than his previous attempt, and the new bit of parchment ended up looking much the same as the first. Still, he thought he had done a bit better and decided to give up on that for the night. The week flew by in a mad rush to complete assignments before the Easter break, and soon it was the Friday night before the students left for the Easter holidays, the tables in the Great Hall heavily laden with all sorts of delicious foods for the Easter feast. Harry sat down next to Pandora and waited for Dumbledore's usual pre-feast speech. After what seemed ages where the delectable scent of roast lamb and gravy wafted over him, Dumbledore finally stood and clapped his hands for silence. Quiet descended upon the hall and Dumbledore spoke. "I can see you are all dying to get into the feast, and so am I. So, happy Easter to you all, and I wish you all a happy holiday." As soon as Dumbledore resumed his seat, there was a scrambling for serving spoons and dishes.
Harry piled his plate high with lamb, potatoes and carrots, covering it all with a generous serving of gravy. He ate his way steadily through the meal, listening to Pandora chatter the whole while. After a while the tables cleared, and students were left to talk for a few minutes until dessert. Seizing the opportunity, Harry stood and stepped over the bench. "I'll be back. Just need the bathroom." Pandora nodded and Harry walked away, exiting the Great Hall. Aware that he may be being followed, he made his way to the nearest boys' toilets and locked himself in a stall. Pulling the pendant from beneath his robes, he closed his eyes and focused on the tunnel that led from the chamber to Snape's quarters. When he opened his eyes, he was standing right in front of the waterfall.
He was hoping Snape's wards were only triggered by people entering through the door from the dungeon corridor, and he suspected this was the case. Snape certainly hadn't been alerted when he and Malfoy had come through the waterfall painting. Pulling his invisibility cloak over himself, he stepped into the waterfall and straight through to the other side in Snape's quarters. It was absolutely silent, and the sound of his breathing was abnormally loud.
Reminding himself that he had to be quick, he strode over to the door that he remembered went into the study.
He was reaching out to grab the handle when he had a sudden thought. What if Snape had wards on his study as well? Chewing on his lip, he considered his options. He could use the pendant and apparate directly into the study, and hope apparating didn't trigger Snape's wards, or he could try the door and hope that didn't. He knew the house elves could apparate within Hogwarts, but would Snape guard against them? If he did, was his kind of apparition using the pendant the same? He thought Snape probably did ward against apparition, but maybe he only warded against apparating into or out of the living space, not within it. Harry thought it was highly likely that Snape would also ward the door of the study, and remembering that he had to be as quick as possible, he decided on apparating. Seconds later, he was standing beside Snape's desk, the pendant warm against his skin. He quickly scanned the desk, remembering that that was where it had been last time. Not finding it, he turned to the bookcases and went to the one that held defense books. He spotted the book easily, pulling it out from between two thick, leather-bound volumes on a shelf that sat at eye level. Tucking it into a pocket of his robes, he moved quickly and quietly back into Snape's lounge room and through the waterfall. As soon as he was through and into the tunnel, he stowed the book in a cleft in the wall and apparated back to the toilet he had locked himself in. Straightening his robes, he flushed the toilet and made his way back to the Great Hall. As he walked over to the Gryffindor table, he noted out of the corner of his eye Snape's absence. Deciding it probably wasn't a coincidence and that Snape did ward against apparition, he happily took his seat again, knowing that he had an ironclad alibi. 5 minutes later, Snape strode into the Great Hall, his robes billowing and a dark scowl planted firmly on his sallow face. Harry smirked into his soup as Snape approached the head table, bypassing his seat and going straight to Dumbledore.
Other students had noticed, and Harry could see students looking on curiously as Snape bent to whisper in Dumbledore's ear.
Thinking it would be silly to look disinterested, he followed the lead of other students and happily turned to view the event unfolding at the head table, particularly enjoying the small frown that appeared on Dumbledore's face. He pasted what he hoped was a confused and curious expression on his face. "What do you reckon is going on?" he asked the table at large. "No idea," murmured Pandora, frowning slightly. Dumbledore stood and followed Snape, who was sweeping from the Great Hall. Heads turned to follow them, and Harry allowed himself to feel a bit nervous. After all, Snape seemed like a very private person, and probably knew a multitude of spells with which to protect his things. What if he had left some trail, or evidence linking him to the crime? Mentally laughing at the idea of Snape peering through a magnifying glass at a set of muddy footprints and dusting for prints, he tried to calm the queasy feeling in his stomach. Even when he had been in Snape's quarters he had been calm, but now his heart had begun to beat faster. Telling himself he was being silly, he took a sip of cool water and took several deep breaths, before helping himself to a mouth-watering treacle tart. That night after dinner, Harry was sitting in a corner of the common room finishing up some homework when a shadow fell across him. Looking up, he saw Hermione standing before him, wringing her hands and chewing on her bottom lip. Harry raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms across his chest. "Something you wanted, Hermione?" Hermione tossed her head, calming her hands and taking a deep breath. "Yes. Yes, there is. Harry, I want this stupid fight to end. It's been going on far too long." "Really? Do you think?" Harry went back to making notes.
Hermione ignored his sarcastic tone and continued.
"I hate not talking, Harry. We've had arguments before, but we always make up. I just want to do that so we can go back to being friends. I thought we were friends before too, but you and Ron didn't really show me much support in the end."
"Well, it was a horrible thing you did," she exclaimed. "Calling me that horrible name. I know you didn't really mean it, Harry. I think you offended Ron more than me, but even so, it wasn't nice."
"That was after the fact, Hermione. You and Ron both should have stuck by me when I wanted to use Parseltongue, but instead you sided with everyone else."
"But Harry, those spells you were using were horrible. They weren't that bad. Most of them were similar to ones we've learned in school." "You weren't on the receiving end," hissed Hermione, becoming frazzled.
Harry looked up again as Hermione continued. "That one you did to me was absolutely horrid, and sending those spiders at Ron, you know he's scared of them." That was kind of the point, Hermione. She looked like she was going to keep arguing, but finally she heaved a sigh and sat down beside him. "Look, maybe Ron and I should have stuck up for you more, but we aren't entirely at fault. You have to admit you weren't exactly nice. Anyway, I'm sorry, alright. I just hate fighting. We've been best friends since first year, and I just want to be like that again. Will you come and see us off tomorrow?" Harry blinked at the sudden change in topic. Well, it wasn't really, it was clearly an offer to re-establish their friendship. He was still annoyed at the pair of them, and he was quite sure that Ron didn't have anything to do with this. On the other hand, he did hate fighting with them. Pandora was alright, but she wasn't Ron, and Malfoy was okay to hang around with, but he wasn't Hermione.
Heaving a sigh, he scratched out a sentence on his parchment before replying. "I'll think about it."
Hermione gave a small smile and a pat on the shoulder. "Well, I'll leave you to do your work. Let me know if you need any help." With that, she bounced off. Harry watched her join Ron and Ginny in front of the fire, realizing that a weight had been lifted of his shoulders. The evening passed slowly. Harry was half expecting Snape to throw open the portrait and haul him out by his ear, but nothing happened, and by the time he went to bed he was feeling more relaxed. He was glad he had the dark arts book back. It was a victory for his independence.
The next step was getting the Marauder's map back from Dumbledore. He had already decided to wait a while, knowing that if two things that belonged to him were taken so close together that he would be suspected. He probably would be anyway, but there wasn't really anything he could do about that.
Harry just hoped that Dumbledore didn't carry the map on him, because if that was the case, Harry had no idea how he would get it back. Before he went to sleep he made sure to spend a while clearing his mind and raising his occlumency shields. Not wanting to stress the strained peace that he had developed with Hermione the previous night, he went with Pandora to see her off on Saturday morning. He wished her a good train ride and tried to ignore the scowl on Ron's face as he spoke. "Well, have a good holiday, Hermione." "Ron." "We will, Harry," replied Hermione, giving Ron a disapproving look as he continued to ignore Harry. You too, okay. I will. Hermione nudged Ron and the redhead finally looked at Harry. Yeah, he said. Harry tried not to laugh at his stubbornness. Say hi to your mum and dad for me, will you, Ron?
Ron's scowl deepened, but he gave a jerky nod of his head in response. A few minutes later, Professor McGonagall called for the students to find carriages, and Hermione and Ron left. Harry and Pandora watched until the carriages had disappeared from view before returning to the common room.
It was just before lunch that a second year approached Harry with a message. He was sitting quietly with Pandora when the small brown-haired boy approached him. Harry Potter, Dumbledore said to tell you he needs to see you in his office now.
Harry felt a cold stone settle in his belly. There was no doubt that this was about the book. Thanking the kid and standing, he declined Pandora's offer to accompany him and left through the portrait hole. Instead of going straight to the headmaster's office, he instead made his way there and paused in a small dark corridor hidden behind a tapestry near the gargoyle.
He took a few minutes to clear his mind and erase any expression of nervousness that might be on his face. He had practiced occlumency with Malfoy a few times in the past week in preparation for stealing the book, and was quite sure he could keep Snape and Dumbledore out, at least for a fair while. Once his barrier had been erected, he pushed the tapestry aside and walked up to the gargoyle. He frowned, not knowing the password. It was not a problem, however, as the gargoyle jumped aside almost immediately. Dumbledore must have been watching the map. He stepped onto the moving stairs and they took him up to the gold door that opened into the headmaster's office. Checking his shields, he stepped through, closing the door behind him. Dumbledore was seated behind the desk and Snape was seated in one of the chairs in front of it, a heavy scowl planted firmly on his face. Sit down, Harry. Dumbledore indicated the remaining chair and Harry sunk into it. As he sat, he noticed the Marauders map unfolded on the desk, and realized that must have been how Dumbledore had known he was there.
Snape moved impatiently, and Harry fixed Dumbledore with a questioning look. Do you know why you are here, Harry? Asked Dumbledore gently.
No, sir. Has something happened? Indeed it has, my boy. It would seem that last night during the feast someone breached Professor Snape's wards and removed an item kept in his private study. Do you know anything about this? No, sir. Not at all. Snape cut him off. Of course you know about it, Potter. I know you had something to do with this. He spat, his face quite livid. It was the first time he had treated Harry with anything but indifference since the Hogsmeade incident, and was almost a relief. I don't know what you mean, Professor. I was at the feast, I couldn't have been anywhere near your chambers. Ha! Yelled Snape. How do you know where my private office is then, Potter?
Harry narrowed his eyes. I just assumed, Professor. It wasn't the admission of guilt you're making it out to be. Dumbledore ignored the exchange. That is true, Severus. Harry was indeed at the feast. He left, Albus. He left the feast, as I'm sure you know. Yeah, but I was only gone for about a minute, Harry said. Again, that is true, Severus. I have already had an independent party confirm that he was only gone 2 minutes, certainly not enough time to make it down to the dungeons, disable your wards and make off with the object in question. Then he asked someone to do it for him. That elf of his, Dribby or some such. Someone apparated into my quarters, as I have told you, Albus. Only house elves can apparate within the school. Of course I don't think the whelp himself did so. I didn't ask Dobby to do anything, Professor. I swear. Harry checked his barriers. It was still intact, and he had not yet felt any presence in his mind. Dumbledore surveyed him over the top of his half-moon spectacles. Dobby. Dumbledore's voice rumbled around the room, making Harry jump slightly, earning him a sneer from Snape. A pop announced Dobby's arrival. What can Dobby do for Master Dumbledore, sir? At that point, Dobby spotted Harry, and his face split into a wide grin. And Harry Potter, sir. What can Dobby be doing for Harry Potter? Dobby bowed low and Harry felt a blush crawl up his neck, trying to ignore the venomous look Snape was giving him. Dumbledore spoke, asking much the same question he had asked Harry. Dobby, there is a serious matter I wish to discuss with you. Last night someone broke into Professor Snape's quarters and removed an item from his study.
Do you know anything about this? Dobby shot a somewhat fearful look in Snape's direction, shaking his head and making his bat ears flap about his head. No, sirs. Dobby is not hearing anything, sirs. Dobby is being in the kitchens all night for the feast. Dobby is cooking, and hears nothing from the other elves about someone stealing things.
Nobody asked you to go to Professor Snape's quarters, persisted Dumbledore. Dobby's eyes widened at the implication. No, sir, Headmaster Dumbledore, sir. Dobby is a good elf. Dobby is never taking things from Professor Snape, sir.
Very well, Dobby. You may go. Dobby apparated out with another crack, and Harry could hear Snape's furious breathing in the silence that followed. I shall ask the other house elves if they know anything. Never fear, Severus, we shall get to the bottom of this. It is indeed a serious worry. He turned to Harry. Is there anything you wish to tell me, Harry, anything at all? No, sir. I don't know anything about anything going missing from Snape's place. Professor Snape, Harry, reprimanded Dumbledore sternly, and Harry fought not to roll his eyes. If that is the case, you may go. Harry nodded and stood to go when he felt an ice-cold hand grip his forearm tightly. He looked around to see Snape, his teeth bared in an angry growl. I know you had something to do with this, Potter, and I will not let you get away with it.
Harry's arm was released and he stepped away. Nodding to Dumbledore, he left the room without a backward glance.
On the next day of the holidays, Harry slept in, relishing the fact that he had absolutely nothing that he had to do. On top of that, he'd had a peaceful night's sleep. He jumped out of bed and got dressed. Glancing out the window, he saw that it was a perfect day. The sun was shining brightly and a light breeze was rustling the leaves of the trees in the Forbidden Forest. It was a fantastic day for flying, and he decided that he would take his broom out after lunch. Straight after lunch, Harry got his broom and walked down to the Quidditch pitch. Pandora had opted not to join him. She didn't really like flying. If he'd thought the day had been perfect before, it was nothing compared to now. It didn't surprise him that there were several other students flitting around the pitch, some in pairs but most alone. He took to the air, practicing a few technical moves before settling into laps of the pitch with other students.
On his fourth lap, a flyer pulled up beside him, and he looked over to see Malfoy. I didn't know you were staying. Malfoy stuck his nose up, sniffing haughtily. Didn't ask, did you? Harry rolled his eyes in response to the Slytherin's attitude. Why are you staying here? My father is busy as usual and mother is accompanying him on a business trip. Harry did a loop on his broom. Why can't you go, too?
Malfoy snorted. They wanted me to come, but aas if I want to spend a week of my time traipsing around some dirty foreign city by myself. Father will be in meetings all the time and mother will be forever shopping and visiting with 100-year-old relatives. Not my idea of a good time. Harry tried hard not to say anything in response. Malfoy didn't know how lucky he was to have 100-year-old relatives. Instead, he said, up for a trip to Hogsmeade. I want to some Honeydew stuff for some people.
All for it. And I want out, get out of the castle for a while. I'm being followed, remember. I want to get away from that for a while.
I have things I want to do. Why would I bother hanging around with a Gryffindor when I have better things to waste my time on?
Harry rolled his eyes. It's a simple question, Malfoy, with a yes-no answer. Do you want to go or not?
Malfoy gave an exaggerated sigh. Fine. I'll go with you if we can go down to the chamber tonight. Quote. Agreed. We'll skip dinner and go to Hogsmeade, then get something from the kitchens when we get back. That all right?
Malfoy shrugged. I suppose. Shall we take our brooms?
Harry jumped at the idea, and at 6 o'clock found himself waiting behind the broom shed for Malfoy, his Dragonfire X held in one hand and a small bag of galleons that he had from selling the basilisk parts in his pocket. He hadn't been waiting long when the crunch of footsteps on gravel announced Malfoy's approach. They skirted around the edge of the Forbidden Forest, keeping just inside the trees so they wouldn't be seen by anyone wandering the grounds, and took the path to Hogsmeade. Once there, they stowed their brooms in an out-of-the-way alley and headed to Honeydukes. Despite his reluctance to go, Malfoy bought a healthy supply of chocolates, and Harry suspected that he had only been whinging earlier for the sake of it. Harry himself picked out what he needed and they paid for the lot, earning a suspicious glance from the shopkeeper. Wondering if they should have changed out of their school clothes, Harry asked Malfoy, who just gave a disinterested shrug. He doesn't know our names. He frowned. Well, he doesn't know my name. He might have recognized you. Either way, it's not like he'll go out of his way to tell anyone he saw a couple of school students in his shop, is it? Guess not, replied Harry. They made a quick stop at the Hog's Head where Malfoy bought a bottle of fire whiskey. For Easter, Potter. If you're nice to me, I might share it with you. After that, they found their brooms and raced back to the school, getting back just 2 hours after they had left. They agreed to meet in Myrtle's bathroom, and Harry took his broom up to his dormitory before stopping by the kitchens to get some food. Malfoy had also decided to get something on the way, and they each got what they wanted before carrying their plates down to the chamber. Malfoy immediately immersed himself in a potions text while Harry took Salazar to the tunnel from the bathroom to look for mice. The chamber itself was clean and did not harbor any mice, but the tunnels here did. As soon as he had told Salazar they were going to get some food, he had started up his usual stream of words that never failed to make Harry feel slightly ill. Yummy juki Mickey Mickey. Juki squishy squeezy moosies SSS. Saul's had grown a lot in the last few months and was now longer than Harry's arm. Despite the fact that he had grown, the snake still seemed like a playful child sometimes. He curled around Harry's shoulder and neck, his tongue lightly flicking at Harry's ear.
You know, Sauls, I don't know what I would have done this year without you. You're a good friend. Is glad to be your friend, Harry. You are a good master.
After an hour, Harry returned to the library with a satiated Salazar to find Malfoy still reading. When Malfoy saw him, however, the Slytherin closed the book and stood. Where'd you go?
I had to feed Sauls. Oh, well, want to practice the animagus transformation? Harry had been looking forward to it actually. He had practiced once or twice on his own, but still hadn't gotten anywhere.
He deposited Sauls on her branch and took a seat at one end of the lounge, closing his eyes and clearing his mind. He heard Malfoy settling himself a distance away as he focused on how he thought it would feel to change. Harry was roused from his state of concentration by strange noises coming from the spot where Malfoy was seated. Opening his eyes and blinking blearily, he saw the Slytherin shaking his head from side to side. Potter, Potter. What? Harry stood at the same time as Malfoy and walked over.
I felt something. On my face. Do you see something? Harry walked faster, and when he got close enough to see Malfoy's face in the dim firelight, he gasped loudly. What? What is it? Asked Malfoy, his voice demanding. Harry stared open-mouthed at Malfoy's face. He had definitely had some success.
Well, we know you're doing it right at least. Og. Just tell me, Potter. I can't take the suspense. He crowed, impatient and excited.
Harry let out a chuckle. Well, you might be right about being a dragon. Yes. I knew it, and I told you and you didn't believe me, yelled Malfoy, pointing a slender finger in Harry's face. Tell me what I look like.
Harry smirked at his impatience, but relented. You look kind of reptilian, just around the eyes.
Harry could see ridges where Malfoy's eyebrows had been, and smooth, pale orange scales covered his face just around his eyes, morphing into normal skin a few inches around the perimeter of his eyes.
Conjure a mirror and see for yourself. It looks pretty cool. Harry was more than a little jealous that Malfoy had beat him to being the first to have a transformation, and even more jealous that Malfoy might actually be a dragon. He had to admit, he thought that was a pretty cool animal, and he wouldn't mind being one himself. It would be just his luck and he would end up being a slug or something. Instead of conjuring one, Malfoy walked over to the mantel above the fire and took down a small mirrored box that sat atop it, bringing it to face level.
Excellent, breathed Malfoy, reaching up to run a finger along the ridge of scales over his eyes and around the sides.
Suddenly, he leaned closer, then leaned down towards the fire for more light. My eyes. Look at my eyes.
What about them? Asked Harry, coming forward to look. Malfoy turned towards them, an exultant grin on his face. They're orange.
Harry peered closely, seeing that Draco's eyes, normally so pale blue they looked silver, were indeed orange, a bright burning orange, the pupils black slits like those that all reptiles had. Growing even more jealous by the second, Harry huffed and crossed his arms as Malfoy turned back to inspect himself in the mirrored box. "What does it feel like?" he asked. "It feels normal," replied Malfoy. "No different at all."
"What about when you change? What did that feel like?"
Malfoy gave a small frown, and Harry waited impatiently for about 2 seconds while Malfoy struggled for the words.
"It felt weird, needless to say that, really. At first it was kind of a burning sensation, not painful or hot. It sort of started to tingle, and itch, but not when you need to scratch. I could feel my skin stretching, but it didn't hurt at all. Hard to explain, really."
Harry sat back down, his back to the dwindling fire, and focused his mind again. He was determined to achieve a transformation of some sort now that Malfoy had beaten him to it, even if it was a small one. A half hour later, however, he had only acquired a headache, so gave up until another day. Looking around, he saw that Malfoy was seated in a chair by the fire, reading the Transfiguration textbook and still with scales around his orange eyes. Harry narrowed his eyes when Malfoy shot him a gloating and self-satisfied smirk, aggravating Harry no end. Getting up and gathering his wand, he turned to Malfoy. "You'd best work on changing back to your normal self. I don't think it would be a good idea to go walking around the castle like that. You'll probably scare the first years." Malfoy had conjured a small mirror and was admiring himself. "I do look scary, don't I?" he sighed. "I do suppose you're right, however. McGonagall would have a heart attack if she saw me." Malfoy smirked at the thought, but then lowered the mirror and closed his eyes. Harry watched as Malfoy sat silently for a few moments. A minute later, the Slytherin cracked an eye open.
"Anything?" Harry shook his head. "Nope, still very reptilian."
Malfoy closed his eyes again, screwing them tightly together. After a second, he relaxed his face and leaned back against the headrest. This time, as Harry watched, the scales around Malfoy's eyes slowly morphed, and before he knew it, they were replaced with Malfoy's usual pale skin. When the Slytherin opened his eyes, they were back to the silver gray in the dim light.
At Malfoy's questioning look, Harry nodded and stood, stretching. "Well, I'm off. See you tomorrow." Malfoy nodded and closed his book, also standing. They walked together through the passageway that led to the house common rooms. When they reached the point where the passage split, Harry
waited until the sound of Malfoy's steps had faded before following the Slytherin. At the next junction, he took the passage that led to Snape's chambers, though he did not go through the waterfall. Instead, he walked over to a cleft in the rock and took the book down, running his hands over the cover and smiling. The next day, Harry made his way up to the Ollery, several packages clasped in his arms and letters tucked under his arm. As soon as he walked through the door, Hedwig hooted and flew down, taking a precarious perch on his shoulder. Putting down the packages, he patted her and fed her an owl treat while he tied 2 scrolls to her legs.
The first letter he posted was the apology to Snape, and a letter to Remus. He had held on to Snape's letter for several days since he had finished, and knew that if he held on to it any longer that he would never send it.
He resented that he was apologizing to the man, but he knew that Snape deserved it.
He smirked at the thought that Snape would be receiving a missive from him on Easter morning. With Hedwig on her way to Remus, and then back here to Snape, he turned to the pile of packages that were stacked on a shelf. Calling one of the school barn owls down from the rafters, he tied a parcel to it.
It took several owls, but eventually he had the Weasleys and Hermione sorted. He had sent a few Honeydukes products to the twins, Ginny, and Ron, as well as short notes. He had written a longer note to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, along with a small gift. The note he had written to Ron had been a bit strained, sounding too friendly at first. In the end he settled for a simple, "Have a good holiday, see you next term," sort of letter. He had also sent some Honeydukes chocolate to Hermione.
2 days later, Hedwig arrived back. Harry was eating breakfast with Pandora when he saw her fly through the Great Hall.
As it was holidays, there weren't as many students as usual, though there were more than at Christmas. All the students sat at one long house table, nearly filling it when they were all there, and the teachers still sat at the head table. Harry watched with interest as Hedwig ignored him and flew up to the head table and straight to Snape. Harry smirked when Snape started and knocked over his goblet of pumpkin juice. Harry barely contained his laugh as Snape absent-mindedly pet Hedwig, offering her a piece of bacon while he untied the scroll from her leg. His expression changed immediately and his eyes narrowed at Hedwig when he unrolled the letter. Harry, though he must recognize the handwriting, though he had tried his best to be neater than usual. Harry averted his eyes as Snape's eyes flickered towards him, and then back to the letter. Harry only hoped the letter was to Snape's satisfaction. He had done his best to make it sound both formal and sincere, and knew it really didn't sound like him at all. Professor Snape, I would like to apologize for my actions in Hogsmeade the other week. I acted foolishly and in doing so endangered not only myself, but you as well. I realize now that that was not the only consequences of my decisions, and apologize for the course of action you were forced to take in order to rectify the situation.
It has taught me that I need to take more responsibility for my actions and think about how they will affect others. I hope that you can forgive me for my misdeed, sincerely and with remorse.
Harry James Potter. He had felt silly writing the words, but he felt better now that he had sent it. Looking up out of the corner of his eye, he saw Snape sitting with his usual acerbic look and the letter gone. Whether he had pocketed it or incinerated it, Harry had no idea.
The next day Harry woke, much to his surprise, to find a small pile of letters and Honeydukes chocolates at the end of his bed. Grinning, he threw back the covers and sorted through the pile. He wasn't surprised to find a letter and slab of nougat chocolate from Hermione. He was surprised to find a brief note from Ron attached to a medium-sized box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Choosing one, he ate it as he perused Ron's letter, which sounded very much like the one he himself had written for Ron. The small khaki bean turned out to be vomit-flavored, one he had never had the experience of tasting before, and hoped not to ever again. Washing his mouth out with a glass of water, he smiled at the small pile. There was also various kinds of chocolate from Hagrid, Lupin, Pandora, Fred and George, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Avoiding the lollies from Fred and George, Harry stuffed a few chocolate galleons into his pocket and went down to the common room. "Heya Harry," shouted Pandora, "thanks for the Honeydukes." "No problem, thanks to you too. What do you want to do today?" "I'm easy. I was thinking it would be good to just pig out on chocolate all day." Harry quite agreed, and they spent most of the day playing Exploding Snap and chess, pausing only to go and raid their stashes of chocolate. The only thing that marred the otherwise good day was that Harry had an occlumency lesson with Snape. He was a bit worried, and rightly so. Snape spent the entire time viciously trying to drag up memories of the textbook, but Harry managed to keep anything incriminating away from Snape's grasp. When Snape finally gave up, Harry was extremely thankful. He didn't think he could have held out for much longer. As he was leaving Snape's office, he had a sudden thought. Quickly ducking down a side passage, he pulled on his invisibility cloak, which he had been keeping in his pocket for cases when he felt the need to slip away from anyone who might be following him. Standing silently, he waited a few minutes and then crept off silently, being very careful not to make any noise. Eventually he came to the entrance to the Slytherin common room. He was about to hiss, "Open," when another little voice did it for him. Smiling at Salazar, he pushed open the portrait and walked into the dark room. The fire was roaring, but it hardly lit the room outside of the small ring of armchairs that surrounded it, and the chairs cast long shadows on the rest of the room. He had expected to find people in there, but it was completely empty. Huffing that he would have to search for Malfoy, he looked around and saw stairs leading upwards like in Gryffindor Tower. He went to the top where the balcony held several doors and an open archway revealing stone steps. Keeping in mind that Malfoy lived in a tower, he chose the archway and started up the stone steps. He passed a number of doors on his way up, all of them bearing names and title, such as 7th Year Prefect, and the like. Finally, he found Malfoy's door, right at the very top of the stairs. Hoping he hadn't climbed the considerably long stairs for no reason, he knocked loudly. He waited a moment, hearing nothing, so he knocked again. This time, he heard 3 brisk footsteps and the door was flung open. "What?" yelled a harried-looking Malfoy. The Slytherin frowned, seeing no one there. Remembering he was wearing the invisibility cloak, he pulled it off. To his disappointment, Malfoy didn't so much as flinch. "Potter." I really do find it troubling that you can get in here anytime you want. Harry grinned. Really? I find it exceptionally satisfying.
Malfoy scowled. Suddenly, there were voices on the stairwell below them, and Harry made to pull his cloak on. Malfoy, however, reached forward and grabbed his robe, pulling him into the room before quietly shutting the door and putting a finger to his lips to indicate that he wanted Harry to be quiet.
Nodding, Harry looked around the room. It was smaller than it had looked from the painting on the wall, but was still an excellent size for just one person. Harry was extremely jealous.
A knock sounded at Malfoy's door. The Slytherin ignored it completely and took a seat in an armchair that sat by the fire, indicating at a smaller, and significantly less comfortable wooden desk chair for Harry to sit. Taking out his wand, he transfigured the chair, making it look much more like Malfoy's, and dragged it over to the fire.
After a minute of knocking, the voices finally went away and Harry saw Malfoy let out a deep breath, rubbing his hand over his eyes and pinching the bridge of his nose.
Bad day? Asked Harry. You can't imagine how stressful it is to be a prefect, Potter. The bloody fourth years are all up in arms about some ridiculous thing they've been fighting all day. Apart from trying to sort that out, and having no luck I might add, I've got everyone else coming up to me and complaining how they can't concentrate or relax with the fourth years fighting continuously.
Ah, well. You have my pity, said Harry, not really feeling all that sorry at all. Malfoy seemed to sense this and gave a half-hearted sneer. I thought we could practice the animagus transformation for a while. Want to go to the chamber? We can go through the common room so we don't have to walk all the way through the castle to Myrtle's bathroom. I do, but let's just stay here. I'm too tired to go walking.
They spent an hour of the evening working on their animagus transformations, Harry determined to have some change, but he was again disappointed. Malfoy didn't manage to get any further either, but he did get much faster at changing back and forth between what he had achieved so far, taking great pleasure in doing it every time Harry looked at him. He appeared to be regaining his usual cocky demeanor more each time Harry scowled at him. After a while, Harry gave up. Do you want to play chess? Asked Malfoy, standing up and walking to the mantel above the fireplace. He still had scales around his orange eyes.
Just so you can gloat about beating me at something else? Grumbled Harry.
You guessed it, Potter. I'm white. You're white every time we play. Why can't I go first? He whined.
Potter, we've only played about 3 times. Doesn't change the fact that you are white every time.
Malfoy ignored him and refused to give Harry white. He took down a miniature chess board from the mantel. It was small enough to fit in the palm of his hand. It sat atop a stand, and Malfoy put the little table and board on the floor. Confused, Harry watched as Malfoy pulled out his wand, enlarging the table and board until it sat between them at the perfect height to play.
Harry was making his second move when Malfoy suddenly jumped up. Oh, I forgot. The Slytherin stalked over to an elegant wardrobe that sat along one wall and opened the door. Harry raised his eyebrows at what he saw inside. While from the outside the wardrobe looked no deeper than a foot and no wider than 2, it was clearly much bigger than that. It was a full-size walk-in robe. Shaking his head at the expensive things Malfoy owned, he concentrated on making his move. Malfoy came back, and Harry looked up at the sound of clinking glass. Told you I'd share, said Malfoy, holding out the bottle of fire whiskey he had bought in Hogsmeade and placing 2 glasses next to the board. The evening got considerably better after that, and Harry didn't even care when he lost the 4th straight game in a row. It was the last day of the Easter holidays, and Harry was actually looking forward to the other students coming back, especially Ron and Hermione. He hadn't really realized how lonely he had been the past few months when he'd been fighting with his friends until he had received the gifts from Ron and Hermione, and was looking forward to life going back to normal. Something that had already gone back to normal was Snape's treatment of him. Since he had sent the apology, he had noticed that Snape no longer completely ignored him. Instead, he was back to being snarky and spitting cruel and sarcastic comments. Though they had been getting along slightly better than this previous to Harry's outing to Hogsmeade, he felt that this attitude was better than indifference. On Tuesday night, the students who had gone home for the week returned on the Hogwarts Express. Harry allowed Pandora to drag him to the entrance hall to greet Ron and Hermione.
As soon as she saw them, Hermione flung herself at him, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Harry, thank you so much for the chocolate, it was my favorite flavor. How was your break? I wish I could have stayed, but you know I haven't seen my parents since last September. I'm so glad we're over this stupid argument, I've missed you so much these last few months.
Harry pried Hermione off his shoulder, patting her shoulder awkwardly as she wiped a stray tear from her eye.
Ron, who looked slightly embarrassed by her behavior, settled for giving Harry a weak handshake and a nod, though Harry noticed his lips were pursed and he had a feeling that Ron wasn't completely over their argument. He wondered if the gift he had received from Ron was the result of needling on Hermione's part or his parents.
They went into the Great Hall and took seats at the Gryffindor table, where Hermione proceeded to tell them, in great detail, about her holiday at home with her parents. By the time she had reached day 3, dinner was served, and Harry dished himself up a large bowl of lamb stew. After dinner, Harry pulled Hermione and Ron aside, with an apology to Pandora. "We need to talk, guys."
Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, but followed him over to cushions in the corner of the room. "I think I can guess what you want to talk about, Harry." "Well, we can't just go back to being friends as if nothing has happened. I want to. Really, I do. I've missed you guys, but I need to know that you both are going to support my decisions. I'm a Parseltongue, you guys know that. I'm not evil, and neither is Parseltongue."
"I know that," Harry assured Hermione. "Yeah? Well, what about you, Ron? Do you think Parseltongue is evil?"
Ron scowled slightly, looking uneasy. "Well, no, I suppose not," he finally admitted. "But it was right scary, some of those spells."
Harry shrugged. "Not much different really from some of the spells we've learned in classes. You just think they're worse because you don't know how to stop them." "That's true, Harry, but you weren't on the receiving end of some of them. Some of them really seemed dark. I just think you should be careful, that's all." Harry sighed. "Hermione, Ron, I am not going to turn dark, not for anything. We know that, mate. And another thing, I don't want you guys taking things from my trunk for Dumbledore." He gave a pointed glare at Ron. "I can't believe you did that."
Ron looked sheepish. "Come on, Harry, what was I supposed to do? Dumbledore asked me to. I couldn't say no. Plus, I was pretty pissed at you for that spider thing. You know I hate spiders." "Well, you were being a bit of a bastard," replied Harry in a light tone, and Ron smiled weakly. "Harry, Dumbledore is just looking out for you," said Hermione.
"Yeah, well, he's got people following me. Tonks apparently, and Owens. He's another Auror."
Hermione and Ron looked at each other guiltily, and Harry threw his hands up. "You knew. Great. Well, anything else you two know that maybe I should?" he asked sarcastically. Hermione placed a hand on his arm. "Please, Harry, we didn't know at first, but we kind of worked it out. After that, Dumbledore told us not to tell you. We wanted to, really, but Dumbledore said it was to protect you, and we thought it was a good idea, what with you going off alone all the time. It isn't to protect me. Hermione, you know as well as I that Hogwarts is the safest place in England. Nothing's going to happen to me in the castle. Look, mate, that might be true, and it might not. I mean, you've got to look at the facts. First year there was all that rubbish with the Philosopher's Stone, then in second year it was the Chamber of Secrets. Third year it was that rat, and fourth year it was the tournament. Last year we got lured out of the castle. It wasn't difficult for him to convince me that you needed watching. I was angry, but I didn't want you know who snatching you." Harry had to concede the point that he had come across trouble at the school, and he could appreciate Dumbledore's manipulating them, because he had put up with years of it. "Look, let's just forget it all. I expect you guys to tell me though, if you find anything out that I should know, alright?" "Sure thing, mate," replied Ron. "We will, Harry. I'm so glad everything is going back to normal. These past few months were terrible. I've been so upset, and Ron's been in an absolutely foul mood." "I have not." "Oh, you have too," teased Hermione. "Sulking about the pace all the time." Harry laughed and waved Pandora over, and the four of them spent the evening talking and laughing.
Over the next few days he noticed that with the repaired friendship between himself and Ron and Hermione, the rest of the Gryffindors had returned to treating him as they always had as well. He was a bit put out by this, but he wasn't going to complain. As long as people let him act how he wanted and didn't get offended by it, then he was happy to have them all as his friends.
On the first Thursday back at school, Harry was alone in the chamber. It was late, and he had been sitting in the same spot for over an hour now trying to achieve an animagus transformation. He was about to give up for the night when all of a sudden, he felt the oddest sensation in and around his mouth. It started in the space between his nose and mouth, and somewhere above his chin, then radiated inwards around his mouth. His eyes snapped open and he jumped up, a hand going to his mouth. He was walking quickly to the mantel to get the mirrored box when the sensation stopped as suddenly as it had started. Stretching his jaw and hearing it crack, he reached out and pulled down the mirror, bringing it to his face and scrutinizing his appearance, excitement bubbling in his stomach. His outward appearance was unchanged, causing a small stab of disappointment. That, however, was forgotten as soon as he opened his mouth wide and saw a row of razor-sharp teeth. He noticed that his mouth opened further than normal, so that the bottom row of inch-long teeth jutted out a bit at an odd angle. If he had to describe them, he'd say they looked quite like the teeth of a piranha.
When he closed his mouth, the teeth locked together, forming a solid wall of enamel. He grinned into the mirror, revealing the interlocked fangs. He looked deadly. Harry couldn't wait to show Malfoy the impressive set of chompers he had acquired. It had taken a few tries, but he had managed to return them to normal quite quickly, and was now waiting for an opportunity to show them off. By the time potions rolled round on Friday, he couldn't wait any longer. After making sure everyone was thoroughly engrossed in their own potions, Harry concentrated on the transformation, feeling the strange feeling shooting through his gums. When it stopped, he ran his tongue along the back edge of the teeth, feeling the sharp, elongated fangs. "Hey, Malfoy," he whispered, leaning down so that his mouth was hidden from the rest of the class by the steaming cauldron that sat on their desk. Murmured Malfoy, engrossed in chopping their shrivelfig into perfectly equal pieces. Harry didn't reply, instead opening his mouth in a wide grin. Malfoy finally looked up, and Harry was quite pleased with the reaction. Malfoy's eyes went wide, and he toppled backwards off his chair, yelling a particularly foul swear word as he did so. Harry couldn't help but burst out in laughter, clutching his ribs as tears of mirth came to his eyes. Malfoy pulled himself to his feet, glaring daggers at Harry as their classmates snickered. "What is going on here?" demanded Snape, striding over and glaring at the students who were laughing. Struggling to control his own laughter, Harry concentrated desperately on returning his mouth to normal, neglecting to answer Snape. Relief shot through him when he felt the change take place almost immediately, even as Snape hissed the question again. "Sorry, Professor," intoned Malfoy smoothly, saving Harry from answering. "Just a little accident, entirely my fault."
Snape's expression softened from the look of distaste it had taken on when he had been looking at Harry. "Very well, see that it doesn't happen again." "Yes, Professor. And stop laughing this instant, Potter. I fail to see what is so funny."
Harry barely managed to get out a reply between his chuckles, and he was desperately in need of a deep breath. "Enough, Potter," said Snape, his voice rising. "Remain behind to discuss your detention." That brought Harry's chuckles to a stop, and he muttered a sullen, "Yes, sir," as Snape left to stalk between the workbenches again. Trust Snape to give him a detention for next to no reason. But it had definitely been worth Malfoy's reaction. He turned to the Slytherin. "So, what do you think?" "Quite an impressive set of teeth, really," Harry grinned. "I thought so too. You could have given me some warning thought, instead of just gnashing them in my face like that and making me embarrass myself." Harry rolled his eyes. "I didn't gnash them in your face, and you didn't really embarrass yourself." "I fell off my chair, Potter, in front of the entire class, one might add. I consider that embarrassing." After dinner, Harry trudged down to the dungeons for his detention cum occlumency lesson. As usual, he entered Snape's office to find the man sitting behind his desk marking essays. "Take a seat, Potter." Harry did as he was told, and Snape pushed the pile of essays to the side, fixing Harry with a less than friendly stare. "Well, Potter, let's see if you've made any improvement. Legilimens." The lesson began the same way they all had lately. He could now successfully keep Snape away from his thoughts for quite a while, and throw him out occasionally with the dueling method. He still hadn't succeeded in throwing him out using willpower. An hour later, Snape had only managed to access his thoughts once, and Harry was feeling quite pleased with himself even though he hadn't managed to throw Snape out even once, a fact which Snape took great pleasure in pointing out. Despite that, Harry knew he was improving, and as long as he was improving he couldn't complain. Acrid smoke filled the air and burned his lungs as he stood in the chaotic street. Sleek black figures moved in the haze, shooting spells that shattered windows and set fire to buildings not already engulfed in flames. The aged wood burned quickly. Terrified screams reached his ears, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a smirk. Taking out his wand, he sent an array of sparks into the air. As the shower of sparks faded, the popping sounds of apparition could be heard up and down the street. Waving his wand once more, he cried, "Morsmord," and a ghostly green skull appeared high in the sky, looking down on the devastation caused by his loyal Death Eaters. Mate, are you all right? Come on, Harry, wake up." Harry groaned as sunlight assaulted his eyes. His head was killing him, and his muscles felt like they were on fire. On top of the pain, he felt as if he had gotten no sleep, and his eyes drooped heavily as he swung his legs over the side of the bed. "Harry, are you okay? You were screaming fit to raise the dead?" Ron leaned closer and spoke quieter. "Nightmare? Vision," Harry grunted in reply. Ron's eyes went wide. "A vision? Are you sure?" Harry nodded slowly, but stopped when it made the pounding in his head worse. "Yeah, Ron, I'm sure." His scar was killing him, and he put a cool hand over it trying to numb the pain. "Should I warn McGonagall? The Order would want to know about it?"
Harry processed what Ron was saying. He couldn't remember seeing and Order members, but it had been difficult to discern faces in the thick smoke. Still, there could be people still alive. "Yeah. Go tell someone. McGonagall, Dumbledore." Harry waved his arm in the direction of the door.
"Will you be all right? Just hurry." As Ron rushed from the room, Harry pushed himself up against the wall and closed his eyes. The momentary silence that had descended when Ron had left was immediately shattered when Hermione came in. "Harry, are you all right? Ron told me to come in to check on you, and then just rushed out. Has something happened?" At that point, she must have caught sight of his face, because he heard her let out a small gasp. "Harry, you look awful. Are you ill?" Harry opened his eyes and focused on Hermione. "I had a vision." Hermione put a hand to her mouth. "Oh no, it's been ages since you had one of those." Harry gave a wry smile. "Not really, actually." Hermione looked ashamed for a second. "I'm so sorry, Harry. Ron never mentioned while we were fighting, you know." Harry patted her hand. "Don't worry about it, my own. I thought the occlumency was supposed to stop your visions. You've been learning it for ages now, and you said you were getting really good at it." Harry shrugged. "I am. It just isn't helping. Snape reckons I need to learn Legilimency, and I can't learn that until I can control my mind properly with occlumency." Hermione gave him a puzzled look. "But how can Legilimency help you? I thought the point of occlumency was to block these visions you were having." "Well, the thing is, Mr. Potter, are you well?" Harry looked over to the door where Professor McGonagall had just walked through, followed by Ron. "I'm all right. Mr. Weasley tells me you have had another vision." "Yes, Professor. I don't know where it was. What I could see through the smoke didn't look familiar at all, so it probably wasn't Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade."
"Very well. Professor Dumbledore is currently informing the right people and attempting to find out what has happened. If there was an attack, we didn't know about it." She scowled slightly. "I'm fairly certain it happened, Professor. It felt real, and my scar hurts." "Well, get yourself off to the hospital wing. You certainly don't look well." McGonagall gave him a sympathetic look and helped pull him to his feet. Then, with Ron on one side and Hermione on the other, they made their way slowly to the hospital wing. "Mr. Potter!" exclaimed Madame Pomfrey when he arrived supported by Ron and Hermione. "You just can't seem to stay away, can you?" Harry gave her a small grin as she helped him onto one of the cots. "Let's have a look at you then. He's had one of those awful visions again, Madame Pomfrey." The matron tisked lightly, pursing her lips as she held a hand to his forehead. "Do you require Professor Snape's assistance?" Ron gave a strangled cough which Harry ignored. "No, not this time.
Maybe just some pain reliever for my scar. All right. But I'm going to keep you here for a few hours for observation. I don't want you collapsing halfway through dinner because I didn't treat you properly. Harry groaned and leaned his head back against the pillow. The last thing he wanted was to spend his Saturday lying in bed.
Madame Pomfrey bustled back over a few minutes later with a thick purple potion that made him gag as he swallowed it. It was one he'd had before, but he didn't think he would ever get used to it. As soon as the matron left to her office, Ron turned to him, hands on hips. Why did she ask as you needed Snape? He asked, his lips twisting at the name. Harry shrugged. Snape just has some potions that are better for me, more suited than the generic ones Madame Pomfrey has here, that's all. He certainly wasn't going to explain how he sometimes suffered the effects of Voldemort's curses. Besides, that had only happened a few times. Well, I'd be careful, mate. I wouldn't trust anything that Greasy Git gave me. Hermione rolled her eyes as she returned Harry's amused look. Ron, how many times are we going to have this discussion? Professor Snape is on our side. Doesn't mean he wouldn't try to poison us, mumbled Ron. Eventually, talk turned back to Harry's visions, and Ron made the same comment that Hermione had in the dormitory earlier. I thought learning occlumency was supposed to help though. He leaned forward and dropped his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Are you sure Snape's teaching you right? Harry laughed. Yes, Ron, I'm sure. I'm actually pretty good now. That's great, Harry, exclaimed Hermione. But what were you saying before, about learning legilimency? Why isn't occlumency helping? Legilimency, what's that? It's kind of the opposite of occlumency, Ron. It's all about getting into someone else's mind instead of keeping someone out of yours. Ron looked puzzled. So why do you need that instead of occlumency? I'm not a seer, guys. They aren't visions, as such. I see things as they're happening, through his eyes. I'm in his head. That's why the occlumency isn't working. I mean, he isn't likely to be putting his thoughts and feelings into me, is he? Ron shivered as Harry continued. He'd have to be insane to let me see these things. If it was like that, then the occlumency would probably work, but it's me that's getting into his mind, and that's why I need to learn legilimency. I need to learn to stop my mind from, well, wandering, so to speak. Ooh, but Harry, legilimency is supposed to be much harder than occlumency. You can't go on having visions like this. I know, but Snape insists that I have to be at least competent in occlumency first. Luckily, I think I'm almost there. Well, that's good, I suppose, mused Hermione, and Ron nodded his head in agreement. But I think you should start learning the basics of legilimency as soon as possible. Yeah, I wish he would just start teaching it to me, even if I don't have the control yet, I will soon. Why don't you just ask him? Have you tried that? Of course not. Snape won't care if I ask him. Nothing I say can change his mind. Well, you won't know until you try, will you? Pressed Hermione. I agree, mate, it is worth a shot if it gets rid of these visions sooner. Harry sighed. He did want to get rid of them. I'll think about it. Hermione sat back, looking pleased. Hey, where's Pandora? I thought she'd be here at some point. I think this is the first time she hasn't been with me outside of classes. Hermione and Ron exchanged a fleeting look, but he caught it, narrowing his eyes. What? Oh, it's nothing really, Harry. She just can't be here at the moment. Harry raised an eyebrow. Why? There's no classes on. Ron spoke up. Madame Pomfrey said you aren't to have visitors, except for us. When? I didn't hear her. And that's ridiculous anyway. I'm fine. In fact, I think we should go. Harry made to get up. But Hermione laid a hand on his shoulder. I think you should just rest for a while, Harry. Oh, come on, my own, he whined. I really am fine. That potion did wonders. Plus, I missed breakfast and lunch is starting in about 5 minutes. Aren't you hungry, Ron? Ron looked guiltily at Hermione, who was pursing her lips. Yeah, I kind of am. I missed breakfast too. It's settled then, let's go. With that, Harry jumped up, as did Ron. Hermione stood stiffly, glaring between the two of them. Being careful not to alert Madame Pomfrey, and making sure Hermione didn't make any noise, they crept past the matron's office and out of the hospital wing. Pandora wasn't at lunch and Harry didn't see her in the common room that afternoon either. Assuming she was getting work done in the library, he put it from his mind. He, Ron, Hermione and Ginny spent the afternoon playing Exploding Snap and then, except for Hermione, a game of three-a-side Quidditch with some fifth years they found on the Quidditch pitch. Harry had arranged to meet Malfoy after dinner, and he waited for him in Myrtle's bathroom after making a few jumps with the pendant to throw off anyone following him. He doubted that he needed to, however. What with the attack he had seen, all the Aurors probably had other things to deal with. Malfoy arrived soon after him and they walked down to the library. "So are we going to practice the animagus transformation tonight?" asked Harry. Now that he had made the first change, he couldn't wait for the next one. "Yes, but first I want to finish my arithmancy essay. It shouldn't take me longer than an hour. I'm nearly done." "All right." Harry scanned the shelves as Malfoy settled down to work and was thinking of studying when another idea occurred to him. Heading for the tunnels, he headed to the closest painting that would take him into the world of paint. The closest was the one next to the doors that led to Dumbledore's chambers and office, and he leapt through into the landscape in Dumbledore's office, landing on the soft grass with a dull thud. It was quite empty, and he decided to check at Grimmauld Place. He made a running leap through the barrier, but when he landed he was not in the picture with the barn that he had envisioned. Instead, he was in the painting next to the landscape, Phineas Nigel's portrait. Perhaps he couldn't jump between paintings in different buildings, only ones in the castle. Assuming this to be the case, he walked to the door at the back of Phineas' portrait and through to the room with three doors. He took the one to Grimmauld Place and came out into a painting that sat upon the wall of a shadowy hallway. He again fixed the image of the barn in his mind, and this time when he jumped through the barrier he did come out in the desired painting. Peering out through the frame, he saw that the meeting had already begun and that the kitchen was fuller than he had ever seen it. He slowly pulled open the barn door so that it didn't creak, and when it was wide enough for him to slide through he went into the barn and climbed the ladder up to the loft. Settling on the usual hay bale, he peered out the window and down upon the meeting. The group was currently discussing what seemed to be the previous night's attack. "What I can't understand," exclaimed a portly young man with a pompous voice, "is how we didn't hear about such a devastating attack. The effort that must have gone into planning it wasn't small, even if the actual attack group wasn't that big." Dumbledore answered the man's question. "Alas, Kenneth, we cannot know about every plan of Tom's. We are lucky that we are able to thwart the plans of his that we do. It is unreasonable of us to expect to hear about every one." Grumbling met this reply, but no one raised any objection to the statement. A few more comments were made about the damage caused by the attack before Dumbledore dismissed the meeting. Harry was momentarily disappointed with the meeting, but he noticed that several people had not moved from the table and decided to wait and see if discussion might continue. He was rewarded when Mad-Eye Moody closed and locked the door again. Still in the room were Moody, Tonks, Dumbledore, the Weasleys, Snape, McGonagall, Shacklebolt, and four others Harry didn't recognize. Almost immediately, Snape began talking, as if he was answering some unspoken question. "As I have previously discussed with Albus and Minerva, I believe the Dark Lord suspects a spy. He keeps his secrets ever closer and hesitates to tell even his most loyal the full extent of any of his plans. I heard no mention of this attack from him, and he gave no indication that he was planning anything at all for last night. It is my belief that he suspects a spy." Concerned muttering broke out in the room, halting Snape's report. "Severus, does he suspect you?" asked Molly Weasley, concern evident in her voice. "I think not. However, I believe this attack was an attempt to narrow down the number of potential spies. The group that attacked last night were no more than new recruits and pitiful excuses for pureblood wizards. Given that no one was there to halt the attack, he most likely believes none of that group to be the spy. What can we do then? If we wait for you to hear of an attack, you will be one of those singled out when we act on the information. I mean, we can't not act on information of an attack, can we?" asked Arthur Weasley. "Indeed, it would be a difficult decision, but if it allowed us to retain our spy, I see no other option," replied Dumbledore, his voice heavy. Tonks spoke up from her spot seat next to Molly. "How can we just sit by and let such a tragedy occur again? We can't let innocent people die. But how many people are saved with the information Severus brings us, Tonks? Perhaps it would be worth it, much as it pains me to say, replied Arthur. Aye. Sometimes in war you need to make sacrifices, growled Moody, and Tonks slouched in her seat, a pout on her lips. It may not come to that, said Snape, and the occupants of the room turned to him. I shall keep an eye on more than the members of the inner circle and attempt to glean what I can members of the lower ranks. Perhaps if I can learn of an attack we will be able to make a presence and his suspicion will fall on a group that does not include me. I believe that is our only option for the moment, said Dumbledore among murmurs of agreement. Alistair, Nymphadora and Kingsley, you will of course see what you can find out from any Death Eaters taken into custody. Nods answered him and for a few seconds quiet descended in the kitchen. Harry pulled a roll from his pocket that he had stashed there at dinner and tore a chunk of with his teeth. Albus, said Molly, Ron's last letter seemed to indicate that he and Harry have resolved whatever disagreement they were having. Yes, Molly, it would seem Harry has returned to eating with his friends. I must admit that dinner is the only times I have seen him lately. Nymphadora. Oh yes, Harry is getting along fine with his friends again. I was quite worried for a while, about the way he was withdrawing so much and escaping alone at all hours of the day and night. Well, that's good here, replied Molly. Albus, I have given my report and I have essays to mark. If you'll excuse me. Snape was clearly disgusted with the conversation, but as he turned to leave Dumbledore stopped him. Just a moment, Severus, there is still something I wish to discuss with you. Snape scowled but leaned again on the wall in a dark corner as the discussion continued. It is good to see him happier, but he still disappears and I have no idea where he goes. Owens has had no luck either, said Tonks. Still, Nymphadora, sneered Snape. Surely two such highly trained Aurors as yourselves should be able to keep track of one teenager, an admittedly dense one nonetheless. Tonks scowled at the same time Harry did. He is not dense, Sev, and he is quite a slippery character. He says he's just going to the bathroom or something, and I expect Owens to follow him, but then he just doesn't come back and he's gone for hours. You can't expect me to follow him to the bathroom. That may be so, but he is still only a child and you are a skilled dark wizard catcher, and yet this boy who has never shown and signs of having an even remotely impressive intellect still eludes you. Tonks was becoming exasperated, but Dumbledore was only watching the exchange with a small smile on his face and a twinkle in his eye. You don't understand. He just disappears. Dumbledore chuckled. Well, I dare say young Harry knows a good many secret passageways and such that even his father didn't. Tonks shook her head tiredly. I thought I knew a good few, but since I've been on the job I've learned of a few more. Perhaps I could lend you the map. I have tried to keep a track of Harry's movements, but really I am far too busy. Harry scowled at the reminder that his father's map had been stolen from him, and at the fact that Dumbledore was using to see where he was. It was highly unfair, in his opinion. That's an idea, actually, agreed Tonks. As soon as he leaves I can activate it and follow him that way. He won't be able to disappear on me then. Harry balled his fists in anger. He didn't need people babysitting him. Nothing was going to happen to him in the castle. Aside from that, he couldn't risk Dumbledore finding out that he was going down to the chamber, or that he was going there with Malfoy. If you drop by my office tomorrow, at the usual time for your daily report, I'll have it ready for you then. Tonks nodded agreement and panic shot through Harry. If Dumbledore gave Tonks the map he had no chance of getting it back. He knew where Dumbledore's office was and could get in there, but aside from the fact that Tonks was following him, he had no idea where he could find her. She must have quarters somewhere in the castle, unless of course she was flowing out every night. There were too many options to think about regarding Tonks. There was no other option, he decided. He would have to get the map back tonight or tomorrow. Dumbledore clapped his hands merrily. Well, I think that is all for tonight. It is late and I'm sure you would all like to retire. McGonagall stood and straightened her skirt. Very well. I shall see you later, Albus, Severus. Minerva. Snape nodded in reply as she passed with Tonks. Nymphadora. Sebi, replied Tonks, smiling sweetly. Snape narrowed his eyes, and Harry grinned at Tonks' nerve. Kingsley, Arthur and Molly also bid Snape good evening, but everyone else ignored him as they left the room. Once the kitchen was empty of all persons but Dumbledore and Snape, Dumbledore flicked his wand and a dusty decanter of brandy popped into existence on the table. "Brandy, Severus?" asked Dumbledore as he poured 2 glasses. Snape didn't answer, but took the glass Dumbledore floated over to him. "So, how is our Harry progressing with his occlumency lessons?" A sneer twisted Snape's face at Dumbledore's use of the word "are," but he answered caused Harry some satisfaction. "He is progressing far better than I expected him to. He is obviously clearing his mind each night. I believe it would be best to start his legilimency training at the soonest possible opportunity. As soon as he succeeds in throwing me from his mind by willpower, I will consider him mentally ready to begin." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "It is indeed imperative that we close his mind to Voldemort's. I fear the things he sees while he sleeps are not doing him any good." Snape sneered at Dumbledore's comment, and Harry privately agreed that it was a ridiculous comment to make. Of course the visions weren't doing him any good. Harry was glad that he didn't have to ask Snape as Hermione had suggested. He felt he was so close to being able to accomplish what Snape wanted. Conversation turned to matters that had nothing to do with Voldemort or the war, and Harry decided it was time to return to the chamber. It hadn't been a bad night of information gathering as far as he was concerned, and Malfoy should be finished his essay by now, meaning they could practice. Jumping through to Phineas' portrait, he took the door to Hogwarts and then jumped through the portrait he had first come through. Stepping out, he took the pendant out and apparated to where the tunnel left the library, just out of sight of the entrance in case Malfoy happened to be looking. He entered the library to find Malfoy browsing the shelves. "Where did you go, Potter?" "I just had some things to do." "Ready?" Malfoy nodded and settled down in an armchair. Harry took the chair across from him and proceeded to clear his mind. Now that he had achieved a transformation, it was much easier to imagine the feeling of changing. Almost as soon as he thought about changing, the fangs grew in. He stretched his jaw, and like last time he heard it crack loudly. "Quiet, Potter. I'm trying to concentrate here." Harry popped open an eyelid and saw Malfoy seated a few meters away, reclined against the base of the lounge. The ridge above and around his eyes was scaled, but Harry couldn't see the eyes themselves. Not long had passed when he heard a whoop of triumph from Malfoy, and he groaned in defeat. He had been hoping to beat Malfoy this time around. Climbing to his feet and stretching his aching back, he saw that Malfoy was already over at the mantel above the fire, peering into the mirrored box with a hand to his head. "What is it?" asked Harry, coming to stand beside Malfoy. It was a bit difficult speaking with the longer teeth, but he managed, even if his voice did sound a bit strange. The Slytherin turned and pointed to one side of his head, and then the other. "Do you see them? Horns," he said gleefully. Harry leaned closer and peered at where Malfoy was parting the hair on the left side of his head. Harry's eyes flickered between Malfoy's face and his horns. "Say something. Aren't they brilliant?" Yeah, nice horns, Malfoy." The Slytherin narrowed his eyes. "You're being sarcastic." "No, I just what?" "Well, don't you think you're getting just a bit overexcited? Those are just little twisted lumps of skin. I mean, they could turn into anything." "Little twisted lumps of skin," shouted Malfoy. The Slytherin turned away, spluttering incoherently. Thinking it might be best to defuse the situation before Malfoy exploded, he hastened to placate him. "Look, they're great, really. I just didn't see them very well. Let me have another look." Malfoy turned and glared, then stuck his nose in the air. "No. Oh, come on. Let me see. I'm just annoyed you beat me again." This time Malfoy smirked slightly. "Really? Annoyed or jealous?" "I'm not jealous. Don't believe you." Malfoy shook his head and tutted mockingly. "Jealousy is a sin, Potter. So is pride. Whatever. So, you were saying about my horns." "Oh yeah." Harry took another look when Malfoy lowered his head. "Really great. They're actually bigger than I first thought. Can't wait to see when they're fully grown." If it had been anyone else, they would have been disgusted with Harry's attempts to sound sincere, but Malfoy, egotistical as he was, lapped up the praise. "Well, you'll improve soon enough as well." Have you been practicing by yourself? Only a few times. I've been pretty busy with school stuff though. Yes, me too. Although it is worth it. And it isn't as if you aren't succeeding. You've got those brilliant teeth. Harry was surprised at Malfoy's compliment. Taking the mirrored box from Malfoy, he examined them admiringly. He happened to think they were quite brilliant himself. Suddenly he noticed something, and he grinned. His tongue was jet black. Well, that didn't happen last time, he commented, happy that he'd made an improvement, no matter how small. What? Asked Malfoy. My tongue. It's black. The score is even. So it is, said Malfoy, looking at Harry's tongue when he opened his mouth wide for the Slytherin to see. You know, Potter, that looks a little creepy. Your mouth opens really wide. It's like your jaw is disconnected or something. I know. Cool. Malfoy gave a theatrical shudder. I suppose, but as I said, creepy. An hour later, they were both sitting in front of the fire reading when Harry remembered that he had something to ask Malfoy. Putting down his book, he leaned forward and spoke. So Malfoy, I have a favor to ask. Harry wasn't expecting the reaction he got. The Slytherin burst out in laughter. A favor? He crowed. You want to ask me a favor, Potter? Oh, this is hilarious. Harry looked on, dumbfounded as Malfoy struggled to control his outburst. Why would I willingly do anything for you? Harry narrowed his eyes, angry at Malfoy. Because if you don't, he snapped, I refuse to bring you down here ever again. Malfoy's laughter, which had quietened to chuckles, cut off abruptly at Harry's harsh reply, and he was now staring at Harry with something akin to fear on his face. No, Potter. You can't do that, said Malfoy, his eyes wide. There's no need to make threats. What do you need? Malfoy dragged Harry over to the table, pulled out 2 chairs and pushed Harry into one, sitting himself down in the other. He clapped his hands once and leaned forward. Hit me with it. Harry smirked at the boy's change in attitude and shook his head exasperatedly. I wasn't threatening you, Malfoy. I was stating a fact. Well, what could happen if you don't help me? I mean, I could do it myself, but I'm really not sure I'd be successful. Fine, not making a threat, but why? Why wouldn't you be able to bring me down here anymore? The thing is, a couple of weeks ago, Dumbledore confiscated my map, you know that one I showed you. Yeah, I know the one. Keep going. Well, you remember how I said I was being followed. He's also been keeping track of me with the map. What? Malfoy jumped to his feet. What if he saw us together? I told you, Potter, it wouldn't be good for me. I know. I figured that Dumbledore's a busy guy. He's not going to be constantly looking at the map, and even if he did see us together once or twice, he'd just assume we were talking about potions or defense. Harry shrugged and leaned back in his chair, watching the Slytherin pace angrily. Besides, the chamber isn't even on the map. What if he saw us going into the bathroom though? And into the wall? He knows where the entrance to the chamber is from our second year. He'll know you've been bringing me down here, and he'll put a stop to it. Don't you think I've thought about this? Snapped Harry, quickly getting cranky. I've been wanting to get the map back since he took it, but I didn't think it would be a good idea to steal it back so soon after taking the book from Snape. Then they'd more than suspect me. They'd know it was me. Anyway, you don't need to worry. He hasn't seen us coming down here. So what are you going to do about it? It's only a matter of time before he does. We come down here a couple of times a week, he's bound to see us eventually. Harry sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. This is why I need your help, all right. So can you please just sit down and shut up for once? He yelled. Malfoy gave him a foul look, but Harry was fast getting angry at the Slytherin's behavior and simply glared until Malfoy threw himself back in his seat, arms crossed moodily. Stop sulking and listen to me. I am not sulking, Potter. Just tell me what the plan is to stop the interfering old court case from finding out about the chamber. Right. Well, earlier I overheard him telling someone that he was going to give it to them instead, because they have more time and opportunity than him to watch it. He held up a hand to forestall Malfoy, who was muttering angrily. We need to get it back either tonight or tomorrow. Dumbledore said that he would give it to her when she came to give her daily report, so I figure that we have all day, because that will probably be after dinner when Dumbledore retires to his office. Agree. Malfoy nodded grumpily, but he was paying attention to what he was saying, for which Harry was grateful. I have a plan to get into Dumbledore's office, but I'm going to need a distraction. I think the best time will be straight after dinner, before she goes to see him. Malfoy snorted. Obviously, he spat sarcastically. Harry glared. And who is this she you keep talking about? Oh, Tonks. She's one of the Aurors following me. Right. One of them. What about the others? How many are there, anyway? Well, I'm pretty sure there are only the two of them, and they only follow me one at a time, I should think. That doesn't matter though. I can easily get away from them. What I need you for is to create some distraction to lure Dumbledore out of his office so I can slip in under the cloak and grab the map. What kind of distraction? It has to be something big, obviously, and loud too, because we need Dumbledore to hear it in order for him to leave straight away. I guess if we do something right outside his office, or just down the corridor maybe. Malfoy nodded thoughtfully. Well, I can do loud. I could get some blasting bombs from. Malfoy spared him a scathing glance. I am not touching any Weasley products. Oh come on. This is so we can get the map back, remember. It's important. And there's nothing wrong with the Weasleys, he added. Even so, said Malfoy, ignoring the last part, there are other ways. As I was saying before you rudely interrupted, I have an idea. I have some El Magrabad hair. I can mix it with some dragon blood. I'm sure Severus has some of that, and if not I'll go out tonight and get some. Malfoy paused for a second, thinking. In fact, I'll have to go out anyway to get the other ingredient. Quote. A skincy egg, he added at Harry's questioning look. If I mix the Magrabad hair and the dragon blood, it'll react with the skincy egg and create a nice big explosion. Harry nodded thoughtfully. It seemed a bit radical and dangerous to him, but he supposed the Weasleys must use these sort of things to make their products. That's actually a pretty good idea. Malfoy rolled his eyes. Surely you've noticed by now my superior intellect, Potter. He smirked. The Weasleys aren't the only ones who know how to make a bang. Harry shook his head at Malfoy's arrogance. Hang on. It won't damage the castle, will it? And we don't want to hurt anyone. Some dung bombs will take care of the students wandering along there. It's a pretty deserted area of the castle anyway. As for damaging the castle, do you really think I'd be stupid enough to smash up my own home, Potter? Dragon blood causes an explosion when mixed with a lot of things, but with skincy eggs, the explosion will be quite small. The egg actually exploding will cause heaps of noise, but it won't be hot. The reaction will be very cold, there might a bit of frozen egg on the walls, but no damage at all. It's perfect for the purpose. Harry was quite impressed with Malfoy's knowledge and with the plan, but he wasn't going to stroke his ego by telling him so. Instead, he nodded, saying, it sounds like it'll work. I'll hang around in the corridor, and as soon as Dumbledore leaves his office I'll sneak in and get the map. We just have to hope he leaves it on the desk. Alright, but saying he's watching the map. He'll see you and know you're there. He'll put two and two together. Harry shook his head. There's a hidden passage near there that isn't on the map. I'll hide in there. Okay. Mixing the Magrabad hair and dragon blood forms a kind of acid, eats through lots of things, including glass. I'll have to make it in the corridor, then pour it over the skincy egg. After that I'll run like hell, because it's only going to take seconds to eat through the shell, and I don't want to be anywhere near there when it explodes. Quote. Sounds good, replied Harry. We don't want him connecting you to it, either. It might be a good idea to hide with me and just run out when you need to put the acid on the egg. Alright. Well, first off I'll have to go to Hogsmeade tonight. I could check Severus' stores, but then he'll notice that the ingredients have been stolen. Plus, he has lots of wards on his private stores. Yeah, might be safer to just go to Hogsmeade. Although, the stores will be closed after 5. Malfoy shrugged unconcernedly. I'll find a way in. A bit of breaking and entering, Malfoy. Harry raised his eyebrows. Well, how else do you expect me to get these ingredients? As long as you leave money and don't actually break anything. Malfoy rolled his eyes. Leave money. How perfectly common. Harry scowled. That's generally the way it works, Malfoy. You get something in a shop, you pay for it. I usually don't handle the money. If it makes you feel better, I'll pay for it. Malfoy settled back, a smug look on his face. Fine. I'll leave money. Harry narrowed his eyes. Fine, but I'm coming with you to make sure you do. Malfoy scowled. That night, Harry went to bed at 11 and waited until he heard the snores of his fellow dorm mates. He lit his wand and glanced at his watch, trying not to fall asleep. At 11:30, he decided he couldn't lay there without going to sleep and sat up quietly. He had gone to bed dressed, and his broom sat at the end of the bed. Crawling forward, he grabbed it and pulled the pendant out of his shirt. Then, after struggling into his invisibility cloak, he apparated to the edge of the Black Lake. He didn't want to apparate too far from the castle, not wanting to drain himself like last time he had apparated too far. He thought he had only drained himself from apparating through the wards, but it was better to be safe. He set off around the lake, his feet crunching on the sand and his cloak swishing in the light breeze. The moon was full and the sky was clear, but covered in the invisibility cloak, he cast no shadow. He arrived at the gate to the front of the school with 15 minutes to spare, but only had to wait 5 before he heard the sound of someone moving over the grass. He stood still, searching out the source of the soft footsteps before he spoke in case it wasn't Malfoy. He needn't have worried. Seconds later he detected the pale face and white owned hair of the Slytherin, glowing dimly in the light from the moon as he stepped out from the shadow of a willow. Malfoy. He stepped forward as Malfoy turned to face him. You're early. I was starting to fall asleep. Come on, let's go. Harry jumped on his broom and Malfoy did the same, and they took off into the air, shooting down the road to Hogsmeade. They neared the wizarding town quickly and Malfoy took the lead, leading Harry around the outskirts and down into a dark and empty street that Harry had never been in before. They slowed down and Malfoy turned off down an alley, coming to a stop halfway down. Harry dismounted and stood his broom against the brick wall before following Malfoy around the corner to the back of the shop. Where are we? Whispered Harry. Eordan's Potions. The apothecary in the main street is far better known. This one is much more out of the way. Why here though? Wouldn't we have more luck getting what we want in the other apothecary? Don't be ridiculous, Potter. We'll find everything we need here. I chose Eordan's because it has no security. A simple Alohomora. Malfoy tapped the lock on a small wooden door and Harry heard a click, and were in. There was a flash of white teeth as Malfoy grinned, turned the handle and stepped into the dark shop, the door squeaking on rusty, unoiled hinges. All right, Potter. I'll find the dragon's blood and you look for the Scansea egg. Malfoy said, obviously having been in the shop before and knowing where to look. Harry set off, lighting his wand to scan the shelves. The first row he passed had an arrow pointing down it that said, trees, flowers and water plants. The next indicated, herbs, crystals, rocks and minerals. The third held, skin, scales and assorted feathers. The fourth one he passed looked more promising. The sign read, eggs, entrails and essences. Holding his wand aloft to read the labels that lined each shelf, he saw that they were arranged alphabetically. Harry walked up the row, searching for S, and quickly found the Scansea eggs. There was a huge glass jar full of pale round balls, all sitting in a clear liquid. Picking a small empty jar from a table at the end of the aisle, he returned to the Scansea eggs and pulled the lid off of the jar. Seeing a rag sitting on a shelf, he scrunched it up loosely and put it in the jar to protect the egg. Picking up a pair of tongs, he gently lifted one of the eggs out of the liquid. He placed it carefully amongst the folds of the rag and snapped the lid onto the small glass jar. Stowing it safely in his pocket, he set off to find Malfoy. The Slytherin was absorbed in the contents of the next row over, bloods and other bodily fluids. I got the Scansea egg. Have you got the dragon's blood? Well, come on. We should go. Malfoy dragged his eyes away from the array of potions ingredients and after Harry had dropped some sickles on the counter they left through the back door, locking it behind them. Harry waited impatiently for the day to pass, but the clock was ticking impossibly slowly and the minutes dragged by. After breakfast he sat with Ron, Hermione and Pandora working on his herbology assignment and then potions homework. After lunch, They spent a few hours lazing by the lake, in the shade of a huge oak tree. Finally dinner arrived, and Harry began to feel nervous. He was worried that they would be too late, or that something would go wrong with their hastily conceived plan. He barely touched his chicken, and couldn't stay focused on the conversation around him. He could feel the weight of several dung bombs in one pocket and the bulk of his invisibility cloak in another. The pendant sat cold on his chest. Harry watched Dumbledore from the corner of his eyes, and when the old man stood, Harry did as well. Across the room at the Slytherin table, Malfoy did the same. Harry excused himself, and thankfully no one tried to come with him. That was definitely one benefit of being friends with Ron and Hermione again. Pandora didn't feel the need to accompany him everywhere. He walked quickly, turning down several corridors and running down a hidden passage. When he was sure no one was behind him, he apparated to the hidden corridor to meet Malfoy. The Slytherin arrived a moment later, out of breath from having jogged there. "All ready to go?" asked Harry. "Yeah," replied Malfoy, pulling out a vial of dragon's blood, a vial containing 2 thick brown hairs, and the jar holding the sconce egg. "Have you dropped the dung bombs yet?" "No. I'm off to do it now. If Dumbledore comes, don't set off the explosion unless you see Tonks. Otherwise, wait until I get back." Malfoy nodded, and Harry threw his cloak over himself and stepped out into the empty corridor. He apparated to one end and deposited a dung bomb, then walked quickly to the other end of the corridor to leave the other. He was just placing the second one down when he heard footsteps. Straightening, he saw Dumbledore, alone, opening the gargoyle. He immediately apparated back to the hidden passage where Malfoy was waiting and whipped of the cloak. "That was fast," commented the Slytherin. Harry shrugged. "Just in time, too. The password is melting moose drops, if you need it." "Senile old fool." Malfoy snorted softly as he fished the sconce egg out of the jar. He handed it to Harry. "Hold." Harry took it and cradled it gently in his hand, watching as Malfoy removed the stoppers from the vials containing the Mograbod hair and the dragon's blood. "Ready, Potter. Because as soon as I mix these, there's no going back." "Do it." Harry listened closely for the sounds of footsteps, hoping Tonks wouldn't come too soon. He threw his cloak over himself again. "I'm going to roll the egg out into the corridor now." "Hang on. I thought of a better way to do this." "What?" "We can't change the plan now." "Relax, Potter," hissed Malfoy. "I'm not changing much, just ensuring that Dumbledore won't catch me on that map." Malfoy pulled out a pair of dragon hide gloves. "Here, take the Mograbod hairs and give me the egg." Harry placed the egg in Malfoy's outstretched and gloved hand and took hold of the cool glass vial. "You know it feels really weird standing here talking to a disembodied voice. Got to be prepared. Okay. Now you are going to drop those 2 Mograbod hairs into the dragon blood, all right?" Malfoy waited for a response before continuing. "Good. Then, because we'll only have seconds once the reaction is complete, I'll pour the acid on the egg and roll it into the corridor. The gloves will of course protect my hand from the acid. Then I'm running, because I don't want to get caught. As soon as you see Dumbledore leave, do what you have to get that map back. Let's just hope the crackpot isn't deaf." Harry did as Malfoy said, his arm appearing out of thin air as he extended it to drop the hairs in the blood. As soon as they hit the sparkling crimson liquid, it began to froth and bubble, and Malfoy immediately poured the entire contents of the vial over the egg. Harry held his breath as Malfoy stood right at the edge of the passage and threw the egg down the hall. There was a resounding boom. Harry heard a whispered, "Good luck, Potter," and Malfoy was gone down the dark tunnel. 30 seconds later, the gargoyle slid aside and Dumbledore appeared, a curious expression on his face. As soon as Harry saw him, he apparated to the small room in the chamber tunnels where he had found the doorway to Dumbledore's chambers. Taking the other door that he desperately hoped led to the headmaster's office, he stepped through. A short flight of stairs led up, ending in a golden door that looked identical to the one that sat at the top of the moving staircase in Dumbledore's office. Not willing to spend too much time thinking about it, he pulled it open and stepped through. A sigh of relief escaped his lips at the sight of the circular office. Turning, he saw that he had indeed come through the golden door. Fawkes sat on his perch, beadily eyeing the spot where Harry was standing, and he had a nagging feeling that Fawkes could see him. Reminding himself that he didn't have much time, he strode over to Dumbledore's desk and scanned the items lying there. A thrill of feelings, joy, success, excitement, relief, erupted in his chest when he caught sight of the map unfolded in the middle. He had been right. Dumbledore had been watching it. He summoned it from beneath his cloak with a non-verbal accio, courtesy of Snape's classes, and relished the feel of the worn parchment in his hand. Glancing at it, he saw that Dumbledore was still investigating the explosion in the corridor, now in the company of Tonks. It seemed they had acted at the most opportune time. Focusing on the dungeons, he saw that Malfoy was not in the dormitory as Harry had thought he would be, but in Snape's office sitting opposite the potions master. Glad that Malfoy had an alibi, he folded the map and slid it into his pocket, wanting to be out of here. Not wanting to alert Dumbledore to his presence by apparating, in case he had wards like Snape, he marched back over to the door and opened it. Instead of the stone staircase he had used to get there, however, he saw the moving one. He couldn't leave that way. Dumbledore might see the gargoyle open. Closing the door again, he tried a different tack that always worked in the chamber. Open. The word was hissed out in a shallow breath, and to his great relief, the door swung open of its own accord, revealing narrow stone steps. Pulling the door closed behind him, he took the stairs 3 at a time and jumped the last 4. Yes. He was ecstatic with having the map back, especially having stolen it from right under Dumbledore's nose. He hadn't thought about it earlier, but it would be a good idea for him to have an alibi as well, and who better than Snape himself? The man was more likely than anyone to be suspicious of him, but if he was seen down in the dungeons, in Snape's office, then how could he have been anywhere near Dumbledore's office? Grasping the pendant, he apparated to the dungeons after ensuring there was no one standing near Snape's office. Shivering at the sudden change in temperature, he put the map in a deep pocket and knocked on the heavy wooden door. Enter. Harry pushed open the door, revealing Snape and Malfoy seated facing each other across the desk. Snape scowled at Harry and Malfoy quirked an eyebrow. He gave the barest of nods, addressing Snape but hoping that Malfoy would get the message. Sir, I was wondering if I could talk to you about my detention tomorrow night. It was actually an occlumency lesson, but of course he couldn't let Malfoy know that. As you can see, Potter, I am currently engaged in a discussion with another student. If you would care to wait outside, I shall let you in when we are done. Harry ignored Snape's insulting tone and moved out of the doorway. Yes, sir. He closed the door and walked across to lean against the wall of the corridor opposite the door and wait for Snape and Malfoy to finish their discussion. 5 minutes later, he was shivering. The cold had soaked through his thin robes, and he hadn't been wearing his cloak. He was considering just leaving, now that Snape had seen him when the door was flung open and Snape appeared in the doorway, a look of suspicion on his face. He spoke one word. In. Harry moved into the office when Snape stepped aside, to find Malfoy standing. Professor, I'll see you in class tomorrow, said the Slytherin, giving a polite nod to Snape. Of course. Good evening, Draco. Snape closed the door behind Malfoy and spun to face Harry, still with a suspicious and somewhat curious look on his face. You will remain here until I return, Potter. Refrain from touching anything. With that, Snape left the office, the door banging shut behind him. Dead silence reigned in the chilly dungeon, and he was immensely glad that Snape had left his fire going. The corridor had been cold, but thankfully the office was warm. The minutes dragged by. He assumed Dumbledore had called Snape through the flow about the break into his office. There was no other reason why Snape would tell him to wait and then just leave. He was fidgeting nervously 3/4 of an hour later when the door opened and Dumbledore entered, followed by Professor Snape. He sat up straight in the chair, greeting Dumbledore. Harry, my boy, you must forgive Professor Snape for keeping you waiting, for in reality it was my fault. Unfortunately, I had to call him away urgently to see to a matter. Oh, that's all right. I just had a question about my occlumency lessons. My dreams are getting pretty bad, and I was hoping that maybe we could start with legilimency soon. This wasn't entirely a lie, so hopefully he sounded at least slightly truthful. Snape snorted loudly. Well, Albus, as you can see, occlumency has succeeded in allowing the boy to become a much more competent liar. Dumbledore gave a small smile. Ah, well, you did teach him, Severus. Harry jumped to his feet. Hang on. Professor. I'm not lying about anything. No one is accusing you of anything, Harry. Why don't we all sit down and have a little chat? Returning Snape's scowl, Harry did as Dumbledore said. The headmaster conjured an armchair next to Harry's considerably less comfortable wooden chair and sat down, while Snape sat behind the desk in his chair. How has your evening been, Harry? He gave a casual shrug. All right. I suppose. After dinner, I went to the library to check on some notes and then I came here. Just homework stuff. I expect with your exams coming up that you and your friends are putting a great deal of effort into your studies. Yes, sir. He nodded. Cut the crap, Potter. We all know you haven't been doing homework this evening, snapped Snape, fixing Harry with a fierce glare. Harry attempted to look affronted. Now, Severus. Let us talk about this calmly. About what, sir? He asked. It would seem that someone breached the wards on my office, much the same as Professor Snape's were breached some weeks ago. Harry narrowed his eyes at Snape. And you think I had something to do with it? Astute observation, spat Snape. Once again, Harry, I must ask you if you had anything to do with this breach. I must admit, I find it difficult to believe that you were near my office and down here mere minutes later. Professor Snape, however, is certain you were somehow involved, and I do trust his beliefs without hesitation. I didn't last time and I didn't last time. I don't know why you'd even suspect me. Snape began to talk, but Dumbledore cut him off. Last time it was the nature of the object taken that led us to suspect you. However, I do not believe you could have gotten past Professor Snape's wards. I have discussed this with you, Albus, hissed Snape. His Parseltongue abilities allow him to open doors that are effectively warded against anyone else. Yes, you have made me aware of this. You were also quite adamant that you had rectified the problem. That was before my chambers were broken into. Be that as it may, I am quite confident in your ability to protect your chambers from known threats. I do not believe Harry was involved in either of these break-ins. Dumbledore turned twinkling blue eyes on him, and he smiled weakly. Snape crossed his arms angrily and glared first at Dumbledore and then at Harry. Well, my boy, we won't keep you any longer. Perhaps if you ask your question again so that Professor Snape can answer it and you can get back to your friends. Harry turned his head to look at Snape. I was just wonder about legilimency. My dreams are getting pretty bad, and I was hoping I was good enough to start it now. From what Professor Snape has told me, it would seem you have been improving nicely, commented Dumbledore in a placid tone that Harry was sure was completely infuriating to Snape. Dumbledore turned an enquiring eye towards Snape, who was looking thoroughly put out. A shame he has not yet succeeded in throwing me from his mind, which I may remind Mr. Potter, is the point of occlumency, ground Snape, his teeth clenched. So that's a no, Professor. Correct, Potter, as astounding as that is. Well, I'll just be off then. Harry stood and walked to the door. Opening it, turned back to face the two wizards. Sir, I forgot to ask about your office. Was anything important taken? Dumbledore's face did not betray his lie. Oh, no, not to worry, Harry. I haven't noticed anything as yet, but if something was taken then I'm sure it will turn up eventually. I am more worried about the fact that someone got in. I confess myself quite impressed with my own magical skill, and someone who can so easily brush aside my magic is quite worrying to me. Don't you worry, however. I assure you that Hogwarts is still quite safe. Well, good night, sir. Professor Snape. He received a pleasant nod from Dumbledore and a sneer from Snape before he shut the door and made his way up to Gryffindor Tower, the map stowed safely in his robes and a victorious grin on his face. Harry, where have you been? Called a voice as soon as he stepped through the portrait hole into the common room. He walked over to the chairs in front of the fire and flopped down into the one next to Hermione. I've been down in Snape's office. I didn't know you had a detention mate. I didn't. I just went down to talk to him about a question about our essay. He couldn't talk about the occlumency lessons in front of Pandora. Oh, what did you want to know, Harry? Asked Hermione. Oh, a few things. It's okay, I got it sorted. Well, you could have just asked me, Harry, said Hermione. You know I'd help you. What? Just before you told me you wouldn't help me. What's the big deal? Exclaimed Ron. Hermione rolled her eyes and sighed. Ron, I've already done nearly the whole assignment for you, what with checking it over and giving hints. You can write the conclusion on your own. Harry shared a smile with Pandora as Ron and Hermione continued to bicker. An hour later, Harry said goodnight and he and Ron went up to bed, leaving the girls to chat. So you had an occlumency lesson with Snape? Asked Ron as they went up the stairs. Harry looked incredulously at Ron. You got that? Well, yeah. I mean, why else would you go see him? You could just ask Herm if you needed help. Harry smiled. Yeah, I guess I would. Still, Hermione didn't really take the hint. She usually more perceptive. Yeah, I guess some of her virtues are rubbing off on me. They shared a laugh before going into the dormitory and changing for bed. Harry woke early from a nasty vision on Monday morning and dragged himself down to the common room. The sun still hadn't risen, but he couldn't sleep again. It was becoming a common occurrence, and he had been losing a lot of sleep. He had an occlumency lesson that night, and he was determined to succeed. If he didn't, he was going to take a leaf out of Hermione's book and get a book out of the library. He could at least start to teach himself, even if he couldn't practice with anyone. Deciding to put the time alone to good use, he cleared his mind and worked on his animagus transformation. He felt the tingling sensation as his teeth and tongue changed, but other than that he remained unchanged. 2 hours later, people began to slowly drift down to the common room and he resumed his normal appearance. He walked down to breakfast with Seamus, Neville and Dean, and 10 minutes later they were joined by their dorm mates. The day passed quickly and Harry made his way down to the dungeons. He was determined to achieve success tonight. He had been practicing with Malfoy several times a week and had been clearing his mind every night, and he was certain he was close to being able to push Snape out. He had noticed a change in his temperament and anger control since he had begun really learning occlumency. He no longer so willingly displayed his emotions, and he could control his emotions much better than he had once been able to. Often when he caught sight of himself in the mirror his face was a stoic mask. He was feeling quite jubilant. He was still happy about getting the map back, and he had had no arguments with anyone. All in all, he was in an excellent mood. They began as usual, and Harry could immediately tell that his mind was strong tonight. He could feel Snape's mental push, but in his mind, Snape just kept falling through empty and endless blackness. Harry knew there was no way Snape was getting at his memories. Now all he had to do was throw the man out. After 10 minutes, however, no amount of wishing and willpower had made him succeed. He could hear Snape's sneering voice trying to distract him. Steeling his resolve, he recalled the isolation he had felt when his aunt and uncle had locked him in his cupboard, letting the feeling overcome all else but the darkness. He remembered feeling alone. And just like that, he was. He could no longer detect Snape's smooth presence coursing through his mind, no longer feel the tug at his memories. Opening his eyes, he grinned broadly at Snape, who was staring at him with a mixture of disgust, and to Harry's surprise, relief. Well, Potter, I knew that given enough time even you could manage this. Harry rolled his eyes. You know, it wouldn't kill you to tell me I did a good job. He didn't care if Snape gave him detention for being cheeky, he was feeling euphoric at having succeeded. To his surprise, Snape merely replied, it would, however, be an extremely painful and discomforting experience. Harry gave a tired smile. So can we start with legilimency now? Snape tilted his head in a nod. As I said, once you have mastered occlumency to me satisfaction, we will begin legilimency. If you show me you can do that again, I will consider you competent enough to begin. Harry leaned forward, ready to try again, but Snape waved him off. Not tonight. Go to bed, clear your mind and we will meet again on Wednesday. If you can throw me out again then, that is when we will commence legilimency. Sighing, but holding his tongue when he saw Snape's warning look, he got to his feet and left the office. The next day, he was still on a high from having succeeded in throwing Snape from his mind. His jubilation impacted on his class work. For the first time ever in Transfiguration, he mastered the spell on his first try. Professor McGonagall was extremely impressed and awarded him 20 points when only 2 minutes into the lesson he transfigured his mop head into a shaggy brown puppy. After transfiguration, he had potions. For once, Snape didn't make any sarcastic comments for the sake of it, and he found the potion they were making unusually easy. He actually found the rhythmic chopping of ingredients somewhat relaxing. He was cutting up the last ingredient for their potion, a wart removal cream, when Malfoy pushed a folded bit of parchment across the table towards him. He gave the Slytherin a questioning look, but Malfoy wasn't looking at him. Harry reached out and was about to read it when Snape approached their bench. Shoving it into his pocket, he returned to cutting his mandrake roots. A half hour later their potion was a perfect pale orange, and Harry started cleaning up while Malfoy stoppered a vial of their potion for marking. They finished before the bell, and Harry waited outside for Hermione, Pandora and Seamus. Hermione finished only a few minutes later, and they sat chatting in the corridor until the other two had finished. After lunch and herbology, he was sitting at a table in the common room working on homework with Ron, Hermione and Pandora when he remembered the note from Malfoy. Slipping his hand into his pocket, he pulled out the folded piece of parchment and unfolded it beneath the table. Written in Malfoy's elegant scrawling script, it read, Potter 2, Malfoy 3. Damn. What is it, mate? Asked Ron. Harry looked up. All three of them were staring at him, confused. Or, nothing. Don't worry. He cast a wordless incendio on the scrap of parchment and went back to his work. He had a feeling Malfoy would be waiting in Myrtle's bathroom after dinner, just waiting to show off his newest transformation. Despite the fact that he was annoyed that Malfoy had once again beaten him to it, he couldn't wait to see it. So after he had returned to the common room, he told the others he was taking a book back to the library and rushed out of the common room before they could even answer him. He heard Hermione call after him, but he ignored her and shut the portrait behind him. Turning into the first hidden passage he could find, he threw on his invisibility cloak and apparated directly into the bathroom. Malfoy wasn't there yet, so he lounged against the wall and waited. 10 minutes later, the door opened and the Slytherin stepped through after peering cautiously into the room. You should know by now that no one ever comes in here, Malfoy. He laughed when Malfoy jumped at the sound of his voice. Shite, Potter. I really hate it when you wear that thing, said Malfoy to a patch of air some distance away from where Harry was standing. I'm over here. He pulled off the cloak, grinning at Malfoy's scowl. So what changed this time? He asked as he walked over to open the sink. I've half a mind not to show you now, sniffed Malfoy, his nose in the air. As if you can resist the chance to show off. Malfoy ignored him and they made their way down to the chamber. So you got the map back, right? Uh-huh. You got down to Snape's office pretty quick. I ran. Snape still thinks it was me though. Malfoy gave him a scrutinizing look, and Harry had the feeling that Malfoy knew he was lying. So are you going to show me your animagus transformation or what? Of course. It's fantastic. Malfoy relaxed his body for a second and Harry watched as Malfoy's forehead and around his eyes morphed into orange scales. His pupils lengthened into vertical black slits and the silver-gray irises changed to a burning orange. What had never happened before was Malfoy's white bee-owned strands of hair standing straight up and fusing together in spikes along the middle of his head and to the top of his neck, kind of like a mohawk. On either side of the steely-looking spikes were the lumps of bone that had now morphed into something that Harry would actually call horns, even if they were only small ones. Comment. Said Malfoy expectantly. Well, the horns have gotten bigger. They actually do look like horns now. They looked like horns before. Yeah, well, they look more like horns then. Anyway, those spikes are nice. Malfoy ran a finger over them. They're sharp, too. Have you been practicing? Course I have. The only reason you're ahead of me is because you had some idea what animal you were going to be. Either that or I'm just naturally superior. Harry snorted. Whatever you reckon. Anyway, we still don't know for sure that you're a dragon. You could be a crocodile or something. Malfoy laughed loudly. A crocodile, Potter. Are you serious? Since when do crocodiles have orange scales and eyes? Well, I don't know. I'm just speculating. Anyway, are you going to walk around like that all night, because it's a tad disconcerting? Malfoy grinned evilly. In that case, most definitely. Harry rolled his eyes and flopped down on the lounge with his bag. Well, I have to thank you for helping me get the map back. I only did it so I could keep coming down here. I know that, but still. And thanks for the occlumency lesson especially. Malfoy suddenly looked worried. What? Who tried to read your mind? Was it Snape? Oh. No, don't worry. Nobody read my mind. Malfoy relaxed slightly. You're sure? He nodded emphatically. I'm really good at occlumency now. You've only thrown me out a few times, and Snape's much better than me. I was practicing by myself. Trust me, you're safe. Fine, grumbled Malfoy, but he still looked slightly uneasy. Harry undid the zip and started rummaging in his bag. I have something to show you, as thanks for helping me get the map back. Malfoy leaned forward, interested, and Harry pulled out the Dark Arts, an historic account. Malfoy's eyes widened comically as he reached for the aged leather book. Severus asked me about this, you know. He was convinced you took it, but he just couldn't prove it. He made wards specifically to keep me out of his office, you know. Be fair, Potter. He has every right to do that. I guess, but he tested it without telling me first. Malfoy chuckled. Sounds like something he would do. Wednesday night found both Harry and Malfoy once again in the chamber, Harry with his nose buried in the Dark Arts, an historic account. He still hadn't found Dolahov's curse, and suddenly it occurred to him that there was someone he could ask. Hey Malfoy, can you help me? I'm looking for a particular spell. Which one? Well, I don't know what it's called. Last year at the ministry Ginny got hit with some sort of cutting curse. I'm trying to find that one. Not much information. Do you know anything about it besides the fact that it's a cutting curse? Maybe you heard the incantation. Harry shook his head. No, I'm pretty sure I didn't. At least, if I did then I don't remember it, but I think Dolohov did it wordlessly. Oh, it was purple though. That's it. Malfoy's face lit up with recognition. Ah, yes, I know the one you want, he said, reaching forward to take the book. That's a specialty of Anton's. If I'm correct. Malfoy turned to the beginning of the book and began flipping through the pages. It's an old curse, and definitely in this book. The Slytherin hummed as he paged through the book. After a minute he held it up. Aha, here it is. Malfoy handed the book back, pointing at the middle of the page. Shaza Tir. It's especially dangerous because a normal shield won't hold up against it, you need the specific counter shield. Harry took the book and peered at the page. There was a brief history of the spell, as well as incantations and wand movements for the spell and the shield. Shaza Tir is a cutting hex invented by an ancient Egyptian wizard, Mohit Fazah. It is one of several foreign magic spells that have become common in the repertoire of spells used by dark wizards in Europe. The incantation is the same as the name, Shaza Tir, and the wand movement is a slash in the direction of the intended victim. Though it can be countered with a very powerful protega, most wizards are not capable of producing such a strong protega. The specific shield requires the incantation Pashtu Yut, with the wand pointed at the oncoming spell. The hex forms in a bright purple flash of light. The effect of the hex, when properly incanted, are deep cuts which bleed profusely and can be difficult to heal completely with standard healing spells. In the 15th century the spell was declared illegal in England and some countries on the continent. Propping the book open upside down on the lounge, Harry walked to an open space and took out his wand to practice the shield. After a half an hour of shouting, he had only once managed to produce result, and that had been an extremely dim wisp of light that faded immediately. He had been saying the words as they were spelt, but as they weren't in Latin, he wasn't sure if he was pronouncing them right or if he was putting the emphasis on the right syllables. Squaring his shoulders, he assumed a dueling stance and began to have another go. Halfway through the incantation, he heard a book snap shut and looked up. Malfoy gave an exaggerated sigh and stood, stretching. Honestly, Potter, don't you know anything besides what they teach us? Do you even know that much? In case you hadn't noticed, I'm trying to teach myself something right now. Funny, it looks to me like you're pointlessly repeating the same useless word over and over again. Look, don't just stand there and criticize. I'll get it. I'm just not sure of the proper way to say it. You could have asked. Harry scowled in exasperation and annoyance. Well, if you know how to do it, why didn't you tell me, instead of standing there watching me do it wrong? Because it's entertaining. Harry threw his hands in the air and turned away. Do you have to be so difficult all of the time? Malfoy walked over and peered down at the book, ignoring Harry's scowl. Well, it's Arabic, so yes, you pronounce it Pashtuyut, I think, said Malfoy, saying it with a slight accent and a little differently to how Harry had been doing it. Glaring, Harry grudgingly nodded and took the book back, mentally reciting the way Malfoy had spoken the words. After a minute, he put the book down again and moved back to the open space where he had been practicing. Extending his wand arm, he performed the wand movement and said the spell. This time, he felt the rush of magic and a brief but defined shield erupted from the end of his wand. It faded quickly, but the orange burst of light had been strong and definite. Yes, he shouted, relieved at having finally produced a result. Passable, I suppose, considering it was your first attempt where you said the spell correctly, replied Malfoy in a sneering tone. Well, I'd like to see you try it, scowled Harry. Fine. Malfoy stepped forward brandishing his wand, a superior look on his pointed face. Harry watched as the Slytherin assumed a dueling stance and performed the spell. Pashtuyut. Harry smirked in satisfaction when nothing happened. Nice. Malfoy frowned at him. And how many times did it take you to produce that pathetic excuse for a shield? Once, when I knew how to say it properly. Malfoy huffed and tried the spell again, to no avail. Well, you were bound to be better than me at something, said Malfoy, relenting. Don't sound so surprised. I've been top of defense since first year. He smiled with pride. Don't gloat. Harry rolled his eyes. Oh, of course. Wouldn't want to infringe on your trademark trait, would I? Potter, do not gloat, said Malfoy, sticking his nose in the air. There is a clear difference between showing pride and gloating. A clear difference which you clearly do not understand. Malfoy abruptly changed the subject. Well, you do seem awfully confident, Potter. If you'd like, I could help you practice that shield, said Malfoy, twirling his wand and smiling dangerously. I don't think I feel quite so confident yet that I want you to throw that curse at me. Malfoy shrugged and walked back to his armchair, taking the book with him. Your loss, he called lightly. The next day after potions, Harry had a team Quidditch practice. Their next match wasn't for a month, but it was the final match and it was against Slytherin, so it was the general consensus of the team that they get in a good few practices. After they were finished, he and Ron had quick showers before going down to dinner with the rest of the team. Harry shoveled his food into his mouth, wanting dinner to be over. He had his next lesson with Snape after dinner, and he was desperately hoping that it would be a legilimency lesson rather than an occlumency one. Snape had said that if Harry could once again successfully throw him out using only willpower, then they could move on to legilimency. Harry kept one eye glued to the head table, and when Snape finally got up to leave, he let out a deep breath he had been unconsciously holding. He impatiently waited 5 minutes and then bid goodbye to his friends. Ron and Hermione knew it was an occlumency lesson and not a detention, but they still gave him sympathetic looks along with everyone else. After all, it was still Snape. Once he had left the Great Hall, he walked as quickly as he could without actually running down to Snape's office. He knocked, and entered at the professor's call. Snape greeted him with his usual surly scowl, but he was not sitting marking essays as he usually was. Instead, he was leaning over his desk, upon which lay a pensieve, full of a glistening silver substance that resembled quicksilver. The substance swirled and whirled, and as Harry watched, Snape lifted his wand to his temple. When he took it away, a string of silver was dragged after it, stretching until it broke away from Snape's skin and gathered in a blob on the end of his wand. Snape moved the wand down to the pensieve until it was nearly touching and let the memory fall into the stone basin. For a few seconds, the liquid swirled quicker, and Harry saw flashes of color and indistinguishable, semi-transparent images flash along the surface. When the liquid stilled, Snape took his seat and motioned for Harry to sit. Trying his best to ignore the pensieve that sat so intrusively on the desk, forcefully reminding Harry of the last time he had seen it, he sat and waited for Snape to speak. We shall begin as usual. Clear your mind. Attempt to throw me out. Harry did as he was told. He could easily clear his mind now, and it was less than a minute before Snape entered his mind. Doing as he had done in the previous lesson, he envisioned his cupboard and the silent solitary space it had provided. After a very brief mental struggle, Harry found himself alone with his thoughts, and Snape sat back. Looking rather displeased, Snape looked at Harry and said in a somewhat reluctant voice, "Well, Potter. It would appear that it is time for us to move on to the study of legilimency." Harry couldn't help but grin, and it was all he could do not to let out a victory yell. "However," said Snape, raising his voice, "we shall continue to practice occlumency simultaneously. A master is able to prevent a legilimens from even entering his mind. Even better, they are able to guide and misdirect a legilimens so that the attacker does not even realize that they are being misled. This in fact is more effective than merely being able to block thoughts. Legilimency training will actually aid in this as it will teach you to control your own mind." Harry nodded. He was happy as long as they started on legilimency. "We shall begin with the basics. By now you know the incantation is legilimens. The wand movement is simply to point your wand at the one from whose mind you wish to glean facts. However, pointing the wand and saying the incantation alone is not enough. You need intent, to imagine that you are already in the intended targets, in this case, my mind." "You mean you actually want me to read your mind?" He was surprised, but secretly pleased. He now knew why Snape had been using the pensieve. Snape had obviously thought he would succeeded with occlumency, as he had been putting memories in the pensieve before Harry had gotten there. "How else do you expect to learn, Potter?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know. I guess I didn't really think about it." Snape gave him a look that seemed to say, "No. Really?" and raised an eyebrow. Snape stood and put his wand to his temple again, removing another memory. Harry watched as it was placed in the pensieve. Snape saw him watching. "Yes, I'm sure you recognize this from your previous jaunt through my memories." Harry blushed slightly in shame, but he wasn't going to be sorry. He had already apologized for that. Plus, he hadn't even known what a pensieve was before then, as he had previously explained to the man. "I am extremely doubtful you will see anything I do not let you see. In fact, there is no change you will. However, it is always best to be careful." Snape sat again. "Now, I want you to attempt to gain access to my mind. If you cannot, I will lower my shields bit by bit until we reach a level where you are able to get in." Harry nodded understanding and pointed his wand at Snape. It was a good feeling. Legilimens. There was a brief silence in the room. Again. Legilimens. Again. Legilimens. Again. This continued for some time until Harry's head was pounding. This was like the mental equivalent of trying to push through a wall of glad wrap that refused to break. There was something there, stopping him from getting through, but he didn't know what it was and he couldn't see it. It was simply a pressure of sorts at the front of his mind. On what seemed like his millionth try, Harry felt an odd sensation, and his first thought was that he had finally done it. Everything went black, and that was certainly how he imagined Snape's mind. After that, he knew no more. He woke to find he had collapsed forward onto the desk. Along with the headache, he now had a sore forehead. Groaning, he lifted his head up. Given that Snape was calmly sitting in his chair, he assumed he had only been out for a few seconds. Either that or Snape just didn't care that he had fainted. Snape sneered. "Congratulations, Potter. My defenses are completely removed and still you cannot get it right." Harry was far too tired to respond to the comment, which was clearly a barb and nothing else. He felt a hand on his arm and realized Snape had come around to his side of the table and was trying to get him to stand. Pushing himself to his feet, he found a vial of a light blue potion that he recognized as a headache draught pressed into his hand. Gladly uncorking it, he swallowed it down and waited for the pain to abate. Snape pressed another vial into his hand. "Dreamless sleep potion. Your mind will most likely be weak tonight. I can't stop any visions, but we can keep any dreams at bay." Harry started to pull out the stopper, but Snape roughly grabbed his hand, wrenching the vial from his hand and stuffing it into a pocket of Harry's robes. "Don't drink it here, stupid boy, unless you want to sleep on a cold stone floor." Be assured I won't carry you to your bed. Not that I'd care if you woke up with a stiff back, but the house elves have to clean. Oh yeah, he muttered, rubbing his eyes tiredly and massaging his temples. Well, off with you. I shall inform you of when your next lesson will be. Harry stumbled to the door and out into the corridor, where he shuffled slowly along. He had just reached the corridor that would take him up to the Great Hall when he heard footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw Malfoy approaching him. Groaning, he stopped. Potter, Snape kept you for a long time. He really doesn't like you, does he? Harry realized Malfoy thought that he had had a detention. Yeah, South Avenue driver. Well, I wanted to talk to you. How did you know I was finished? I had a first-year wait for you to leave and inform me when you did so. Harry shook his head despairingly. I don't think that's what first years are for. Malfoy shrugged, clearly disagreeing. They do what I say. What do you want, Malfoy? He asked wearily. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with the Slytherin right now. Let's go to the chamber. Not tonight, Malfoy. I have a massive headache. Oh well, you don't have to come. You can just let me in and then go. I know how to get out. I said no, snapped Harry. His head was really pounding. My head is killing me. I just really want to go to bed. Oh, come on, Potter. No. Bloody hell, do you never listen? He turned and stomped away, a hand to his head. Bloody Malfoy, he muttered. Looking back as he turned the corner, he saw Malfoy still standing in the corridor, looking quite taken aback. He turned back, feeling a small burst of satisfaction when he ran into someone rounding the corner. The person was considerably taller than him, and he fell backwards. Sorry, mate. You all right? He heard Ron's voice, and allowed the redhead to pull him up. Not really. Sorry, I didn't see you. Oh, it isn't your fault. I just have this massive headache. Ron scowled. Snape's a bastard. That I agree with. How come you're down here? Myone told me I should come and get you. She said legilimency is heaps harder than occlumency. No doubt about that, Harry muttered in reply. I'm really feeling it. The headache draft seemed to be taking effect, but slowly. He could still feel his head pounding, just not as much as before. Ron looked sympathetic. Bad luck, mate. Yeah. Though it took longer than usual, they finally made it back to the Gryffindor common room, Ron shooting him worried looks along the way. He was extremely grateful to Ron for coming to get him. He had been leaning on him for support by the time they reached the portrait hole. He pulled himself up the stairs to the dormitory, using the banister for support. Without bothering to even take off his shoes, he mumbled goodnight to Ron, downed the contents of the dreamless sleep vial and was asleep before his head hit the pillow. Snape had been right when he had said Harry's mind would be weak. The first thing Harry knew when he woke was a blinding pain in his head, radiating outwards from his scar. Somewhere in the back of his mind, it registered that hands were trying to pry his hands from his forehead, and that his throat was raw from screams that were still issuing from his mouth. Slowly he began to be aware of where he was, and his screams died away. A voice was gently soothing him, and he felt someone put a cool towel on his forehead and a vial was held to his lips. He swallowed the cool liquid and felt the pain in his scar dim slightly. He opened his eyes, squinting in light that appeared far too bright. The bright white walls and starched sheet that was being tucked tightly around him alerted him to the fact that he was in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey moved away, her heels clicking on the stone floor. He could hear voices talking quietly near the end of his bed. He sat up slowly and felt for his glasses on the bedside table, pushing them up and sighing in relief as the room came into focus. A glass of water sat on the table and he thirstily drank the cool water, easing the ache in his throat. The voices had stopped, and he saw that they had belonged to Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Harry, my boy, it is a relief to see you finally awake. He started to reply, but instead settled for throwing up over the side of the bed. Madame Pomfrey returned, tisking, and after clearing his mess handed him another vial of the potion he had just taken. Well, Albus, I shall be off, said McGonagall, standing and smoothing her robes. Of course, Minerva. I dare say your first years are looking forward to the lesson you have planned today. After McGonagall had left and Madame Pomfrey had bustled away, Dumbledore conjured a chair next to Harry's bed and took a seat. What happened, sir? The last thing I remember is going to sleep after my lesson with Snape. Your friends were woken last night by your restless sleep, and were unable to rouse you. Mr. Weasley alerted Professor McGonagall and you were brought here. Several minutes ago you began to scream, and then you finally woke up. Oh, did you experience a vision of Voldemort? Harry shook his head, belatedly realizing that that wasn't a good idea when it made his head pound harder. No, nothing. It was just really painful. I would surmise that your mind-wearying attempt at legilimency left you mind very open to the connection that you share with Lord Voldemort. That said, I do not believe this event shall recur once you grasp even the very basics of legilimency. Harry was immensely glad of that. He certainly didn't want to experience that debilitating pain again. I shall leave you to your rest, Harry. I imagine you don't feel quite like talking at present. Harry smiled weakly and closed his eyes as Dumbledore left, falling into a light doze as the pain-relieving potion he had drank went to work. By first lunch he was feeling normal and Madame Pomfrey reluctantly let him leave. No sooner had he stepped out of the hospital wing than he was accosted by none other than Draco Malfoy. You could have picked a better day to get stuck in the hospital wing, Potter. Harry spun, surprised. Eloquent. As usual. Malfoy approached, his school bag slung over a shoulder. I had to hold my own in defense, and pretty much everyone is getting to be decent duelists by now. It's not like I wanted to miss it. Defense is my favorite lesson, you know. Well, just don't miss another one. I'll do my best. Are you over whatever little tiff you were in last night? Harry scowled. I was not in a tiff. I'd just had detention with Snape, who hates me, and I had a massive headache. Excuse me if my temper was a little short. Harry stopped short. Without him realizing it, they had ended up in the corridor of Ningmyrtle's bathroom. At least, he hadn't realized it. He narrowed his eyes at Malfoy and received a waggle of the eyebrows in return, making him scowl half-heartedly. Rolling his eyes, he started forward again and led them into the bathroom. Down in the chamber, Malfoy settled down to read and Harry found a comfortable position on the lounge and began to practice his animagus transformation. The cool darkness of the chamber soothed his mind and he slipped easily into the meditative state. Far quicker than he had anticipated, and with a rush of triumph, he felt the sensation of a new transformation. This time, the feeling started in his toes, and he crinkled his nose. It grew, spreading backwards through his foot to his heel. Suddenly he felt a slightly painful pressure in his feet, and he heard the sound of fabric ripping. His eyes popped open and saw Malfoy looking up from his book with interest. Grinning, he stuck out his feet. He couldn't see them, since he was wearing shoes, but they now felt extremely tight. What was even more noticeable, however, was the black spike that was sticking cleanly through the back of his runners. His grin widened. You're like an excited little puppy, Potter, said Malfoy as he got up from the armchair. Harry scowled at Malfoy. You can talk. You should have seen your face when you made your first transformation. Malfoy didn't reply, instead maintaining a dignified silence. Harry stood and twisted to see the spikes again. Ah, but look at my shoes. They're ruined. There was a gaping hole in the heel of each shoe, and shreds of material sticking out. Certainly gives you that shabby look, said Malfoy, smirking. Well, to be honest, I have needed new shoes for a while now. The Dursleys rarely bought Harry anything, and this year he hadn't even had a chance to go to Diagon Alley during the holidays, so his shoes were getting quite small. Given that, he was glad of a reason to buy a new pair. The only problem was, he had no money. Hey Malfoy, up for another trip to the apothecary? I'm going to need some money. Malfoy hummed. I suppose. Only if I get a share, though. Harry rolled his eyes. Whatever you want. I just need new shoes. Once Harry had had the transformation, Malfoy abandoned his book and tried to best him, but had no success. It was 10-2 when Harry looked at his watch and gave a yell. Shite. Malfoy. We've got potions in 10 minutes. Frantically looking around, he realized he didn't have his bag with him. Grabbing a cushion off the lounge, he transfigured it into one and ripped it open, stuffing a roll of parchment from the table into it, along with a quill that was lying beside it. Let's go. Snape'll give me detention if I'm late. He took off towards the passages that led to the dungeons, Malfoy right behind him. Frustrated that he couldn't just use the pendant with Malfoy there, he walked faster down the stone passageway, breaking into a run when he glanced at his watch again and saw that they only had 6 minutes. You never told me how you did in defense this morning, puffed Harry as he ran. Well, just so you know, we now have 1 loss. We're still in the lead, of course, and I don't know if Snape'll actually count it as a loss seeing as you weren't there, replied Malfoy between deep breaths. Seeing as it's you, he probably won't. What's that supposed to mean? You're Snape's favorite student. He never takes points off you. By now they had reached the door that would open into the corridor right near their classroom, and Harry hissed the Parseltongue command to open it. The stone slid heavily across the floor, leaving an opening into the corridor, and they stepped through. Harry grimaced. They were late, and Snape wouldn't care that it was only by less than a minute. Opening the door, he stepped into the room, interrupting Snape's lecture. Late, Potter. Points for that ith Mr. Malfoy, he finished as the Slytherin stepped into the room behind him. Snape scowled heavily, his eyes narrowed. Take a seat, both of you, he snapped, and Harry did his best to hide his grin. Harry took his seat with Malfoy, giving him an "I told you so" look, which Malfoy ignored. The next Hogsmeade trip was that weekend, and he needed to make sure he could go. He could always sneak in if the teachers wouldn't let him go, but he wanted to spend time with Ron and Hermione. Currently, he was sitting with them and Pandora in the Gryffindor common room working on a particularly difficult herbology essay. He dug his parchment and quill out of his transfigured bag, reminding himself that he had to get his proper equipment before he went to astronomy. Nobody said it was easy, came Hermione's stern voice. No one ever said it would be this hard, whined Ron, throwing down his own quill. Hey Harry, why does your bag have tassels? Whoa, he chuckled. I didn't notice those. I was going to be late for potions, so I just transfigured a cushion from the lounge into a bag. I was still late, but at least he didn't take points. I know. That was good luck, mate, coming in at the same time as Malfoy. He plucked some stray bits of stuffing off of his quill that hadn't quite known what to do with themselves when he transfigured the cushion. Harry, what's that? What's what, my own? That marking on your quill. It looks like it says DM. Harry frowned, turning the quill to find the initials. Delicately engraved in the silver casing of the quill was an elegant set of initials, and Harry realized it must have been Malfoy who left the quill in the chamber. I must have taken it after potions. He's probably got mine. Ron snorted. What kind of arrogant toot gets their initials engraved on their quill? Lots of people do it, Ron. Especially if it's an expensive quill, replied Pandora. Harry jumped up. Anyway guys, I'm going to go and see McGonagall for a minute. I'll be back after astronomy. The others looked up from their work. What you need to see McGonagall for? Asked Ron, scratching his head with the end of his quill. Hogsmeade this weekend. I really want to go. Harry, you know how careful Dumbledore's being. He won't let you go, said Hermione, looking at him with sympathy. Quiet, my own. Don't be so negative, said Ron, waving a hand to hush her. Go harass her till she says yes, mate. Grinning at Ron's vehemence, he nodded and turned to leave. Hang on, Harry, I'll come with you. Moral support. Pandora jumped to her feet and led the way to the portrait hole. Smiling, Harry followed her out and they made their way to their head of house's office. 5 minutes later, they were seated in front of her desk. What is it you wished to discuss with me, Mr. Potter? It's about Hogsmeade, Professor. I'd really like to go this weekend. You know that is not possible, Mr. Potter. It has been discussed at length and decided it would be unsafe. But it's safe to let everyone else go. If you were expecting something to happen, you wouldn't let any students go. Pandora nudged him when McGonagall gave him a stern look. What Harry means to say, Professor, is that he'll be perfectly safe with the rest of us. She smiled charmingly. We won't let him out of our sight. McGonagall pursed her lips tightly, flicking her eyes between the two of them. Please, Professor, he said earnestly. I really want to just have some fun with my friends. Besides, I need new shoes. The ones I've got now are practically falling off of my feet. To demonstrate his point, he lifted a foot up onto the desk, letting her see the stretched leather and shreds that stuck out the back. McGonagall quirked an eyebrow. Well, I can't say it's a particularly good excuse, but you certainly do need a new pair. I'm sure everything will be fine. I mean, what going to happen to him in Zonkos? McGonagall leaned back, surveying them both carefully. We shall see, she relented. I suppose just this one time, and I shall of course have to speak to Dumbledore first. I shall let you know tomorrow morning of his decision, Mr. Potter. Harry grinned widely at his head of house. Thanks, Professor. Don't thank me yet, Mr. Potter. The decision is entirely up to the headmaster. They left McGonagall's office, Harry feeling convinced that he would be allowed to go. Thanks, Pandora. I don't think I could have managed to convince her if it wasn't for you. Pandora grinned. No worries, Harry. It'll be fun. He and Ron had completely regained their old camaraderie, and Harry was feeling more at ease than he ever had with all aspects of his life as the four of them chatted happily, strolling along the lane to Hogsmeade. When they got there, he and Ron dragged the girls into Zonkos and they spent a half-hour looking at new joke products. He and Malfoy had stopped by the Basilisk Chamber after astronomy to gather some scales, and discuss the plan. Malfoy was to have gone to the apothecary as soon as he got to Hogsmeade, in disguise as he had last time and then leave Harry's bag of galleons in Shervenshafts, which was right next to Zonkos and where Harry knew Hermione would want to visit next. As he had predicted, no sooner had they left Zonkos than Hermione grabbed Ron by the arm and dragged him into the wizarding stationery shop. He and Pandora followed, breaking apart to peruse the shelves. Scrivenshafts sold a small range of Muggle stationery supplies, and it was to this part of the shop that Harry drifted to. It was in an out-of-the-way corner, and most of the supplies there were covered in dust. There wasn't much, really, just some pens, staplers, and for some strange reason what must have been 100 hand-size sacks of colorful paperclips. He doubted if many wizards actually knew what staplers and paperclips were for. Malfoy hadn't told him where exactly he was going to hide the bag, but now that Harry saw the range it had to be in with the bags of paperclips. He picked up a few, judging by the weight as to whether it was his money or not. Finally, right at the bottom of the considerably large pile, he found a bag that was much heavier than the rest and clinked loudly in the quiet corner where he stood. He slipped the bag into his pocket and made his way back to the main part of the shop. Harry had the best day he had had in ages, and when they finally stumbled back to Hogwarts, he in a comfortable pair of new real leather shoes, he was ready for dinner and bed. It was Sunday, and Harry was sitting in Snape's office for his second legilimency lesson. He'd spent the day mucking around with his friends and gorging on all the Honeydukes products they had bought in Hogsmeade, and the fact that he had a legilimency lesson put something of a dampener on his mood, especially when he recalled the first one. He hadn't managed to accomplish the spell, even when Snape had completely dropped his defenses, and that hadn't given him much hope or Snape much patience. He hoped to do better tonight, but if he was honest with himself, he hadn't practiced at all since his last lesson. It had only been a few days ago, but his mind had been on other things. He knew, however, that he needed to learn it. His visions of Voldemort had been getting more and more vivid as he had progressed at occlumency, and he was sick of sleepless nights. Snape put down his quill and sealed the letter he had been writing with wax, before tucking it into the top drawer of his desk and turning to face Harry across the desk, a resigned expression on his face. Seeing as you were completely inept in our previous session, we shall start out simple. He sneered before continuing. I will completely drop my shields and you will once again attempt to penetrate my mind. Before you attempt the spell, however, I will perform the spell on you. I don't want you to resist me, rather I want you to let me in and just concentrate on my presence, what it feels like, the images it conjures for you. Understood? Yes, sir. He wondered what the point of this was, but didn't ask. Instead, he cleared his mind and dropped his shield of darkness. To his surprise, it was somewhat disconcerting to feel that his mind suddenly vulnerable after so many weeks of constant shielding. He nodded at Snape to let him know he was ready. Legilimens. Harry immediately felt Snape's presence in his mind, and did as he was told, focusing on how it felt. The presence was intrinsically Snape, but he had never thought before about what actually made the presence so Snape. Now that he thought about it, the presence was black. Not just black, but dark. It felt dark. It was hard to explain, but even though he knew it was only mental, he could detect a sort of texture to the presence, an oily, slippery sort of feel. He withheld a mental snort. If there was one word anyone would use to describe Snape, it was oily. Snape appeared to have detected this errant thought, because Harry heard an impatient mental huff. He returned his focus to the task at hand. As he opened his mind to the presence, he noted something disturbing. Snape's presence was familiar, comfortable. The realization shocked him. The first time he had detested Snape's presence in his mind, it had been alarming, uncomfortable, and intrusive. Now, however, it felt safe, something which disturbed him. Suddenly, the presence withdrew and Harry was alone with his thoughts. Snape cleared his throat, pulling Harry's attention back to him. Now, Potter, when you perform the spell, you need to imagine you are already in my mind, as you were doing in your previous lesson. I want you to remember the characteristics, if you will, of my mind. However, do not picture those distinct traits as you saw them in your mind. There you were outside of it. Instead, surround yourself with them. Hopefully, this will aid you in imagining that you are already in my mind. Harry frowned thoughtfully. It made sense, and it wouldn't be too hard to surround himself with that blackness that had felt strangely familiar and safe. After all, his own shields were of blackness, the familiar blackness of his cupboard where he had felt safe. All he had to do was make the darkness more liquid and oily than empty space, and perhaps, he thought, incorporate a sense of superiority and sarcasm. Pulling his wand out of his sleeve, he pointed it at Snape and incanted the spell in a determined voice, all the while recalling the way Snape's mind felt. Legilimens. He blinked stupidly, and Snape gave his usual sneer. Again. Harry sighed. This was exactly how the last lesson had started. Legilimens. Again he was left feeling silly, but he also felt the strange sensation that part of him was pushing against a thin, invisible barrier. He supposed that was progress. Last time it had taken him many attempts before he had felt that. Sir. Yes. You said you had no shields up, but I can feel something stopping me. I see. Snape surveyed him, a finger tapping lightly on his thin lips. This indicates that you are doing the right thing, at least. You are pushing your mind outwards to meet mine. You simply do not have enough power or focus behind the spell yet. The resistance you are meeting is my mind's subconscious defenses. He vaguely recalled Snape mentioning that even Harry had weak natural defenses in an occlumency lesson. I cannot take down those barriers, but the fact that you are detecting them is a good sign. I believe the best way to proceed is to continue in this manner. Practice makes perfect, after all. Reining in a sigh of frustration, Harry again pointed his wand at Snape's head. It was going to be a long night. 40 minutes, 16 sarcastic remarks and a pounding headache later, he was ready to quit. He had made no further progress and Snape was becoming increasingly impatient. Well, how long did it take you to learn this stuff? Harry cried when Snape made yet another insulting remark about his substandard intellect. You can't expect me to pick it up like that, he said, snapping his fingers in Snape's face. The potions master raised an eyebrow, fixing Harry with a somewhat amused stare. I, Mr. Potter, pride myself on having great control of my mind. As such, I became adept at these skills in a relatively short amount of time. Still, it took me years to become a master in both arts, and there is always room for improvement. That said, I do not expect you to progress at the same rate. I do, however, expect that by 2 lessons' time you will be able to penetrate my mind. That is your goal. So, you will practice in your own time, and if you do not achieve your goal, I shall be severely displeased. Harry swallowed, his throat dry. He was about to reply when suddenly the fire in the hearth roared and turned green. As Harry watched, Dumbledore's head appeared in the flames. Ah, Harry, how are you doing this evening? Fine, sir. Excellent. And how are your lessons coming along? Professor Snape mentioned that he has begun teaching you legilimency. I must say, quite impressive. I did not imagine you would become proficient at occlumency quite as fast as you did. Harry didn't know how to react to this. Snape had seemed to expected that Harry would have done it sooner than he had. Either that or the man was just an impatient git. He was that. Thank you, sir. Lessons are going well. He ignored Snape's quiet snort. Excellent, excellent, murmured Dumbledore, turning his attention to the potions master. Severus, we are in need of your company. How long do you anticipate we will be waiting? Moments, Headmaster. Potter and I were just finishing. Excellent, excellent, said Dumbledore yet again, and his head disappeared from the fireplace. Well, Potter, off you go, and remember what I said. You now have a specific goal to work towards. I expect to see results. With that, Snape ushered Harry out of the office and into the dank corridor. I shall accompany you up to Gryffindor Tower. Be sure to clear your mind before sleep. Yes, sir. As he followed behind Snape, he thought it odd that Snape was dropping him off. It was on the way to Dumbledore's office, though it wasn't the most direct route. He came to the conclusion that there was an order meeting. Snape was on his way there, and whoever would usually be following him, Tonks or Owens, was there already. Leaving Snape to be his temporary babysitter, he thought moodily. Snape left him at the portrait hole without a word, and Harry clambered in. The fire was low and there were only a few people still scattered about the room, despite the fact that it was only an hour past curfew. He was surprised not to see Ron and Hermione. They, and sometimes Pandora, usually waited up for him. He didn't really care tonight. It would make it easier to slip away. Despite the fact that all he wanted to do was crash, he was determined to find out as much as he could about what Voldemort was up to, and he couldn't pass up the chance to sit in on an order meeting. At the top of the stairs, instead of heading into the boys' dorm, he ducked into the dark bathroom and wrestled his invisibility cloak out of a pocket of his robes. After covering himself, he stepped back onto the landing. He had hardly used the passage that led from the Gryffindor common room to the chamber, but he did now. Hissing the command, he watched as the floor dissolved, revealing the stone steps. As he descended the stairs, he pondered on the legilimency lesson. It had been strange to recognize Snape's mind as a calming and familiar thing, and the thoughts troubled him. It was hard to associate Snape with the cool presence that was Snape's mind. Shaking his head, he continued on down the passage. He figured he had about 10 minutes. He doubted whether Dumbledore would start the meeting without Snape. He picked up his pace a bit, and then decided that the fast walk wasn't doing his headache any good. He didn't even bother to pull the pendant out. He felt the snake begin to slither faster, as if it knew that he wanted to be somewhere else. He pictured the waterfall painting, and the snake really came to life, writhing in the familiar pattern on his chest as the pendant grew warm. Instantly, he was standing in front of the painting. He shivered as he stepped through the frigid water and moved into the world of paintings. A minute later, he was sitting in the shade of a large oak tree, by the Black Lake. The painting he was in was his usual one, looking down upon Dumbledore's office. It was an excellent vantage point. He could see everyone in the room. At that moment, the door slid open and Snape swept in, nodding shortly in response to a few hellos. He strode to the back of the room, leaning against the wall and crossing his arms. It was obviously not a full order meeting. There was less than 10 people in the room, all of whom Harry recognized. All of them were either his teachers McGonagall, Snape and Flitwick, or Owens, Tonks and Moody, Kingsley, and Mr. Weasley. This was the group which, along with Mrs. Weasley, Remus and perhaps a few others, he had come to call the Order's inner circle. He had cringed the first time he had thought that, after all, it was a term he associated with the Death Eaters, but the fact was that this group was exactly that, only the good guys, and he had been unable to come up with another name that fit so well. Severus, thank you for joining us so quickly. We have much to discuss tonight. Snape nodded briefly. I trust Harry got off to his dormitory safely. Of course, Albus. Excellent. Severus has been instructing young Harry privately, Dumbledore informed the room at large, and Harry frowned. He wasn't sure Dumbledore should be telling everyone that, but he supposed there was no one in this room he didn't trust. The only person he didn't really know was Owens, and he found it impossible to think of the jolly young Irishman as anything other than friendly and loyal. What sort of instruction? Asked Moody gruffly, his magical eye whizzing madly around before turning backwards in his head and settling abruptly on Snape. Dumbledore waved a hand vaguely. Oh, this and that. Harry sighed. He felt better knowing that they didn't know exactly what he was learning. After all, If Voldemort should find out that Snape was an Occlumens, it would undoubtedly cause trouble. You made sure he got back to the common room? Asked Owens, and Snape raised an amused eyebrow. Of course. I can assure you he did not suddenly disappear as we turned a corner or any other such nonsense. To Harry's surprise, his tone was not biting or sarcastic, merely amused. Even so, Owens blushed and Tonks scowled. At the same time, Harry could have laughed. He wondered what Snape would say if he knew Harry was not right now tucked safely and snugly into his bed as he clearly thought. Yes, he is an elusive young man, isn't he? Commented Dumbledore. Perhaps you should relieve him of that invisibility cloak, Albus. Damn thing is more trouble than it's worth, growled Moody. Snape gave a snort, and Harry could just imagine that he was thinking something along the lines of, like that would do any good. The boy will simply steal it back. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eye showed that he understood the meaning behind Snape's snort as well. He stroked his beard. Perhaps, though I think that will be difficult. He has warded his trunk quite effectively. That said, we shall move on to other business. Severus, how is your search coming for any sign of an attack? Snape grimaced. I have no specific news, he admitted, the reluctance and regret in his tone evident. He has not approached me, nor any other members of his inner circle, so far as I can tell. I have been trying to glean information from members of the lower ranks, but it is difficult when I do not know even their identities. I am rarely called to meetings with lower members, and when I am usually called on to stay behind. Perhaps the Aurors have heard something. Snape added, turning to Kingsley. I have information, though I don't believe it will help us at all. I tried to talk with Moody to relay this information sooner, but it is unsafe to talk within the walls of the ministry. Indeed, it is unsafe to talk anywhere but the most secure locations. After all, the walls have ears. And eyes, added Moody. Harry smirked to himself. Oh, if only they knew, he thought smugly. Last week we caught a Death Eater, freshly marked. Under Veritaserum, he claimed to be a part of the group that was in the first attack of you-know-who's to flush out the spy. Of course, he had no idea that that was the purpose of the mission, and neither does the ministry. That said, he was unable to name even one other Death Eater, or provide any information otherwise. Damn, murmured Tonks, and several members in the room grumbled their agreement. Quite, agrees Kingsley. All in all, his questioning led absolutely nowhere. What was the fellow's name? Asked McGonagall. Kevin Rudd. Really? I believe I remember him. Mousy little fellow with glasses, his family owned a mandarin farm. Kingsley nodded. Yes, though they ran it into debt years ago, had to sell. Yes, well, interesting as his family's economic history is, ground Snape through clenched teeth, I think the more pertinent issue is what did you do with him? We released him. He held up his hands to stall the flurry of outraged remarks that broke out. Under the imperious curse. What? Oh my, gasped McGonagall. Come now, Minerva. Surely an experienced and knowledgeable witch such as yourself doesn't believe that the ministry is above such behavior, said Snape sourly. Kingsley continued. We don't know how much we'll get from him, but very few people were aware of his capture and we're only hoping that none of those who were under you-know-who's influence. Hopefully he'll relay something useful. The Dark Lord is bound to detect that he is under Imperius. He routinely reads the mind of his follows. That may be so, but to be honest, we have nothing to lose by sending Rudd back in there. He's been tagged and we can arrest him whenever we want. In the meantime, we hope he will bring us information. We are aware of the risk that you-know-who will plant information, so we will treat anything he brings us with extreme caution. I for one think it was an appropriate course of action. Was Cornelius aware of it? Asked Dumbledore. Kingsley snorted. Usually we would be required to consult him before releasing a known criminal, but the man is completely inept. He refuses to commit to any plans, offensive or defensive. Well, we've all known that for some time now, sniffed McGonagall. With any luck we'll have a new minister after the next election. Campaigning is only a few months away now, said Mr. Weasley. This surprised Harry. He had never considered before the political rules of the wizarding world. I wouldn't be surprised if he's booted out before then with a vote of no confidence, stated Kingsley. Even the public is starting to wonder what he does every day. When are the candidates to be announced? Any time between the end of next month and the election, replied Arthur. Have we heard any rumor of who will be running? Those who worked at the ministry all shook their heads and Tonks spoke. No, but I think we can safely assume that you know who will have a man running. Perhaps maybe we should have someone in there. Merlin knows what would happen if they had more control of the ministry than they do already. There was a mixed response from the people in the room. It is something to consider, Dumbledore responded. Do you have a suggestion for who might run? I hadn't thought about it that far, Tonks replied. Perhaps it is something to think about and revisit at our next meeting. Murmurs of assent rolled around the room as people got to their feet and began to leave. The office emptied quickly, and as usual, McGonagall and Snape remained behind. It had become clear to Harry that his two teachers were Dumbledore's most trusted confidants. Severus, how is Mr. Potter progressing with his lessons? Asked Professor McGonagall. He has made no real progress with legilimency yet. Of course, he has only had 2 lessons, so I hardly expect much. Legilimency is far more difficult than occlumency. I hope you aren't being too harsh with him, Severus. You needn't worry, Minerva. I am a perfectly capable teacher. I didn't say you weren't capable. I'm simply reminding you to treat Mr. Potter as you would any other student. I know that you tend to be overly aggressive with him. You don't know what you're talking about, snapped Snape. I know it frustrates you because he reminds you of. Hush, Minerva, or I am going to get angry. McGonagall pursed her lips and gave him a stern glare. Albus, have you had any luck determining who it was that broke into your office? Dumbledore sighed. I have not, Minerva. The fact is that my wards were not broken, and yet no one entered through the gargoyle. It is a worrying problem indeed. Even worse, I have lost one of the only things that Harry has from his father. Dumbledore looked truly guilty, and Harry felt a twinge of guilt. Although, he reminded himself, Dumbledore is the one who took it from him in the first place. Albus, I assure you, Potter has the map. You needn't worry about where it has gone. However, the longer you deliberate about telling him, the more he will distrust you. Harry frowned. He hadn't thought about that. Knowing that the map was safe, he hadn't thought further about Dumbledore telling him about it. When he thought about it, he heartily agreed with what Snape said. That may well be true. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I simply cannot fathom how the culprit circumvented my wards. It is highly unlikely that Harry has the knowledge to do so. In fact, very few do. No doubt he has discovered some obscure spell. Either that or his Parseltongue abilities allow him to get around your wards as he did mine. I assure you, Severus, my office is amply protected from the usual, and many unusual, threats, including those with the ability to speak Parseltongue. Snape scowled at the fact that Dumbledore refused to believe him, and Harry grinned as he saw the potions master getting frustrated. If you have nothing specific, Albus, I really must be going. Of course, Severus. Good night. I think I will retire also. I have an unending pile of essays to mark, said McGonagall. Dumbledore showed them out and Harry made his way back to the waterfall painting and through to the damp passageway. From there he apparated to the top of the stairs in the common room and trudged into the dormitory, his mind going over all he had heard. He got into bed, and remembering his night after the first occlumency lesson, he made sure to put up a silencing spell around his bed and pull his hangings tight. He was relieved he had done so when he woke from a disturbing vision in the early hours of the morning. His legilimency headache had retreated, only to be replaced with the throbbing pain of his scar and a raw throat. The vision had been the usual sort, Voldemort torturing some poor victim. The only difference was that he had only had 2 Death Eaters with him, instead of it being at a meeting or on a raid. He managed to fall asleep again for a few hours before Seamus' alarm woke him to get ready for classes. He dragged himself out of bed, and went down to breakfast in the clothes he had worn the day before. They were rumpled, and if he was honest with himself, they didn't smell the best, but he really couldn't bring himself to care. Hermione, however, was on his case. Harry, your clothes look terrible. Your robe looks as if it's been bundled up and stuffed under your bed all year. Leave off, my own, said Ron, and Harry was glad to have backup. We can't all be pretty all the time. Then he blushed and refused to say any more about anyone's state of dress. Thankfully, his comment also made Hermione forget the subject. Harry snorted into his cereal. Really? He thought. They've been going out for months now, and they're still embarrassed around each other. He shook his head, smiling at their behavior. Their first class was defense, and Snape treated them to a lecture on fire curses. Then they had 20 minutes of practicing the shield. He managed to produce a very weak one by the end of the lesson, and to his surprise Pandora produced a very good one after only a few tries. No one else managed even a flicker of a shield. By lunchtime the pain in his scar had completely faded away and the rest of the day passed happily enough. The next day, during potions, they were working on a medicinal elixir called Longhorn's Mix, which was predominantly used for treating spattergroit and related illnesses. It was a difficult potion, requiring much concentration, and the classroom was mostly silent as groups worked at their benches. Harry and Malfoy were currently nearing the midpoint of the potion, where it was set to stew for 20 minutes. Some groups were getting there too, and whispers were starting to break out around the classroom. Harry picked up the handful of dried lilac leaves he had just crushed and held them over the potion. They needed to be sprinkled in while the potion was stirred 2 times clockwise and then 16 times counterclockwise. Malfoy picked up their stirring spoon, and as soon as he began to stir, Harry sprinkled the handful evenly over the surface until Malfoy had completed the correct number of stirs. Almost immediately, the potion turned from beige to pale blue. It was supposed to be more purplish, but Harry thought it was good enough considering the difficulty level of the potion. He recorded the observation in his book for later use in his report. He looked over at Malfoy's book. His observations were longer, more detailed, but Harry was at a loss as to what he wrote. He was exactly like Hermione in that regard, his attention to detail was phenomenal. He looked around the classroom. Most of the class was now at the first waiting stage, and everyone was starting to talk. Potter. He turned to face Malfoy, and the pale Slytherin leaned closer, dropping his voice. Want to go to the chamber tonight? Harry brightened at the idea. It had been a few days since they had been, and he would like a break from the rowdiness of the common room. All right. I'll meet you at Myrtle's after dinner. Will it take you long to get away from your babysitter? Asked Malfoy, a smirk on his lips. Harry scowled at the term. I have an idea for that. You know that really narrow passage on the 2nd floor, beside the statue of Bannock? Yeah, it's too narrow for 2 people to pass each other. If you wait at the far end for me to come through, then you go through the other way, anyone following me will either have to go back or reveal themselves. Either way, you'll stall them long enough for me to disappear. So now I'm being dragged into your rebellious endeavors. He rolled his eyes theatrically, but didn't complain, so Harry assumed he would do it. I'll watch for you to leave the Great Hall, and wait a few minutes before I follow you. Just then, Snape swept over and peered down at their potion. Not the usual standard, was his only comment before he moved on to the next group. Harry was secretly delighted that Snape couldn't criticize his potion without criticizing Malfoy's. A few minutes later, the stewing time ended and they went back to work. Everyone was working until after the bell for lunch went, except for Hermione and her partner, who managed to finish on time. The elixir needed to stew again, this time for 24 hours. After that, it needed to be taken of the heat and cooled, so they would need to come back at some stage tomorrow to do that. They ended up being 20 minutes late for lunch, but their potion was still looking good, for which Harry was relieved. That night, towards the end of dinner, Harry started keeping an eye on the Slytherin table, waiting for Malfoy to leave. The boy took his time, and Harry was starting to get impatient when Malfoy finally stood and strode from the Great Hall. As he had promised, he waited several minutes before grabbing his bag. Ron, Hermione and Pandora were still at the table, and he had the feeling they were just waiting for him to finish. He was proved correct when he stood up and they followed suit. He said nothing as they walked through the entrance hall and up the stairs to the 1st floor. Guys, I just need to go see Dumbledore for a minute. I'll see you back in the common room. Hermione smiled brightly. Harry had known any explanation involving Dumbledore would sit just fine with the 3 of them. They were still suspicious of where he disappeared to, and always reluctant to let him go off alone, though they didn't push him for fear of another argument breaking out. I might stop by the library on the way back. See you later. At that, Hermione pursed her lips, exchanging a look with Pandora. Ron just looked resigned. He turned and walked in the opposite direction to the next set of staircases and up to the second floor. At the top of the stairs he ducked into the hidden passage he had arranged to meet Malfoy at and sped along the length. At the far end, he slowed down a bit. The passage was quite dark, and he pulled his invisibility cloak out before stepping into the corridor. Malfoy was waiting just as they had arranged, and he gave Harry a rough push as he passed. Rolling his eyes, Harry pulled on the cloak and started towards Ningmyrtle's bathroom. Behind him, he heard the sounds of a quiet scuffle. He smirked. At least now Malfoy would really believe that he was being followed. 5 minutes later he was walked through the door into the bathroom, surprised to find Malfoy had beaten him there. That was quick. Malfoy shrugged and provided no explanation as Harry opened the entrance and started down the steps. You know, I thought you being an idiot when you said that they'd had put orders on you, but you were telling the truth. You aren't paranoid after all. Of course I'm not paranoid. Yes, well, it was that Auror Owens, one of the ones Dumbledore introduced earlier in the year. Harry froze. You saw him. He didn't want Malfoy revealing to his father anyone working for the Order. No. Heard him. He was swearing like nothing else when he couldn't get past me. Colorful fellow. You can't be sure it was him then. Owens is a Ministry Auror anyway. Maybe Dumbledore isn't the only one having you followed, then. Maybe the Ministry is too. Harry changed the subject. Yeah, well, Fudge is an idiot. Malfoy snorted. No arguments there. Just a few more months and there'll be a new minister in office, one that's much more in touch with what the wizarding world needs. Harry had a feeling they would disagree on anything the other had to say about that subject, so he didn't reply. I see you bought new shoes. Harry looked down at the comfortable leather shoes. Oh, yeah, thanks by the way, for getting the money for me. Just remember to take them off before we practice tonight. Have you had any other changes since the feat? He shook his head. No, I've been practicing though. You. Malfoy shook his head as they stepped into the library. They both settled down, Harry taking off his shoes first. Silence descended on the chamber as they both cleared their minds, and after a while Harry started on the animagus practice. Very quickly, he felt his teeth, tongue, and feet begin to tingle. He focused on the feeling, trying to extend it to other parts of his body. He was rewarded when a half hour later both his arms started to tingle. He snapped his eyes open, and with the loss of concentration, the feeling stopped. Grumbling to himself, he slipped back into the relaxed state, and after a while the tingling in his arms began again. He was careful this time not to feel surprised, to continue focusing on the feeling. A few moments passed and the sensation stopped, and he opened his eyes, grinning in triumph. Just then, he heard a small gasp and he looked up at Malfoy. The usual scales and spikes and horns were already there, but as he watched, Malfoy seemed to grow before his eyes. Harry jumped up and moved closer, quietly so as not to distract Malfoy. Seconds later, Malfoy's eyes snapped open, revealing the sharp orange irises. Despite the fearsome look it gave him, Harry couldn't help but laugh as he looked down at the Slytherin. Malfoy's triumphant look disappeared and he glared at Harry. What? Your robes. Harry chuckled. Malfoy had grown, and his robes were now exceedingly tight, stretched across his torso and looking like they would rip any second. It's not that funny, Potter. It looks like a dress. Malfoy jumped to his feet, scowling. His menacing expression wasn't enough to stop Harry's laughter when a loud ripping sound was heard. My shirt, muttered Malfoy, and then he was laughing too. After a minute, Harry could look at Malfoy without laughing. The Slytherin had grown about a foot. Shite, Potter, you're short. Harry scowled, not liking being reminded of the fact. Malfoy suddenly gave him an odd look, and sniggered. What? You changed too? Oh, yeah. His change wasn't as impressive as Malfoy's, in fact it was quite the opposite. His arms had shrunk. He lifted them to get a better look and found that he couldn't lift them above chest height. He studied them. His skin had changed, it appeared rougher, and the color was darker, tinged green. You look ridiculous with those tiny little arms. I bet you would hardly be able to wrap your fingers around one of mine. Harry was going to argue, But after looking dubiously at Malfoy's enlarged hands, he had to agree, he probably couldn't. What do you think I am? He asked. Malfoy frowned thoughtfully. I really don't know. You've got those weird feet with the spike, but your arms are really tiny. Sharp teeth, so you eat meat. You're a predator of some sort, I would say. This appeased Harry somewhat. The tiny arms had made him think he was a weak sort of animal, but Malfoy was right. With teeth like his, he was definitely a predator. Maybe a bird of some sort. There aren't many birds with teeth, some magical ones. I suppose it's possible. Harry's eyes lit up. Maybe I'm a dinosaur. Malfoy burst out in laughter. What? It's possible. They used to exist. There's no reason I wouldn't be one. Sorry. The idea just surprised me. It is more likely than you being a magical creature. After all, magical animagi are extremely rare. He puffed up proudly. He quite liked the idea of being a dinosaur. Maybe a T-Rex. Or no. A raptor. He grinned widely. Yes, a raptor would be very nice. Speed, agility, teeth that could tear through flesh like it was sponge cake. What are you smiling about? Just thinking. Malfoy looked at him for a second, but with his new features, Harry couldn't tell exactly what kind of look it is. You really like the idea of being a dinosaur, don't you? Yes. It would be excellent. Malfoy shook his head, chuckling. Like a little child. Harry would have scowled, but he was too happy at his transformation and thoughts of what his form might be to be offended by Malfoy's remark. Harry glanced at his watch, only to find that it had slipped off his tiny arm. He looked around and saw it lying on the floor. As he walked over, he transformed back to his human form. He undid the band and put it back on. They had only been here an hour. It was definitely getting easier the more they practiced. He flopped down on the lounge. Hey, Malfoy. Yeah. The Slytherin was standing admiring himself in the mirror, standing several feet back just to see all of himself in the full-length mirror. Can you teach me legilimency? Malfoy's reply came instantly. No. Harry sat up. Why not? You helped me with occlumency. That was when I benefited from it. It helped me with my legilimency. Severus has already taught me occlumency, so there's no benefit I would get from helping you. Besides that, there's no way I'd even consider letting you in my head. I let you in mine. That was your decision. This is mine. Harry scowled. Come on, I really want to learn it. I don't care what you want, he replied, finally turning from the mirror. As he did so, the fabric of his robe finally ripped across the chest, revealing the white shirt beneath. The Slytherin shrunk back to his normal size and sat down at the other end of the lounge. Remember our deal, Malfoy. I wouldn't tell anyone anything I saw in your head. Plus, if Snape's already taught you occlumency, you should be able to direct my thoughts. I'm not that good. I can block people out and throw them out, but I can't direct thoughts. I don't have that much control. Severus is still teaching me. You would see whatever you happen to see. So no. They lapsed into silence. Harry was irked by Malfoy's stubbornness. He knew he wasn't going to get anywhere by asking nicely. You know, he began slowly, looking up at the high ceiling. It would be a shame to never be able to come back here, to be locked out with no way in. I'd hate it. In his peripheral vision, he saw Malfoy's head whip around. Yes, I'd really miss this place, he continued. The peace and quiet, the books, all this knowledge and power. Fine. Harry smirked. That line of reasoning had worked out better and quicker than he'd thought. Fine, I'll do it, but you can't break our deal. It seems Malfoys respond well to blackmail. I'll have to remember that. Harry was on his way back to the common room when he heard whispering. Stopping, he tilted his head to the side and listened. Voices were coming from an unused classroom near where they had transfiguration. Shrugging, he started walking again when he heard his name. At least, he thought he heard his name. Moving closer to the door, he listened again and was surprised to detect Ron's voice. Harry ate nest. On to on. Tell him he'd us too. I Ron, but heard what are Ed not to. Harry frowned and strained to hear them better. Who was Ed? He heard a frustrated sigh, followed by Ron speaking, no longer whispering. Look, let's just go back to the common room. Maybe Harry's back now. Have you done your transfiguration essay yet? Of course I have, Ron. It's due tomorrow. Great. You can check mine over for me. And by check over, do you mean read through, or write it for you? Come on, my own. What kind of person do you think I am? Harry backed away from the door as the voices got closer and walked quickly away. What could Hermione and Ron have been talking about? They clearly disagreed about something, and it was to do with him. Finding an empty table in the common room, he pulled out some homework, just as Ron and Hermione came in through the portrait hole. He waved them over and Hermione smiled at him. He wasn't sure, but he thought she gave Ron a warning look before she ran over and took the seat beside him. Harry, Ron and I were looking for you. As usual, grumbled Ron. You know you don't have to go looking for me every time I want some time alone. Don't worry about Ron. He's just in a mood because I told him he has to try writing his own essay before I do it for him. Harry smiled at Ron. I sympathize with you, mate. Ron looked up, a hopeful look in his eye. Have you done Transfiguration yet? Harry held up the parchment he was writing on, displaying all 3 sentences he had written. What you see is what I've got. Sorry, mate. Ron let out a mournful cry and cradled his head in his hands. Harry reached over and gave him a slap on the back. Don't worry. At least you aren't the only one who's going to be up all night. Hermione tisked. Harry, I thought you had become more organized. He grinned ruefully. I'm allowed to slack off occasionally, aren't I? Hermione shook her head and opened a thick book. So where's Pandora? Asked Harry. It was rare to not sitting with them in the evenings. Library, said Hermione shortly. Oh, she'd better get back here soon. It's nearly curfew. I'm sure she'll make it. Not able to forget the whispered conversation he had half overheard, he decided to ask, is there anything you two want to tell me before she gets back? He looked up when a silence greeted his words. Hermione and Ron were both staring at him, Ron's eyes slightly wide. Harry raised his eyebrows questioningly. What do you mean? Asked Ron. He shrugged nonchalantly, leaning against the backrest. I just mean, is there anything you need to tell me? About what, Harry? Asked Hermione quietly. About anything. Hermione eyed him carefully, as though trying to determine what he wanted to hear. I can't think of anything. She shook her head, doing a very good job of looking innocent. Harry pondered silently. Perhaps what he had heard was unimportant, or had nothing to do with him. Ron. Just then, the portrait hole banged open and Pandora came in, effectively ending the conversation. He would have to follow that up another time. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.